Alexander the Great was the first ruler of the Belviz Empire. To this day, his genius is considered a blessing for the entire empire. He is able to hear celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, and stars. The shining sun, which never sets, named Sol, and the great night of the moon, who protects the light, named Luna, are everywhere and watch over each of us. The star's name was Stella. Their mystical powers and unique appearance were symbols of the empire that raised the status of the royal family. However, there was one exception. A girl sits in the yard and actively prays to be heard by a star. Other family members and the pastor are watching, and he asks if the girl can hear the sounds of the celestial body. Looking at the evil emperor, the girl says, frightened, that she hasn't yet. Alexander shouts that she has failed today, so it's time to surrender. With a wave of his hand, the ruler orders the priest to be killed and the heroine taken away. Unlike other members of the imperial family, the girl does not possess such power. Lying in her bed after a difficult ordeal, she hears a loud plea for help and decides to go out to see what is happening. A civil uprising against Alexander's tyrannical rule has begun. Knights and ordinary people have taken up arms and are looking for the emperor. The heroine realizes that what her father was so afraid of has begun. Hearing her mother's voice, the girl goes to the room and sees the whole family about to leave through a secret passage. However, they all decided to leave their daughter here. The mother explains that Stella will have a special task. She has to stop the rebels from being chased. The aristocrats leave. Screams are heard again, and Alexander says contemptuously that his daughter will be useful for the first time. The heroine rushes after her father, but for him, it is only a noble self-sacrifice. The family leaves Stella and enters a secret passage. The rebels break into the last room where the crying heroine is sitting on the floor. One of the men approaches the girl and wonders what to do with her. The head of the gang orders them to leave the maid and look for the emperor, because it is more important now. Everyone leaves and Stella finally sees the executed maid. After a while, the heroine is shown waking up in a bright room and starting to get dressed because someone is calling her. The girl of royal blood, who was mistaken for a maid, miraculously survived. Stella Idolante is now Ethel. There are a lot of travelers at the adventurer's pier now. The heroine walks up the stairs and her younger sister Daisy runs to meet her. The child happily shows Ethel an ad for a younger princess that she found on the street. It says that the unfortunate princess is now wanted. Daisy says that her parents really loved their daughter because now they are actively searching for her. This time, they even fixed the portrait. Previously, the parents were afraid to show their daughter's face because of her beauty. They were worried that the princess might be stolen by bad people, so they hid her in the palace and did not tell anyone about it. The words about what the parents did are very different from the cruel reality. They angrily ordered their daughter to pretend to be a decoy, which was supposedly made for the safety of a real younger aristocrat. The frightened girl always believed that even if she was not beautiful, she would still like to be her parents' daughter. But now she still thinks about it, because Stella will not reveal her true identity because of someone else's words. Rising up, the heroine asks if little Daisy is very worried about the princess, and she confirms that she is, because everyone in the empire now wants to know more about her. The men sitting at the table explain that this aristocrat can change their lives. Once he has her, the emperor will reward anyone with a title and lands. However, the princess may have died long ago. Daisy exclaims that this simply cannot be. The hunters don't understand why such a noble woman doesn't come forward. Ethel notices her sister's disappointment and runs up to the men, snatching the glasses from their hands, because they are being rather tactless. Instead, she offers the outraged patrons soup on the house, and the customers immediately cheer up. The woman from the kitchen asks Ethel to bring the order to the third table. Upon returning, the heroine is surprised to see the same imperial knight who has come here several times before. Perhaps the man suspects that she is the second princess. The girl asks what the guest would like to eat, and the knight orders the dish of the day. The girl tries to act natural so that the visitor doesn't misunderstand. The man asks if Ethel can recommend a drink to go with the meal. The girl suggests various cocktails that would go well with the turkey broth. During this process, the knight watches her very closely. With a charming smile, Ethel asks him to wait a moment and goes to the kitchen. During a break in the work, a woman from the kitchen asks the heroine if she already knows about the knight who fell in love with her. It was enough for him to see the girl's face just once, and he started to come and look at her everywhere. Or even when Ethel simply took the order and turned away, the knight still continued to watch. The heroine asks if there was something else besides the stairs, but gets a negative answer. The older woman is convinced that he will definitely come back. A man enters the kitchen and says that he only left for a minute, but they have already started dating under his nose. Ethel convinces Uncle Hans that there is nothing between them. The aunt, hugging the heroine, says that time flies very quickly. These people found the girl when she was very young and offered to stay together. Then, bursting into tears, Ethel realized that this was her real family and her real home, which she definitely did not want to lose. Riding in a carriage, the knight talks to a man. He says that the heroine looks like the second princess, but he is not sure. The only similarities are brown hair and brown eyes, and this is a very common type of appearance. In addition, there is a lot of fake information out there. The companion asks if His Majesty is sure that Princess Stella is still alive. The aristocrat's eyes immediately darken after hearing this. At first, everyone thought that there had been another attempt to assassinate the imperial family, but it turned out not to be so. Even after the latest events of the coup, signs of new disasters continued to appear. People hoped that the princess, blessed by the stars, had survived. But no one knew the truth. Most were inclined to believe that she had died. Otherwise, there was no other way to explain why all the stars had disappeared over the palace. Sitting in her room, the heroine was reading a book when she suddenly heard a voice calling her her child. She looked out the window, and a stranger told her that everyone was looking for her. Stella has to go and get back what belongs to her. The girl is not sure if she really belongs where she was before. As a child, her father often yelled at the heroine. He called her useless because his daughter didn't even show her face. No one ever came to her aid. One day she was ordered to serve Karen. There is only one possible way to get the same respect as her sister. You need to hear and understand the stars. From that moment on, Stella forgot her name and ceased to exist. If only the stars had allowed her to hear their voices earlier, everything could have been completely different. Closing the window, the girl convinces herself that she is now Ethel, who will never return to the palace. After all, her home is only here. At breakfast, Daisy asks her sister if there is a sequel to the story of the princess who was an ugly duckling. The heroine replies that it is not interesting at all, but the child objects. Once upon a time, there lived a king, a queen, a sister, and a brother, along with an ordinary ugly princess goose. The princess goose always received a lot of hate. It has been said before that there was nothing special about the poor thing's birth. And then one day, the ugly princess met a special goose. He was the bravest swordsman in the kingdom. He was also a very nice goose, and sometimes gave the heroine apples, smiling awkwardly. The two geese became fast friends. But one day, the brave swordsman stopped coming. Daisy was shocked by this news, but Ethel could not continue the story. Her mother came into the room and asked her to go downstairs as soon as possible. When she reached the stairs, she was horrified to see the knight from yesterday. Calming down, the heroine asked why he was here. The man said that he would like to buy 2 bottles of a drink that he had recently been advised. The woman interrupts the young man and asks for permission to bring them herself, as she is going to the warehouse anyway. The knight apologizes for distracting Ethel during the break. The girl notices that this stranger is quite handsome. Seeing the guest's interested gaze on her, the heroine replies that it's okay, because it's time to prepare dinner. The knight asks for the name of the employee. Ethel introduces herself and wants to know the visitor's name. It turns out that the man's name is Clyde, which is a rather rare name. The heroine is surprised to realize that even the swordsman's name is similar to her ghost from the past. The knight asks her how she knew his name. It is indeed not very common among aristocrats, but information about it is not available to ordinary people. Ethel is shocked. She apologizes because the visitor's name seemed rather unusual to her. The girl makes an excuse that this is the first time she has heard of its prevalence among aristocrats. The man is told that they have to hurry. The heroine realizes that this gentleman is actually a duke, who could not possibly be a commoner. Clyde gives the girl a coin for her service, but their fingers touch, and she abruptly flies back. Ethel decided that this reaction was rather strange and counted the coins. The heroine noted that the visitor had given more than the required amount. The Duke explained that it was a payment for Ethel's good advice and repeated her name again, as if tasting it. At Belwit's palace, the knight is already being greeted by servants. Clyde's assistant notes that the meeting time has long since passed. They have kept the guest waiting, so the host should at least try to smile a little as an apology. He used to do that quite well before. Therefore, the servant does not understand why some stranger from the tavern could set the Duke off. The aristocrat stops abruptly and tells Peter Gilworth that he talks too much. The assistant swears that he will be more attentive. As soon as they enter the chambers, the first princess runs into Clyde and explains that she missed his lordship. They sit together in the garden, and the girl says that the emperor hopes they will get married soon. Peter confirms that all the soldiers and servants are waiting for the new lady to arrive. Clyde, silent, asks if he was summoned today just for that. The second princess sees that her husband is in a bad mood and wants to find out why. She apologizes for disturbing her future husband on a difficult day. The Duke does not appreciate these words and gets up and leaves. Finally, the princess says that he is the best candidate for the prince. All members of the imperial family think so. Clyde is tired of hearing this, so he simply says goodbye. Peter comes to Her Majesty and says that he has important news. Recently, the Duke has become interested in a woman. These words irritate the princess. Sitting in his chambers, the Duke is drinking a drink and looking at his father's portrait. This man has always been a beast in his eyes, never allowing anything to be done in his house, and now his son has become a candidate for the prince. Clyde single-handedly destroyed his father, but he never needed the title. The higher powers ordered the Duke not to harm the second princess. To this day, she is still his star. Lying in bed, Stella can't stop thinking about the situation that happened at her inn today. So much time has passed, and Clyde's name is still with her. He is the only man who cared about her suffering. Karen comes to see her brother, who is looking at the announcement about Stella. He wonders how she looks now, no matter how much time has passed. The sister notes that the boyfriend has been thinking about her too much lately. The sun worshipper feels as if he did a terrible thing, because he should have stopped then. If he had, they would have found their sister by now, and they would never have been separated again. Karen convinces him that everything was done for the sake of the empire. The existence of the younger princess had to be hidden. Otherwise, the entire imperial family would still be ridiculed because of this insignificant person. The prince is sure that Stella is still their younger sister, but Karen interrupts him. Even if his brother continues to blame himself, it won't change anything, so he should stop. He's too boring for a girl. Sitting outside, Ethel remembers that the portrait of the imperial family also includes Her Majesty's personal maid, and this is a special occasion. The princess once said that she was very attached to this maid. Wherever Karen went, she took her with her. But for those who contemplated this painting, it always seems strange that a maid was so exalted. She is like a sparrow caught in the rain, or a parasite among flowers. Daisy comes to her sister and says that she is sleepy. She lies down on Ethel and admires the stars, as they look like little rays of the sun. The heroine explains that the stars are also called the tears of the sky. When her sister asks why, the girl explains that the stars are not as important as the scorching sun or the shining moon. Daisy, yawning, says that if there were no celestial bodies, the travelers would not be able to find their way. Holding her sister, who was already falling asleep, the heroine thinks that the stars are not so important. She recalls an incident from her childhood when her mother wanted to send her far away to another country, and now, probably, nothing would have changed. Karen sits in her room and thinks about what Peter has told her. There are rumors that the Duke is looking for someone every day. She tells her maids that she is going to see Viscount Evandores. A young man is playing table billiards to the delightful cries of the ladies. He is a little embarrassed by the audience's strong reaction. Suddenly, Jason is called by the second princess and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Now, the girl is talking to the wealthiest man in the empire, who is the love of all the ladies. He is a natural genius, the best man in the kingdom, who skillfully uses beautiful words. But the Viscount is a liar, and his tolerance and sincere smile are just a fake. This is the real Jason Evandores that Karen knows. The second princess talks about a maid who works at the inn who looks very much like Stella. The Viscount is convinced that a portrait published in the press does not have to be perfectly similar to the original. The princess is sure she knows the truth. Jason continues to question who told her about it. Karen slyly says that her future husband sent her this information. The Viscount is a little surprised, but still waits for her to tell him. He wants to know what the first princess is up to. The girl wants to use an understudy. She is tired of watching the family constantly looking for a person who has already died. If the Duke could find someone so similar to the invented portrait, then he could use it. If the fake can become the real ceiling, then the search will stop. Jason asks if the princess wants him to help her. With a nasty smile, she says that they have no other choice, and it's all for the sake of the family. Once the fake is in the palace, the Viscount has to make sure she trusts him completely. He is good at this, so Karen wants to ask him to make her an obedient puppet. Jason explains that he does not steal women's hearts. The princess recalls that he has never been noble. After these words, the Viscount advises Karen to be careful what she says, because now they are closely connected. Jason says that the fallen imperial family and the Evandors are now on the same level, and the girl begins to get angry because everything in this world is decided by money. Seeing her irritation, the man swears that he will do everything right. Ethel was taking out a jar from the top shelf when she heard someone addressing her and offering to help. The jar fell to the floor and broke out of surprise. The man standing behind her introduced himself as Jason Evandors, but his friends often call him just Jay. The heroine was surprised to notice that he was an aristocrat because he was dressed very luxuriously. The visitor extended a helping hand to Ethel. Jason asks what the name of the beautiful stranger is, and the heroine tells him her new name, wishing she could tell him her real name. The Viscount asks her not to be afraid because he is a good man. Ethel is familiar with this smile that looks like a mask. Jay confesses that he is here because of one request. He asks if the girl has heard about the second missing princess. He has a good offer, although the maid is worth more than that. Hearing this, Ethel begins to back away from the guest in fear and injures her leg on a piece of glass from a jar. Jason flies to the injured woman and takes her in his arms. The man asks if there is a doctor nearby, while the girl begs him to let her go. The aristocrat bandages the heroine's wounds on his own and says that the cuts are not deep. He has provided first aid, and Ethel only has to take care of herself in the coming days and not to overstrain her legs. The girl awkwardly thanks him, and Jason sits down next to her. If the heroine is truly noble, he can ask her for one favor in return. The maid apologizes because she is simply not an educated commoner, so she cannot help. The man informs her that she must first keep her mouth shut. Seeing Ethel's reaction to his words, the aristocrat realizes that she is quick to grasp everything. It seems that Karen was very wrong about her mental abilities. Sitting on the swing next to Daisy, who is drawing a chicken in the sand, the girl thinks about what the visitor said today. Jason told her about the first princess's plan and that Stella didn't have any star-related abilities, so there would be no problems. Daisy interrupts her sister's thoughts and asks how the story of the Princess Goose ended. Ethel has told it every time before bedtime, but the child still hasn't learned the ending. Sitting down next to her sister, the heroine continues the story. Gradually, the painful memories of the palace were forgotten. After a while, the princess decided to look at her reflection in the mirror and was very surprised. There was no ugly goose in it, but only an incredible beauty. Since she saw her own appearance in the mirror, she immediately fell in love with herself. Daisy says it would be more interesting if there was a secret to her birth. Ethel is convinced that she was born happy anyway. At this point, the heroine recalls the Viscount's words about her future, because she will not have to stay in the palace for long. The girl is shocked to hear that Duke Clyde Thornhill will become her husband. As soon as Ethel is about to refuse, Jason reminds her that Princess Karen cares about her family. But he is not so sure about the maid. She should think carefully and make the right choice. When Stella was cleaning the inn, the first princess of this country came in. The girl realizes that her sister wants to find out who she really is. Taking the maid's hand, the princess says that she has come to meet Ethel. Karen asks where this girl she is looking for is now. Stella sharply wipes her hand from hers and explains that someone as important as a princess should not touch a simple person like her. The heroine realized that her sister did not recognize her. Karen reminds her that the country rests on the shoulders of such ordinary people. As a princess, she realized that she had to pay attention to her people. The knights who accompanied the aristocrat immediately began to discuss her kindness. Because of her beautiful smile and warm voice, it is quite natural to look at Karen with the same eyes as men. However, her sister has not changed at all. The princess asks if there is a hotel in the area. Ethel says no, but offers to talk in her room, as it is quite quiet. It's a little shabby, but that doesn't bother Her Highness. These words send a shadow across Karen's face. Entering the heroine's room, the princess puts a handkerchief on her bed before sitting down. The woman believes that the maid already knows the purpose of her visit. Taking the girl's hand and shedding a tear, Karen assures her that Ethel is her last hope. After the disappearance of her sister, the entire royal family has been left in peace and is suffering greatly. The heroine takes her hand away again and explains that she is only a maid who cannot pretend to be a noble lady. The princess asks her to pretend that she doesn't remember anything about her childhood. In addition, since Stella has lived outside the palace for so many years, it will not be surprising that she will not behave like a noble lady. Ethel argues that she can't do that, because the other princess might still be alive. Coming closer to her sister and taking her by the face, Karen explains that because of this child, no one in the palace can let go of the past, even though she loves very much. The princess begs everyone to forget Stella. These words overwhelm the girl with anger. The real her had no rights, so the heroine was told that she was a fake. And now this fake is being asked to play the role of a princess so that everyone will forget about Stella. Is it possible that she was ever a person to them? Ethel asks if Karen ever loved her sister, and she is surprised to confirm. In this case, the heroine is convinced that the princess cannot say such things about her. Stealing someone else's identity is no joke. The princess says that she knows for a fact that her sister is dead, but the maid does not need to ask how she knows. Seeing the woman's angry reaction, the heroine apologizes if she has offended her in any way. It's just that right now she's worried about having to leave her family, and that's why her heart is so heavy. Just as Karen loves her family, the heroine puts her heart and soul into hers. So she begs the princess not to take away this part of her happiness. The maid does not want to live like Princess Stella, because now she has nothing more important than her family. Ethel kneels down and asks Her Majesty to leave. She has only one dream: to live the rest of her life in this house. Returning to the window, Karen suggests that instead of this bench, they build a bench that has been watched by the courtyard, or a new store. It all depends on the choice of the frightened heroine. If she does something wrong, this house will be demolished. And who knows when Ethel's family will suddenly disappear. The maid may be angry with the princess now, but she has no other choice. Besides, becoming Stella will be the best solution. Karen gives the girl a week to think about it. Ethel, returning to the princess, says that she still has no choice. If an aristocrat offers this while holding a knife to her throat, it is not yet known which of them is weaker. It seems that Karen said something about how everyone in the palace misses the second princess. If this is true, then this is not the way to act, for the sake of your beloved sister. The furious aristocrat realizes that the maid is really worried about Stella. Her dear sister will thank Ethel from heaven for this. The girl is being too presumptuous. As the woman said before, if Ethel does this, she will be very useful to her. That's why she could become the second princess, even if Karen was not disgusted by it. The aristocrat asks who the heroine is going to be rude to now. Is her plebeian family so insignificant that they can't even distinguish right from wrong? The heroine hopes that the princess is noble, so she can understand these peasants. These words make Karen even more angry. Ethel notes that the first princess she remembers was generous, caring, and very modest, and the woman in front of her is completely different. The girl asks if the woman doesn't want everyone to know about it. Having said that, she jumps up and asks if they're going to take a carriage. The maid also adds that she prefers the hotel to the fertilizer store. Karen grabs Ethel's arm and twists it violently. The girl falls to the floor and complains that her arm, which was twisted by Her Majesty, hurts very much. The guards are watching this scene, so the aristocrat was forced to let the heroine out. She is leaving, because today, they will end here. The imperial house, lost in its fantasies. In order to get rid of envy, Karen hid behind the mask of a hypocrite. Ethel doesn't want to fall victim to this next remorse. She will go and destroy Stella, whom everyone is looking for. The Duke is sitting at his desk when Peter comes to him and informs him that the second princess has returned to the palace. This news is incredibly shocking to Clyde. The assistant sees his reaction and asks if the master will go to the palace. The Duke says that now is not the time. Peter is surprised by this answer, so he assumes that it's all because of the lady from the inn, but the man doesn't say anything. The assistant is shocked that the owner would give his heart to someone like her. Kydal notes that Peter is too loud and talks too much for his status. Meanwhile, Ethel has already arrived at the palace where she is met by the Emperor and Empress. Alexander asks what the second princess can tell them, but his wife informs him that the girl has lost her memory. The man says that if the heroine doesn't remember anything and can't send a star into the sky, then how can he believe that the girl in front of him is the real Stella? Ethel is silent, looking down at the floor. Karen apologizes, because maybe she was in a hurry. The woman excuses herself, saying that it was because she misses her sister so much and hopes she will return soon. The Empress says that her daughter has made a lot of futile efforts. Alexander shouts that he has ordered the search for the second princess to stop. His wife raises her voice in response and explains that it was the Emperor who initiated the search and who brought the curse on the palace. The Lord is convinced that his daughter is dead. While Karen is enjoying her win, Ethel wonders where the portrait of the imperial family is now, because it is the only thing that has her on it. After that, every time the artist came, she was sent away on different errands. It would be a real miracle if the same portrait was still hanging here. The entire imperial family is shocked by these words. Joseph asks his sister if Ethel has really lost her memory. Meanwhile, the heroine turns to her father. The daughter asks His Majesty if his arm, which was injured by a bear while hunting deer, still hurts. She also asks how her mother's insomnia is, because she used to seek help from the court doctors, but it was all in vain. The Lord jumps up from his seat and asks if it was Karen who told this girl everything. Suddenly, the heroine begins to say that she is just a decoy so that the real younger princess will be safe. These words make Alexander convinced of the truth. Returning to the first princess, Stella says that she and her sister have not seen each other for a long time. All the members of the imperial family still can't come to their senses. The heroine finally says firmly that she is back. The Viscount was playing darts in his office when a servant announced that the second princess had returned, which makes the atmosphere very festive. The people want to see Stella return the stars to the sky, so everyone gathers in the capital. Jason offers his assistant a small bet. He bets the diamonds of the Sutherland lands that this girl will not be able to do anything. The servant decides to keep quiet, because all his bets usually win. This makes the Viscount bored. The assistant explains that he refused to play with the master, but that the players in the casino will definitely show interest, because no one will give up diamonds. The young owner happily jumps up and down. He doesn't know how the girl managed to deceive the imperial family, but the heavens cannot be deceived by the heroine. He clenches his fists, thinking about how much money he can win today. At the palace, the second princess has already been cleaned up. The maids are discussing the elegant jewelry she is wearing, which makes Stella shine better than the sun. She wants to be alone, so she sends the maids away. Karen is sitting in her room when she hears the sound of an open door. She thinks it's her brother, so she sends him away without even opening her eyes. When no one answers, the princess turns around and sees her sister. The girl has one question. Karen does not want to listen to her and orders her to get out. To be honest, the heroine was also wondering if her sister really did such a disgusting thing just because she couldn't bear to see her family suffer. It seems that this is not the case. After all, if it were true, a fake with no memory and no abilities would definitely not have been suitable for the role. That's why Karen chose Ethel, to get rid of the real princess completely. She had to show the fake to everyone again and again in order to make them let go of all their suffering. Fortunately, the heroine managed to deceive everyone, and the honor of the real princess would have been trampled on because of the worthless substitute, who is a commoner. But it is still good for the imperial family that they managed to lie. The sister explodes at the words of this impudent girl. Stella comes closer and asks if she should be told about how the first princess threatens people. Karen says that the only person she threatened was that commoner. She's a nobody, so even her death wouldn't mean anything. Ethel asks if the woman will say the same thing when asked why she did this to her sister. The girl notices her sister's confusion and regrets it, because she has just started all the fun. Karen sees that the heroine has grown a lot, but no one will believe her words anyway. No one will listen to a girl who used to be a commoner. The woman explains that even if her sister has her own people here, everyone in the palace still hates her. The heroine confirms that there really are no people in the palace. However, there are many people who know the first princess well. For them, she is perfect, graceful, and worthy of Karen Idolante. She also reminds them of the contract they recently signed. It contains her life and the life of the family in which Stella spent a lot of time. Outraged, Karen flies up from her seat. Ethel explains that she had shown herself to her security on purpose. So now even those closest to her will know that she is pretending. The heroine repeats that she knows the weaknesses of the first princess. The girl watches as her sister nervously clutches the train of her dress. For her, it's just a great reaction. Stella wonders if the princess wants to save her terrible reputation. She wonders why she decided to choose a man for her missing sister. Karen explains that the Duke himself requested it, in exchange for help in restoring the influence of the second princess. The girl is surprised by this information. The woman says that there is nothing more to be gained from the slave who was Joseph's fencing partner as a child. The heroine is stunned by this information, but her sister does not let her recover. She reminds Stella that it's time to get ready, because the sun will set in 5 hours. Karen is convinced that the imposter will not be able to summon the stars. That's how she will answer for her rudeness. Turning around, Ethel says that they will see everything. Now the girl knows for sure that the knight was the hero of the empire, Duke Clyde Thornhill, who saved her childhood. As the heroine approaches the chambers, she hears 2 maids talking. It turns out that there are rumors that the owner of the so-called spades has placed a large sum of money on the princess. Ethel wanted to know more about it. The maids told her that the owner of the club was betting on her, namely the Diamonds of Sutherland. The girl takes a carriage and arrives at a private meeting of Viscount Jason Evandores, where everyone is having a good time. It seems that the heroine guesses how Karen and Jason developed a friendly relationship. The royal treasury instantly lost weight, but such establishments are in their heyday. Jason provides for the imperial family, and they turn a blind eye to his behavior. A concierge runs up to Madame and says he will show her out. Stella does not listen to the man and quickly heads to the tent behind him. Here, people can make a bet for a round sum. Ethel asks what the rates are now. The accountant explains that if she bets 1 billion, she can get diamonds. Without even thinking, Ethel writes a check in her favor. Her husband advises her to think again, because it's a lot of money. Behind her, men whisper, thinking that this visitor is crazy. The girl says that she has changed her mind. The man thought he had convinced her, but when he saw the check for 10 billion, he almost went crazy. Ethel explains that she has heard that this club is one of the best empires, but looking at the attitude of the guest of honor, it is not at all. The man quickly bows and apologizes, handing her a magic instrument with a bet. Clyde is practicing on the field and recalls how he helped the imperial family regain the throne. Then he handed Alexander a crown smeared with blood and received his gratitude. After that, the knight could wish for anything he wanted. However, all his life, the man wanted only one thing: to be given Princess Stella, the star of the empire. Now the Duke realizes that he is afraid of something and keeps thinking about that strange commoner from the inn. Tonight, everything must be resolved. When Ethel returned to the palace, her mother immediately attacked her. The woman hugged her daughter and explained that she was afraid that she would run away again because she had only asked for a blank check. The heroine realizes that she is remembered only from this side. The maids are touched by this scene. The girl coldly replies to her mother that she has already returned. This is the most paradoxical thing she could ever say to her. The woman hurries her daughter because everyone has been waiting for them for a long time. She wonders if Stella could not bring back the stars, what kind of face her loving mother would have. The imperial family goes out onto the balcony, where thousands of locals have gathered to greet the Princess of the Stars. Joseph tells his sister that she will succeed, so she should not be afraid. These words do not touch the heroine's soul because she does not want to live up to her family's expectations. The stars are calling her, and the girl realizes that she is just their child. And despite the fact that Stella is back, she will not be what they want her to be. The heroine will use her status to protect the people on behalf of Ethel. The girl causes a star stream to swirl into the sky. No one can believe it, but thousands of stellar bodies appear in the sky above the palace. The inhabitants of the settlement joyfully exclaim that the Princess of the Stars has finally returned to protect the Empire and glorify her. Stella began to cry at the thought of finally returning home as a full-fledged ruler. Joyful tears flowed down her cheeks as she looked at the glow of 1,000 little lights. The Duke watched this performance and could not take his eyes off the princess. Stella sits in front of Jason and shows him her stamp from the check. Now the heroine is very amused by the fact that Viscount Evandors is the richest businessman in the Empire, or even the entire continent. Half of his earnings came from diamonds. She watches as her husband reads all the documents and tries to catch up with him a little bit because she wants to collect her winnings as soon as possible. Jason says that it's just a scam because the girl bet herself on the money. Ethel didn't think she would hear this from someone who agreed to bet knowing it was all fake. Stella was made a scapegoat without her consent. If the man doesn't give everything honestly, she will solve the case at the imperial level. Jason says that the girl probably doesn't know why this place has stayed afloat for so long. The heroine admits that it was Karen who supported him, not her. Most of all, people want to get a club that deceives even the self-princess. Stella tries to explain in more detail that the Viscount owes her money. This man is Karen's personal dog. He has always been the last person the heroine wanted to have anything to do with, but this is a good chance to get even with the Evanders. Stella must take advantage of it to build up her strength. She offers to compromise, because instead of the minerals themselves, the Viscount can pay an amount equal to their value. However, the girl will lose money if she receives money in this way. Jason wonders what his rival wants. The girl demands the entire value of the minerals and 40% of the monthly profit, which seems too much for a man. Then the heroine considers the option of taking the minerals without any residue. The opponents continue to argue with each other, and the Viscount offers an easy solution to the problem. He provides 20% and asks for an hour of Her Majesty's time. The girl agrees and assures him that she will invest the winnings in the club. The other half will be invested in the business, and the rest must go to the people who lost their money. Jason offers to create this fund on behalf of the princess, and she agrees. Ethel assures her that her husband is a businessman, so it is important for him where to invest. Also, since the time of their ancestors, Sutherland has belonged to the Evanders. Stella doesn't think the fossils will ever be destroyed, even as a symbol of a bygone era. Jason confirms her words and says that he admires the intelligence of his rival. Therefore, the girl hopes that the man will take good care of the fossils and fill her pockets using all his knowledge. The Viscount agrees and gives the princess a contract to sign, which will come into force immediately. The girl adds one small detail, however, that this time she went to the negotiations by her own consent, which means she was forced to back out. Evandors must be grateful this time, and the next time they meet, the man must pay his respects to the victor. Standing in his chambers, Alexander finally feels the manic feeling of the rebirth of his empire. Stella has finally been transformed from an ugly duckling into a second princess. If he had found her abilities earlier, he would have been able to restrain the people 10 years ago. Then the emperor would not have been in debt to the duke. His dark thoughts are dispelled by the arrival of Karen, who is immediately ordered by her father to sit down. The girl guesses that her father called her here because of her sister. The eldest princess admits that she made a mistake because she shouldn't have found her so early, but who knew that Stella would be right under his nose? If the emperor wants to thank her, he shouldn't, because it was done only from the bottom of his heart. Alexander wonders where exactly his daughter was able to find the second princess. He must repay the people who cared about Stella with money, status, and land, as he had promised before. Karen lies about finding her sister on the street. Taking her father's hand, the princess advises him not to dwell on it. Their sister is back, and that's the most important thing right now. The man takes the brush and walks away. Now Karen understands the essence of this liquid feeling of abandonment. She doesn't want Stella to feel the same way. After all, she still has Jason Evandor's. All she has to do is tell the Viscount and he will take care of everything. The next day, Jason comes to the second princess and, smiling, thanks her for giving him such precious time. He sincerely apologizes for his past misdeeds. When asked if the princess will forgive him, the woman just sits there and remains silent. Seeing a cup on the table, the Viscount offers to try the highest grade of tea, but Ethel does not want to. The man comes closer and takes a drink from the vessel to show that there is no poison in it. Now the heroine is his special client, and he is a good businessman who is not so stupid as to harm the mistress of the stars, the favorite of the imperial family, and the whole nation. Stella cannot be sure of anything, so she is on her guard. Jason can tell by the look on her face that she is counting down the minutes until the end of their meeting and still hates him. Ethel finds it funny, because then the man looked at her with a look full of menace. For him, adopting a friendly expression is like flipping a mask. Stella asks how much his contract with Karen is worth. Only 1 day has passed, and the Viscount has become a different person, so she wants to know the price. Jason is silent because he has nothing to say. The heroine assures him that she has to be careful with those who blow their cover so easily. Ethel has heard that Jason keeps the largest mercenary army in the Empire. The man confirms this information, and the girl says that protection is very important. The Viscount asks if she is doing everything for the sake of her temporary family, and whether her real family knows about it. The heroine should protect those relatives who deserve it. Evandor's orders the maid to bring more tea. The tension between the interlocutors only grows. As soon as the girl says something provocative, everything will be revealed. Stella asks if Jason is going to manipulate her, knowing her main weakness. The man, sipping tea, believes that this can never happen. The aristocrat assures him that if he dares to lay a finger on her family, he will lose a special client, the trust of the people, and the Evandor's title forever, and she will personally take care of it. Jason bows and says he should have kept quiet. The man asks how he is supposed to deliver the mercenaries. The girl only needs 3 skilled people who can handle the household chores. The same day, 3 big men come to the inn to apply for a job. The aunt tells the man that these young men have come to work only for food and a roof over their heads, so they are incredibly lucky because they are completely short of hands. The mercenaries begin to assure him that they are perfect for the jobs and that everyone will be able to do what they love. Uncle Hans does not trust them very much. The leader of the gang explains that the younger man is good at chopping wood and cutting meat. To confirm the older man's words, the mercenary takes a tree from his master's hands and quickly chops it down. Hans advises them to go to the bodyguard instead of staying in their inn. The third man stammers that the princess pays them well. Before he can finish speaking, the main man steps on his foot and says that there are things more important than good money. He has dreamed of working in an inn since childhood. The aunt is already holding hands and is happy, because it is a wonderful dream, and they should support them. The boss asks the new owner to take care of them. Daisy arrives from the second floor and asks who these people are. One of the men offers to take the girl for a ride on his neck, and she quickly agrees. Uncle Hans can't hold anyone back. A new guest enters the inn, and the whole company welcomes him. Daisy notices that it is the same handsome knight who visited Ethel. The guest looks around the inn with curiosity, as if looking for something. The aunt asks him, bowing, for what purpose such a distinguished gentleman has visited them. The man asks directly where their daughter is now, but she has simply left. She left behind only a note saying that she would explain everything later and not to worry about her. Clyde asks if the parents have any idea where the heroine might have gone. The aunt denies it. The woman asks why the Duke is looking for her. Perhaps something has already happened. The aristocrat does not answer and leaves the inn. This anxiety in his soul is like magma before an eruption. He will go crazy if he doesn't get Ethel back. The man is already thinking about taking the sword out of its hiding place. If he starts waving it around like a madman, maybe someone will finally tell him where his future wife is. But Clyde is too afraid to hear the truth. The answer is right under his nose. He just needs to have the courage, because the Duke is walking around and can't bring himself to do it. If Ethel really turns out to be not Stella, then something terrible can happen. The aristocrat gets into the carriage and orders Peter to take him to the palace. In Karen's room, a maid comes to tell her that the first princess was at a meeting with Jason. And it was not just a reception, because the Viscount invited her to the living room and even treated her to tea. Her Majesty explains that this is not surprising, because her husband treats everyone like this. The maid adds that Evandor's also ordered his guest to be escorted to her carriage. These words make her mistress frown. After all, this impudent gentleman, who is always telling her what to do and how to do it, wants to drive Karen away as soon as possible. The woman realizes that her only ally has betrayed her. The princess turns to the maid as if nothing had happened and pats her on the head, thanking her. She confuses the names of the maids, but the naive girl is still grateful to her mistress. She says that she wanted to be as graceful and noble as Karen. The princess leaves, leaving behind the impression of the most tolerant and kind aristocrat. Ethel writes a letter to her parents asking how they are doing. It is the time when the sun shines brightest in the inn. She misses that warmth. With each new day, the girl realizes more and more the importance of this place for her. The heroine sees a shadow behind her and hides the letter under the table. Turning sharply, Stella sees a frightened maid who just wanted to ask how her mistress was feeling because she looked very upset. The woman explains that she was just thinking about something. This maid is probably the same age as Daisy. She is still very young and fragile, but she still has to be careful. Karen flies to the second princess's chambers, so the mistress dismisses the maid. Her Majesty orders her sister to sit closer and offer her tea, as is done with all guests. Stella notes that this is clearly not why the aristocrat is here. Karen says that a princess doesn't like to talk like that, but Ethel objects, because she has only recently arrived at the palace, and a kind and sincere princess like her sister simply has to forgive. These words make the blonde angry. Karen announces that she has told her parents that Stella has been living on the streets all along. By doing so, she allegedly took care of her sister's family, because it is not known whether their father rewarded or punished them. In other words, the woman simply does not want to let go of this trump card. The first princess says menacingly that Ethel is wrong to accept the good deeds of other people, and a princess should not have such a character trait. The heroine does not need a good attitude, so she will just go to her father and tell him everything. Karen rushes after Stella and grabs her hand. Looking at her sister with contempt, the girl asks why she is so brazenly lying about her kindness. The blonde girl asks if Ethel really wants her father to find out about everything, because he hasn't even sent her a single letter to her previous family. The brown-haired woman pulls out her hand and explains that her presence here is necessary. The imperial family will do anything to keep their daughter. That is why this information was hidden, because it is really important. For Karen, this is just a good excuse. She doesn't believe that as soon as her sister returned to the palace, she forgot to write a letter to her old family because of the good life. In fact, Stella misses them. However, Karen will never be able to understand this feeling. A maid enters the room and informs her that the Duke is waiting for her, so Ethel leaves her evil sister alone. The first princess is followed by servants, but she stops abruptly and orders everyone to stay put. It feels like an errand that you keep putting on the back burner. The girl doesn't understand what Clyde's intentions really are. Since childhood, the Duke has been called a disgrace to the family and a maid's child, but these words no longer mean anything to him. He wielded his sword like a crazy boy because it was the only thing he was good at. Clyde was considered a slave, and he lived like the last animal, and then he was sold for a high price to the palace, where the slave began to serve the royal knights. He was lucky and began to teach Prince Joseph the art of the sword. When the slave was first seated at the table with the children of the imperial family to be fed, Karen called him a pig because he ate without stopping. At the time, the future Duke was not offended. If there is a person whom everyone loves for no reason, it is the one whom they hate. Over time, it went beyond that. During one of the training sessions, Clyde wounded Prince Joseph, and his sister immediately ordered him to tie up the slave to take his life later. At that moment, the boy thought only that it would finally be over. But suddenly he was shadowed by a girl who begged him to let the innocent man go. For the Duke, it was a miracle he had never seen before. Karen attacked the stranger, shouting that she could not defend this attacker. The girl, not listening to the princess, turned to her brother and asked him to spare the fencer. Obviously, the guy just missed, and it was not on purpose. Joseph ordered his colleague to explain himself, and Clyde told him what had happened. The slave said that he was looking at the princess. Karen asks if he was struck by her beauty, and the guy denies it. However, Stella quickly resolves the situation and says that, most likely, the boy was fascinated by her beauty, so he was distracted. And because of this, he injured his brother's hand. The princess is considered an important reason and asks Joseph what they will do. The prince says that they will just let Clyde go because there was no poison on the blade. When the slave was released, Ethel became the only star in the whole world for him. He could not take his eyes off the girl from the tavern because she looked so much like Stella. When a man looks at her, his heart beats like crazy and he loses his mind. It is still beating even after the second princess returned. The heroine also recalled this event 10 years ago. Back then, the guy, after being released, addressed Her Majesty. The girl asked him not to call her that, because she was just a decoy needed to protect the real princess, Karen's maid. This is how it should be with such weak people as the heroine. At that moment, even Stella was ashamed of herself. The boyfriend sincerely said that she was wonderful, and that was more than enough, so there was no need to be upset. He was the first one who began to appreciate the second princess. He was also the man hero who restored the imperial regime. Standing in front of the door behind which the Duke stands, the girl wants to enter without showing any emotion. When the heroine enters the reception room, the Duke is shocked. He looks at the princess and cannot believe his happiness. The woman worships her husband and asks why he was looking for her. Clyde silently approaches and hugs Stella with all his might. The girl does not understand what is happening, but tears flow from the Duke's eyes that he cannot stop. With his shaking hands, the boy tries to touch the princess's hair. He keeps calling her name. 6 years ago, a young man nicknamed the Monster first appeared. He was a bloodthirsty monster who defeated the nobles and became a hero. God ordered him to protect the imperial family. The debate about whether this really happened in reality continues to this day. He became a hope for slaves and oppressed people, and later he was awarded the title of national hero. The man restored the palace and even brought the heroine here. I always wondered who the girl's opponent was, and it turned out to be an old good friend. Patting Clyde on the back, Stella asks him not to cry. The princess is afraid of the Duke because he knows all her personalities and can tell her father unnecessary information. Even so, the heroine trembles, but hugs her husband because she is incredibly happy to see him. The Duke is the only one who was there for her in her childhood. He has not forgotten her and has found her again. The Empress is informed that Thornhill has met with Princess Stella. They are both in the living room now. The woman tells Furwax that she had a strange dream today. She remembered the day Stella left, and it hadn't happened for a long time. The maid is sure that this is possible because they have not seen each other for 10 years. Now the Empress shouldn't worry, because the second princess is back. The family has earned the mercy of heaven, which will soon extend to the entire palace. The imperial family cherishes the princess so much that they have given her a private secret palace for safety. This is true, but the Empress still does not believe it. The voice in her head tells her that the woman deliberately abandoned her daughter, hoping that she would die immediately. If the Empress could not get rid of her, she would have destroyed Stella herself. If all this truth came out, everyone would hate the ruling family. A mother who abandons her own child must be cursed for the rest of her life. The woman begins to feel feverish and falls into her own thoughts, from which she is brought out by a maid. The maid thinks that after a long time the Empress has finally met her daughter, so she is now in emotional stress. All the workers know that the Empress hid the younger princess in a separate palace only to protect her. The woman is insane to think that this is true, because everyone thinks so. The Empress orders Mrs. Fairwax to go with her to the drawing room to meet her beloved child. The Empress decides that she must protect her daughter from this monster anyway. Clyde and Ethel are sitting at the table. To break up some awkwardness, the man asks if the girl still plays the piano like she used to. The heroine explains that this instrument is a common thing in the house, even for a person not from a noble family. Stella thinks that he is staring so intently that he will soon punch a hole in it. She thought that when they met again, there would be a lot of talk. But now Ethel doesn't even know where to start. The man, smiling, tells her that he also has a piano in his estate, but he has no talent at all. This instrument belongs to someone dear to him. The girl wonders who it was intended for. The heroine recalls that the Duke wanted to marry her. Clyde immediately spits out all the tea and apologizes. He blushes and gets up from the table. The man says that he has already received her parents' blessing, but has not asked Stella herself. Clyde kneels down and takes out a case of rings from his pants. The Duke admits that he has been waiting for this day all his life. He wonders if the girl will accept this ring and allow him to become her personal knight. The girl sees his hands shaking and reaches out in response. At this moment, the Empress enters the room and sees the painting. Clyde, looking down at the floor, stands up and puts the ring back. The woman says that more than 10 years have passed and they have been far from each other, and her husband wants to take his daughter now. The Empress asks how a mother can do this to her child. The Duke must understand that Stella will miss her family. She needs to spend at least a little time with her parents. The girl does not listen to her words and, approaching the man, wants to go with him. The heroine believes that this will not be the worst option. She will never be able to become Ethel anyway. And even if the Duke separates her from her family, it will still be better than those who once dared to abandon their child. Clyde is shocked by the girl's actions. The girl explains to her mother that she came here because she was tired of being constantly followed. The Empress told everyone that her daughter had disappeared, but that never happened. Her mother simply abandoned her. These words make the Duke think. The Empress grabs her daughter's hand and apologizes to her. Stella is scared because her hands are so warm and pleasant. She is afraid that she will be able to forgive her mother. But it's too late. The girl doesn't need her forgiveness, so the woman has to let her daughter go. Having abandoned the child once, the Empress should have been prepared for her to be punished for her sins. Stella grabs the Duke's hand and leads him to a place where they can return to their previous conversation in peace. The couple approaches the heroine's room, but they hear screams coming from there. The father took his guards and decided to search his daughter's room to find the letter that the maid did not dare to bring to the emperor because she wanted to protect her mistress, who was very sad. Alexander believes that this is all an excuse and wants to send the maid to be executed when Ethel and the Duke enter the room. She approaches her father and asks him to return the paper. The girl knew that she was always being watched, so she sat in the room. The heroine can be useful only as long as she is in the palace. Therefore, starting with this letter, the emperor must stop paying attention to his daughter, but he thinks that this is impossible. After all, Stella is soon to appear before the people as a princess. Alexander even wanted to give her the title of countess. However, it is still unknown where the princess came from and what kind of pain she suffered. The girl realizes that the emperor is curious about how low his daughter could fall. However, when she was able to return the stars, it seemed suspicious, because the second princess had never had such abilities and was a burden. The father grabs his daughter by the shoulder, but she shoves his hands away and asks why the man is interested in this at all. Actually, it's not an important thing at all. Alexander says that she is the second princess of the Belwitz Empire, and he cannot harm her. Through his power, the girl will be given the best tiara and other luxuries. The heroine asks who gave her father this power. The man realizes what she is getting at. Stella asks her father to leave her alone and let this poor maid go. The father wonders if his daughter hates him so much that she is willing to marry a duke she has only met a few times. Is she really ready to go somewhere with a stranger? Turning around, the heroine asks the emperor to leave because she doesn't know what answer he expects from her. Alexander orders the duke, who has been watching the performance all this time, to bring his daughter to him. The girl retreats in fright under the man's cold gaze. Tears run from Stella's eyes because she has forgotten that Clyde is also on the emperor's side. However, the knight does not live up to her expectations. He quickly comes closer and takes his future wife in his arms, begging the heroine not to cry. The lord orders his daughter to sit on the couch to discuss many things. The duke silently turns around and leaves under the emperor's astonished gaze. Peter tells his master that fame is hard to find, but very easy to lose. The duke should think it over, because they are not yet married and the princess belongs to her father. These words make Clyde angry, because this girl is not anyone's property. The servant asks him to be patient, but the man only tolerates the fact that the advisor is still alive. The duke was a fool to think that he could provide the girl with a quiet life. He turns to Peter Gilworth, because he has already forgiven this man hundreds of times. Clyde knows that the servants told the first princess about Ethel. Peter makes an excuse that he did it solely for the sake of the Thornhill family. The Duke orders the servant to never appear before his eyes again. The knight has found the one he was looking for, and no longer needs the annoying man from the palace next door. Gilworth objects, because the man cannot fire him, because the emperor himself has appointed him as an advisor. Clyde argues that the man is just lucky. If he doesn't want to leave on his own, the owner will send Peter to the place where he belongs. Karen runs into Alexander's office and asks if her father has heard that the Duke has been carrying Stella down the hall in his arms. She hasn't even married him yet, and she's already doing this. The Lord interrupts his daughter's cries and asks her where she found Ethel. The princess excuses herself by saying that she does not know the name of the place, so the emperor drives her away. Neither the sun nor the moon could stop the uprising and restore the power of the imperial family. The only thing that could help was the star. That's why we need to catch Stella. The Empress does not allow her daughter to leave the palace and uses guards. 10 years have passed, and the whole family has missed the princess. Now she is back and must get everything she needs. The woman begs Ethel to listen to her before she leaves. The heroine does not understand whether this is a threat or a request. If it's the former, then it's all in the mother's character. But if it's the latter, then it's just ridiculous. The child who once begged her parents has now become a soulless shell. That's why she asks her mother to leave. The girl explains to the Duke that the imperial family will not let her go so easily. Perhaps they will find a reason to keep Stella, even if they had promised Clyde something else long ago. The man looks at the guards with an angry look. The Duke asks if he should deal with everyone. If the girl wants him to, he will get rid of everyone who gets in their way. Alexander comes out into the courtyard and makes a deal with the heroine, under which she will be able to marry in 6 months. Stella thanks her savior, but decides to stay because it's only her problem. The father turns to his daughter and swears that he will not ask her anything. If the girl wants Alexander not to touch her, he won't. The heroine does not really believe this. Taking his daughter by the shoulder, the father reminds her that she agreed to be just a useful doll. The Duke is incredibly nervous about the Emperor's behavior. Stella has to become a doll and restore pride to the imperial palace, as well as forgive her parents who abandoned her. They do not realize what cruel things they say to the girl. However, she doesn't even need to think to make her decision. She sets only one condition, to which the Lord immediately agrees. 6 months later, the father will let Ethel go and not look for her. This short play has one perfect ending. After everyone leaves the princess, she becomes the happiest person. The Duke asks if the heroine wants to return to the inn in 6 months, to her old family, but she refuses. Stella cannot trust the Emperor. She needs to forget about her everyday life, which she loved so much. The girl can only remember those wonderful days, because that's the only way her family will be happy. All light goes out when it is touched, and that is what the imperial family wants their daughter's abilities to do. The Duke said that the heroine belongs to no one, and that he wants to ask for her hand in marriage personally, not through her parents. In this case, Stella wonders if the man can just let her go. Clyde has a hard time agreeing and asks for something in return. He wants to see the girl at least once a week and tearfully begs her to give him hope. If it turns out that the Duke can be useful, he will gladly stay by his beloved's side. In fact, the heroine wanted to ask why Clyde fought since childhood, and why he dared to raise his sword to rebel for the sake of the Emperor. However, for some reason, her heart beats too hard when she remembers the Duke's confession. Perhaps the girl made the wrong choice. Jason, pouring a drink, asks why Karen's heart is hurting. The princess explains that no one wants her. She was told that the Moon Lady is talentless, and this is the first time she has heard such a phrase applied to herself. The Viscount wonders if it really hurt his partner that much. Actually, the girl came for support. Evanders explains that he means that Princess Stella seems to hear such words every day. Karen asks if it is true that Jason came to see her sister. The Viscount says that he has changed his mind, so now the man is completely on the side of his special client. The girl does not understand what her partner is talking about. Jason wonders if the princess has ever heard of the Stella La Delanche Charitable Foundation and gives her the documents to read. After reading the papers, the girl is shocked. Meanwhile, the Emperor's office has already been informed about Stella's deal, which actively distributes money to the nobility. They say that she has founded a foundation and generously donates jewelry to aristocrats who have lost in the club. The only question is where she got the money. The man realizes that the child could have taken the money from the state treasury and was going to take all the money so that her family could persuade her to return it. Alexander nervously realizes that this girl has gained confidence over the years. The Emperor asks who else knows about these machinations. The servant explains that few people know, but the news is spreading very quickly. Alexander asks if he can trust Peter Gilworth, and the man confirms. Karen, who is meeting with Peter, thanks him for his trust. Sir says that the information is spreading among the aristocracy and pays tribute to the princess for deciding to deal with this difficult situation. The first thing Stella did upon her return was to give the money that came from nowhere to ordinary people, so the princess should be held accountable for this. In addition, she is thinking of leaving the imperial palace in 6 months. No one knows what will happen to the sky after her sister leaves this place. Peter is in mixed feelings. He asks what they will do. Karen assures him that she, as a princess and older sister, must teach Stella to make the right choice. Everyone exists for her empire and the imperial family. Hearing this, the man bows down and says that this is exactly what a true lady of the month should be like. A maid enters Stella's room and informs her that the Duke of Darrenhill wants to see her. The girl is surprised at how often they meet. The heroine recalls that they had agreed to see each other only on Mondays, and today is definitely not the first day of the week. The man asks if she likes him, but it's not really about liking him at all. The heroine wonders when the Duke is going to return to the south. But Clyde doesn't seem to hear her and wants to do one thing. He moves closer and takes Stella's hand, which is what the Duke wanted so badly. The girl immediately blushes and cannot look away from the man. Ethel shyly takes her hand away and asks how things are on the rooster to change the subject. Cadell says that everything is very good there. It is called the Blessed Land because of the abundance of natural resources. The girl also adds that it is very hard for people there because monsters rule the land. The heroine thinks that her father sent the Duke to that distant, cold, and harsh place. Stella wonders if there was any compensation for the Duke. In the West, there is a sacred place for many painters and artists. They say that it has the most beautiful spring of all the flower valleys. The South is considered the best place to relax because of the hot summer. The square in the West is a gathering place for bright minds, so there are always disputes there. Autumn is also very beautiful there. The heroine wonders why the Duke lives in a place of cold. The man explains that it's a pretty good place with quiet aristocrats. Although the conditions are a bit strange, there are many ordinary people there. Stella accompanies her guest to the punishment cell. Before he leaves, the man turns around and invites the woman to go with him. The heroine swears that one day she will definitely visit his place of life. Clyde leans over and whispers something in the girl's ear. She immediately pulls back and blushes, because the Duke has vowed to be there if the princess visits him. When the carriage with Clyde departs, Stella stares at it for a long time. The aristocrat doesn't understand how the Duke could just say that. The heroine hoped that the man would not come the next day, but she was wrong. He even brought Jean-Basile with him, who was supposed to make a wedding dress for the princess. It is a great honor for the costume designer to meet Stella, who is so much talked about. Jean-Basile begins to kiss the heroine's hands, and the Duke quickly pushes him away. The girl announces that she did not invite this stranger here. The imperial family descends the stairs, and Karen says that a princess who cares about people should not treat the royal treasury so lightly. Jean-Basile has expensive dresses, and now is not the time for luxury. The Empress asks what her first daughter means. Stella realizes that she is being set up. Karen wonders if anyone has ever found out how the daughter used the check she took from her parents. After all, everyone is very interested in where the money went. The Duke stands up for his future wife and swears that he will take care of this. Karen grabs her sister's hand and pulls her into the middle of the room to tell her about all her fraud. The entire imperial family is here, so the princess has done a good job. The heroine doesn't understand why her sister can't be patient for just 6 months, because then their paths will diverge. Stella pulls out her hand and begins the story. The operating costs she spent were exactly 10 billion gold. The whole family simply cannot believe what they are hearing. Ethel says that she will return them within today, but the first princess hardly believes it. This is why noble people need education, because ordinary people in the street don't even know the difference between 100 million and 1 billion. Stella interrupts her sister and asks who is the richest person in the empire right now, besides Evandor's. Karen orders the second princess to come down to earth a bit, because she has been raising her self-esteem too much since she received the title. The heroine comes closer to her sister and repeats her question again. The maid tells her mistress that it is, of course, Duke Clyde, who is standing next to Stella. He has a strong army, and he also owns many natural resources. Karen doesn't realize that this is the wrong answer, and remembers Angela Rise. She inherited untold wealth, and her total assets amount to about 2 trillion gold. Stella scoffs and explains that Karen is not even close to the right answer. The heroine says that this person has 45 trillion. Also, this is a person who receives 20% of the earnings of the largest diamond mine every year. This time, the maid doesn't know what to tell her mistress, so Karen asks who this lucky man is. Then the princess remembers what the Viscount said and guesses that this richest person is her sister. There is a famous proverb in the Empire: "I swear by my diamond mine in Sutherland, and now Stella owns these deposits." Because she won a bet with Jason Evandor's. In that case, why do people say that everything requires education? The heroine leans over to Karen and says that she hasn't studied anywhere at all, while the princess has received a decent education. When the Duke walks with the girl to the carriage, he recalls the situation in the palace. Alexander was asking his daughter what the starting bid was. Stella easily explains that for this money, she could have easily been expelled from the palace for life. The man doesn't understand how his future wife can say such sharp phrases without even blinking. Stella insists that she doesn't need anyone's advice or reassurance and wishes Clyde a safe journey. The Duke looks at the princess closely and, taking her hand, kisses her fervently on the wrist. He swears that he will come again soon, and the girl wonders if it will be tomorrow. Clyde smiles and silently climbs into the carriage without answering. Alexander runs out into the yard to fetch his daughter, while Peter asks him to stop and remember His Majesty. Stella is tired of listening to all this, so she jumps into the carriage with the surprised Duke and asks if she can go with him. The Emperor calls out the princess's name and orders his servants to grab the heroine, but they have already traveled quite far from the estate. Meanwhile, at his club, Jason sits at his desk and goes through the documents. His assistant reports that interest in the Foundation is growing. Everyone is interested in learning more about the Foundation, as well as about Lady Stella herself. The Viscount expected this, because socialites are always waiting for new topics and quickly get tired of everyday life. When the interest is at its peak, the princess will make a loud debut, because she needs everyone to talk about it. The global idol is working with the Evandor's family, so everyone will say that Jason was chosen by the stars themselves. The Viscount says that power does not come from nowhere. It manifests itself when people show their enthusiasm, and in this situation, a star princess will be very useful to them. The counselor learns that the owner had foreseen everything, because he could not lose money so easily. It would be stupid to just agree to the aristocrat's terms. Jason is going to make a brand that everyone will want, so that future generations will be widely praised after he creates the Evandor's empire. The advisor bows and says that the master has done everything very wisely, so he will go prepare a gift for the princess. The Viscount agrees, but this gift should not be something ordinary. It should be something incredibly grand. The servant has not dared to tell his master for a long time that there are rumors that Duke Clyde has taken Princess Stella with him. These words make Jason listen to the conversation more closely. Clyde has brought his future wife to the sea. The girl, fascinated by the spectacle, says that she used to visit this place often when she was a peasant girl named Ethel. She thought she would not be able to come here for some time. It seems to the Duke that the heroine feels more comfortable now than when she was in the imperial palace. The longing that has torn the girl apart all her life has finally managed to completely overshadow her view of everyday happiness. Stella begins to take off her shoes to the knight's astonished gaze. She explains that in a place like this, you have to go barefoot. Looking at the princess, Clyde tries to resist the urge to touch and hug the girl. Stella confesses that this is a very valuable place for her, and she would like it to be a shared secret between the couple. The Duke realizes that he simply cannot approach the princess, because if she sees him as a monster, she will hate him for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, the Emperor has already been informed of Stella's fortune, which is now in the Evandor's bank. In addition, hundreds of millions in interest are accrued in just one day. Alexander admires how much money his daughter was able to earn on her own. He had just had problems with the money from Evandor's bank, and that's not all. The Imperial Palace receives letters saying that people want to make donations to the princess's fund. The aristocracy also reached out to the heroine. Alexander is convinced that this is definitely his daughter, because she has so skillfully subdued the nobility. The Emperor asks the Empress why she is not smiling on such a good day, because their child will grow up to be incredibly wealthy. The woman is not sure that this is a good thing. If she began to think of them as family, she would not want to receive so much money. She suggests finding the people who took care of their daughter for so long. It is worth asking them how she lived all this time and what the heroine likes. The Emperor reminds her that he had ordered his wife to stay out of these matters and sit quietly. The Empress should not interfere with his plans. The woman reminds him that it was she who gave birth to Stella, so her husband never thought about how people perceive her after such events. The Empress asks if their daughter's feelings shouldn't be the most important thing now. Alexander argues that it is good that Stella is not like her mother. The man yells at Michelle to stop thinking about the past and doing stupid things. The woman is outraged that all her words are nothing but nonsense to the Emperor. He will not be able to become a good father. The accountant watches the couple start to quarrel and doesn't know what to do. Karen was standing in the hallway watching this worthless performance. She is annoyed by this constant feud between her parents, which continues for the same reason as 10 years ago. It has always been her little sister Stella. However, Karen used to be satisfied with being told that she was a very good child. But for some reason, now she is treated completely differently. Star Princess and Clyde are sitting peacefully on the sand. The girl, soaked from the walk, quickly fell asleep. That's why the aristocrat shyly leans her against his shoulder. The heroine suddenly wakes up and blushes at the absurdity of the whole situation. The Duke advises her to leave now, before it gets dark. To make it easier to put on his shoes, Clyde takes the girl's hand and puts it on his shoulder. Stella convinces him that he doesn't have to do this, but he wants to help the princess. The aristocrat says that he is now taking his matchmaker to the Imperial Palace, but she does not want to go, which surprises the Duke. The girl has run away, so now the man is her accomplice, and he must allow her to stay with him for the night. At this unexpected offer, Clyde's eyes widen and he steps back a little. The butler, seeing his master, immediately runs to him and notices the young woman. The Duke asks the servant to prepare the guest room. Together, the couple goes on and enters the living room, where there is a beautiful black piano. When she was a child, servants brought Stella an old piano. One key was missing, but everyone thought it was a good piano. Princess Karen ordered to throw it away, but one of the men said it was a gift, and the little heroine was very happy. The piano was thrown away because it was broken, but it was the first gift in the girl's life. Joseph always listened to her play and said that his sister was very good at it. At the time, Stella felt useful because she was doing something well. It seems that someone in the Duke's estate is also a good player. Clyde denies it, but says it won't last long. The heroine assumes that it was hard to find such a piano in the terrible mess. However, it was easy because Clyde was the first to enter the Imperial Mansion. Stella recalls their conversation, which also turned to the piano. She is filled with a strange feeling. Now her husband is not an Imperial knight, but a great revolutionary leader or guardian of the sky. She feels that the Duke is her sweet, pleasant friend from childhood. The man offers the girl to play one small melody. Now Stella knows what a rash act the boy did towards the Imperial family, and that it was his fault that the heroine parted ways with those she really loves. The sound of the game spreads through the room, and the couple immerses themselves in the mysterious melody. Later, the girl notices that the ceilings of the mansion are filled with some landscapes. She wonders who came up with this idea. In the evening, the heroine hears knocks and goes to open the door to the chambers. It's Clyde, who has come to visit her personally and ask if the apartments are suitable for a princess. Stella thanks him and says that her husband shouldn't have given her a private room. However, the Duke feels more at ease. There is a romantic atmosphere between the characters. The aristocrat notes that she has never seen a ceiling like this before. Usually, paintings are created on the divine theme, but these landscape paintings are really beautiful and cozy. There were so many places to hide in the corridors. This house is generally perfect for hide and seek. The garden is big enough to run around and play in. As a child, the girl always said that she would like to live in a building like this. Suddenly, she realizes that the boy has memorized her words. The Duke clarifies that the mansion was arranged by his order, because this was the plan of the house in the man's dreams too. Clyde comes closer to his guest and touches her silk hair. The man explains that he brought his beloved to the mansion to get married. That's why people will gossip about the princess. The girl knows, because she is gracing the front page of the newspapers right now. This is the yellow press, which is loved by high-ranking nobles. The Duke asks if Stella is okay. Looking at the Duke's scars peeking out from under his robe, the girl says she doesn't care. She knows that it will be better if she gets the support of the aristocrats, but the heroine is not so terrible as to suck up to them. Touching the scars on the Duke's body, Stella tells the shamed defender that she did not know about such severe injuries. The couple remains standing and talking as the candle waxes away. A man who calls himself Hector Selbach comes running to the Viscount with very important news. Jason wonders what this information is that he should forgive the visitor for his rudeness. The news concerns Stella Le Delanche. The princess is currently spending the night with a man. The Viscount freezes in his tracks at these words. Meanwhile, the heroine is happy that Clyde has left the best room for her. The girl believes that the Duke did not even think of sharing a bed with her. Stella has many questions for the aristocrat. If he had ambitions, the man would never have traveled to the south. His fellows, ordinary people and helpers, would also like to live in a prosperous area, but Clyde went with them straight into the cold, to a land that would never bear fruit. It is not known what was the force that made the Duke make this decision. At first, Stella thought it was loyalty. The imperial family had given him a new status as a child, a normal life, and even a title. However, the question then arises as to why Clyde begins to act contrary to the orders of his lord. It was as if the girl had become a higher priority than the imperial family. Falling down on the bed, the princess recalls that the whole palace should be on its toes now. Tomorrow, the heroine will be on the front page of a scandalous newspaper. Meanwhile, the publisher talks to the Viscount and explains to him that people will have a strong reaction. The share price of his newspaper will, of course, skyrocket, and even sales will increase dramatically. Jason firmly says that he shouldn't do it. The publisher is surprised by the owner's decision and reiterates that the information concerns Princess Stella, and she is the most talked about topic of all right now. There will be a scandal if everyone finds out about her spending the night with the Duke. The Viscount angrily asks how long he has to listen to this boring conversation. The publisher fearfully excuses himself, saying that it was only his mistake. Jason counts that the man has wasted 5 minutes of his time and gets up from his desk. The Vicomte thinks that Hector is not the same as before. Perhaps it's time for him to step down as editor-in-chief of the famous newspaper. The Silk Gazette is a huge pillar that supports the so-called Evandor's empire. The man thinks that he has done too much for the title of editor-in-chief to be thrown out of his job so easily. Jason grabs Hector by the collar and orders him to do what he needs to do. The editor fearfully agrees, so they let him go. The newspaperman should just know that if a poster appears telling about the scandal with Stella Le Delanche, the Viscount will crush this newspaper in any way possible. He also has something to say to the imperial family. Jason takes a letter from the drawer and gives it to the frightened Hector. The man has to give it to the Empress as a sign of kindness from Evandor's. The Empress sits with her daughter Karen and asks how she is doing. From the child's conversations, Michelle realizes that there is nothing new. The woman orders the first princess to stop lying about finding Stella on the street. The girl is surprised by these words. The Empress convinces her daughter that she has no intention of harming the second princess. The woman just wants to thank her guardians and ask what her daughter likes, because she wants to get to know her better. Karen does not want to lie to her mother, but she cannot lose Stella's only weakness right now, so the girl claims that she really doesn't know anything. The Empress asks why her daughter is so stubborn, because she is a good child. These words bring tears to Karen's eyes. If the daughter really cannot tell anything, the Empress orders her to leave. As she walks down the corridor, the princess convinces herself that she can only hold out for 6 months. If she leaves everything as it is, her sister will simply disappear without a trace, even without marrying the Duke. Someone calls out to the princess, and she notices Jean Basil, who is very happy to see her. He is a famous imperial first-class designer, and all of his collections are well appreciated by the ladies of the court. Karen is well aware of this and has heard a lot about it. The designer's dresses are worn at important celebrations, along with luxurious jewelry. This is a brand that is always mentioned as #1 among noble girls. In other words, it's just dream clothes. Jean Basil gives the heroine an invitation. He has long been looking for an assistant to give it to the princess who inspired him. Karen snatches the card and says that she will gladly consider the designer's offer. Jean immediately objects, because the person he wanted to see was the second princess, Stella Le Delange. Hearing this, the woman angrily asks if she understood correctly. The designer immediately makes an excuse, saying that of course he wanted to invite the first princess as well. But since she values caution, the man thought that his collection would not interest the aristocrat. Turning around, the woman agrees to deliver the letter. Mentally, she angrily agrees with the words that she is indeed cautious. The status of a beloved and kind princess is better than throwing away wealth. Jean Basile, having observed Karen's behavior, smiles slyly. In the evening, the designer visits his muse Angelique Reyes. The man has always admired her beauty. After bowing, Jean complains that he hasn't seen the girl for a long time. The beauty asks if the fashion designer has met Princess Stella. The man says that he has passed on the invitation, and it was a very short meeting. He is always filled with inspiration when he looks into Angelica's beautiful eyes. The designer will need to add a new dress to the collection as soon as he returns. The girl is very jealous of the fashion designer because everyone is as interested in the princess as she is. Stella is her savior because the foundation has sent a large sum of money to Miss Reese's account. Jean convinces her that the heroine is really a brave, attractive, and unique princess. Angelica is happy that the designer sent the invitation and wonders if she will ever be able to make friends with such a woman. After all, the beauty is a person who lacks courage. She is tired of all the endless aristocrats who only want a profitable marriage. Angelica knows that they are only interested in her dowry, but she cannot do anything about this situation. That's why she feels lucky to have such a strong friend. Jean worships and convinces her that he will definitely make friends with Stella. Daisy is playing in the garden and drawing a picture on the floor with her sister. Suddenly, someone behind her tries to attack her, but the child does not even see it. The mercenaries are killed by the men the princess sent to protect the family. One of them immediately heard how these fools wanted to kidnap Daisy and take her to the imperial palace. The head of the gang orders a carrier pigeon to be brought in to inform the mistress of the situation. In the morning, the Viscount reads the newspaper, which contains absolutely all the information about Stella. There's a reason why his people are crazy about the princess. She is so small and gentle, a girl who will always light up the road like an immortal star. Among the holy spirits, such as the sun and moon, she is the only one who hears people's voices. A compass that guides the empire in the right direction, because the stars play the same major role as all other celestial bodies. The more difficult the situation of the empire was, the more everyone around wanted Stella to return. The restoration of the stars means that the imperial family has listened to the voice of the people. Now, through the princess, the family has regained power after losing 20 years. The real renaissance of the imperial family happened only because of Stella's return. The Viscount has to take advantage of this somehow. The man takes his coat and wants to leave, when he is surprised to see the main character at the entrance. The girl wants to slap Jason, but he holds back his client's hand. The princess explains that her partners have decided to play a cruel joke on her and lower her position in the family. The Viscount realizes that the information has spread very quickly. However, the man did not expect such a strong reaction. He calmly offers his guest a cup of tea, but today, Evandor's has prepared a completely different kind. Jason breaks into a smile, and the heroine just clenches her fists angrily. She tries to behave with dignity in such a difficult situation. Viscount wonders why the princess thought that he was the one who spread the information. The woman thinks that Her Majesty is sitting in front of Evandor's, but the man still speaks without respect. The girl admits that at first she thought of Karen, but then she put all the details together and came to the truth. Jason asks what he stands to gain from the situation, as he is a close friend of the first princess. It is a pity that Stella suspects him more than her sister. The heroine explains that Karen is mean, but she is not stupid enough to do such a thing. The girl knows that the Viscount's dog met with the Empress. Jason wonders how Stella found spies in the palace so quickly. The woman tells him that during this time, the Empress sent Prince Joseph several times to find out the whereabouts of her family, but the Viscount pretended to know nothing. The princess simply does not understand why her partner betrayed her so suddenly. Evandor's would still say that it was a simple misunderstanding. Stella coldly explains that she loves it when people don't understand what she is saying. The heroine thought that Jason would try to keep her trust. At least it was beneficial to the aristocrat in terms of money. Evandor's had to protect her past family, and in exchange for this service, the princess became his personal client, a tycoon. However, the man ruthlessly undermined her trust. Stella doesn't know why she paid attention to such nonsense as working with him. Mentally, the man notes that the heroine used to have a completely different opinion. It doesn't seem quite right to Viscount that his partner sees him only as an entrepreneur. The aristocrat could not have foreseen this situation, so he wonders why the girl thinks he has undermined her trust. Now she has to send him letters in advance before the visit, explaining that she is going to interrogate him. The princess is a very valuable client, but time is not a cheap pleasure, especially for a Viscount. The man leaves when he hears the phrase that the heroine agrees and swears by her diamond mines in Sutherland. The Viscount turns menacingly to his opponent, and Stella sees fury in his eyes. The girl guesses that Jason is offended by the property that they dared to take away. This conversation creates an unpleasant atmosphere in the room. Meanwhile, the Duke was watching the Viscount's house. The servants warned him that if they were found out, it would be very bad. However, when Clyde saw the heroine's surprised and frightened face from a letter, he simply could not restrain himself. They will return after the man makes sure that the princess is all right. In his mansion, the Viscount sits back down at the girl's table and asks her what exactly she wants to know. Stella wonders to whom Jason revealed the location of her family. The Viscount asks what he will get in return for winning the princess. The girl explains that then he will not have to kneel before her and beg for mercy. Evandor's is waiting for proof, so Stella rises from her seat and approaches the table. The princess tells him that she stayed one night with the Duke of Darrenhill last night, so she had a strange thought. An entrepreneur like the Viscount could not have missed such sensational news. Picking up the newspaper, the heroine continues. They print all kinds of nonsense on the front pages. There were quite a few witnesses who saw the princess go to the Duke. Nowadays, any information about the mistress of the stars must be expensive, yet no one published the article. Obviously, someone forbade them to do so, and this someone has power over the press of the empire, but at the same time loses money. Instead of the scandal about the heroine and the Duke, another article was published, in which the Viscount gave Stella a gem. That's all the evidence on the face of it. After reading the article, the girl realized that the Viscount needed her. For the entrepreneur Jason Evandor's, Princess Stella Le Delanche was the best product, even though he had to sacrifice his diamond mines. However, before the entrepreneur could enjoy this moment, a man appeared who had more wealth than Evandor's without any investment. On top of that, he was even called the husband of a princess. This must have been a real test for the Viscount, who so highly valued the girl's status and influence. It was because of the benefits that the aristocrat began to act. Stella contemptuously assumes that he hoped to deceive her so easily. The Viscount is silent, and the princess orders Jason Evandor's to kneel down, because this is his handiwork after all. The man calmly approaches the heroine and kisses her hand, smiling charmingly. The girl assumes that the aristocrat has often had to practice. The Viscount denies that he has never done this before, and the only reason for such frankness is that the princess makes the man too eager. Pulling her hand away, Stella sharply asks Jason not to make her laugh like that anymore. Rising up, the man assures her that he sincerely admires the heroine. It seems that she is exactly the person who can increase the value of the Evandor's family. He would like to see Her Majesty stay around. Stella asks if the Viscount thinks she is pleased to hear this. Jason begs his mistress not to be so angry. The article about the necklace was also published, so he is the only one who will listen to all kinds of nonsense. Because people will criticize him for spending such a huge amount of money on someone. The Viscount reminds him that the princess told him that she would leave this palace in 6 months and go away. It is a pity, because he would not want her to live like someone's duchess or a commoner. The heroine was convinced that Jason was not supposed to know about this until now. Instead of such a future, the Viscount offers the girl to become the head of this empire, which surprises the woman. Stella can take the place of the Empress, and the man will gladly help her. The princess cannot understand how the aristocrat can benefit from this offer. Evandor's convinces her that all he needs is a beautiful picture of how his gold will be managed by the Empress herself. This is enough to satisfy the Viscount's family. Extending his hand to the heroine, he vows to be the perfect assistant. If the girl follows his plan and does not do anything that could upset the Viscount, he will become a loyal supporter of the future ruler. The princess smiles and gently pushes the arrogant aristocrat away. She doesn't know what the Viscount's family will think of all this, so before she agrees, Stella wants Jason to prove his worth. There is no reason to brother a dog that can bite its own master. Such words surprise Evandor's. In the evening, the Viscount tells his aide that he intends to bring the princess to the throne. The counselor says that if this is his master's will, he will follow it, but the man still does not understand the reason for such serious decisions. The truth is that the Viscount was satisfied with the current state of affairs, and that everything is fine with the money now. The assistant confirms this, and he thinks that it would be disadvantageous for the owner if Stella took over, because she is very wealthy and intelligent. Jason is pleased that the girl does not have such a huge desire for power. He doesn't know what to do because he wants to take possession of this character. The more she wants the Viscount's property, the more the aristocrat wants her in return. The assistant says that he has already understood everything, and the owner, looking at him gratefully, is waiting for explanations. The counselor suggests that the Viscount simply wants to give this woman the name Evandor's. As the princess returns to her carriage in the rain, Clyde watches her closely from the darkness. The man orders his men to get ready and leave. The butler asks his guest if something has happened, but receives a negative answer. The girl realizes that she was just imagining things, because the Duke simply could not be here. She was so shocked that she quickly left, not even having time to thank the man properly. And all because of this Jason Evandor's. It's the heroine's fault, because she was too careless. In the palace, Karen runs after Stella. She grabs her sister's hand and looks to see if anyone is around, pulling her along. The first princess tries to convince the heroine that it was not her, but the Viscount who did it, although it will be hard to believe. The girl pulls out her arm and says that everything is fine. Karen continues to shout that she would not talk about her sister's past family because she has not yet completely lost her mind. Come to think of it, Stella is about to make her debut, and everyone will be celebrating her return. As she approaches Karen, the heroine wonders why everyone is so shaken up about the fact that her old family will be mentioned somewhere. The princess tries to put the girl in her place, but it's no use. Stella advises her to keep being afraid until she wants to open her mouth, because Karen might lose something valuable in this fear. The Moon Queen advises the girl not to be afraid because it will be worse for her if the truth is revealed. People know that Princess Stella is a wonderful and beautiful person. However, if the truth is revealed, everyone will realize that she was abandoned and that she was stupid and immature, which was considered a disgrace to the empire. The heroine wonders what should have disappointed her, since she is not ashamed of her past. This comes as a shock to Karen, and the woman aggressively continues to insist that her sister could lose everything. Leaning closer to the blonde, Stella mockingly says that for some reason her eldest daughter is not afraid of the fact that she can also lose people's trust. Karen shouts that she is not the worst person around her sister. It's best not to trust anyone, especially Jason Evandor's. She says these words only out of concern for the princess. Stella says that she knows this herself, but Karen just laughs and leaves. Meanwhile, the Viscount is playing in his club and wins his 10th game in a row. Have what you want and achieve what you want. That was the Evander's family motto. The Viscount's partner at the gambling table can't resist the aristocrat's pressure. Recently, the princess returned the necklace and decided not to come personally so that people wouldn't think anything unnecessary. This makes Jason even more curious about what it might feel like to own the heart of Stella Le Delanche. The heroine stands in the garden and talks to the stars. She wants to hear how the old family is doing. The stars tell her that Daisy is learning numbers. The child knows how to add, but has problems with division. These words make the woman smile sincerely. Hans is repairing the fence. The mercenaries are working well, so it will be over soon. Stella realizes that it broke as a result of an attack by the assassins sent by the Empress. She just wanted to make sure she never had to worry about the situation again. The girl wants to personally check if her family is okay. The stars warn that the child of the sun is approaching. Joseph goes to his sister's garden to explain something. 10 years ago, Stella had a good relationship with Joseph. He was a wonderful prince who looked like he came out of a fairy tale. The boy was sweet and very righteous. He was kind to absolutely everyone, even to the heroine, who was not needed by anyone. As a child, they played hide and seek together, but Joseph forgot to find his sister and went to an appointment, and she sat alone in a cold park. The next day, the young man gave his sister a flower and asked her to forgive him, because yesterday the Sun Lord was very busy. And of course, the heroine forgave him, because at that time she needed that little bit of care that at least one person in the palace had. My brother thinks that his sister was very frightened by the way the Empress sent the knights to the guest house. He thought that Stella would come to him first and ask for an explanation, but the girl did not show up, so he went there himself. The princess says in a rude voice that she doesn't need it, so the prince can go back. Joseph is surprised by this tone. He says that it must have been very hard for his beautiful sister. But if the girl knows why her mother did this, you could tell him. Stella interrupts and asks if the prince really thinks that after this apology, she will be able to forget everything. The young man even steps back a little from the surprise. The heroine continues and tells him not to try, because there are things in this world that cannot be changed anymore. Joseph says that his sister's feelings for this family are much stronger than he knew before. Stella ironically wonders how her brother could know this. She asks if it was her father who told him about the letter the girl wrote, or her mother who sent the assassins to her parents after asking Viscount Evandores for information. Perhaps it was even Joseph who requested this information. After these words, the Sun Lord's teeth clench in reproach. He grabs his sister by the shoulders and shouts that the Empress sent those knights to bring her family, and her father told her not to interfere and to sit still. The princess calmly explains that her mother did not want to make amends in this way. The brother does not understand how this girl can talk about their mother like that, because she is not a stranger. Stella beats his hands away and reminds him that the woman left her. The prince tries to convince her that the Empress is sincerely sorry for what happened 10 years ago. The heroine denies that her mother can do what she wants, but it will not affect her fate. She asks menacingly how long the family will continue to use her. Joseph is frightened and says that he does not believe that this girl is his sister. The girl decides to remind her kind and righteous brother that it was not only her mother who abandoned her that day. After all, Joseph Delanche was a witness. It was her obedient and kind brother who left her sister 10 years ago and disappeared. Still, blood is not water. No longer does a woman need to ask this Sun Lord for affection. Therefore, the princess forbids him to come to her on this issue. In the morning, the maids inform the mistress that she has received a letter from Basil. The maids whisper that they should have given it to her later because Stella is upset now. Her Highness also had a guest in the early hours. The girl subconsciously hopes that it is the Duke because she left the palace that day without saying anything, and he must be worried. However, Jason Evandores stands on the doorstep instead. The man came here to tell her about the article, so she shouldn't be so suspicious. The newspaper says that Stella Le Delanche is refusing the necklace given by the Viscount. It seems that Evandores has an unrequited love for her. As soon as the aristocrat saw it, he immediately went to see the princess. The article seems quite good to the girl. Jason notes that he prefers to do everything with honor. The heroine agrees that this is incredible and orders him to leave if he is done. The girl is about to leave, but the Viscount quickly grabs her arm. Stella is outraged, because no one can touch a member of the imperial family so easily. Jason quickly apologizes, because he was just in a hurry. Looking at the princess with a mysterious look, the Viscount gets up from the table and comes closer. He advises her to remember that if last time the reason for the man's doing Stella's will was money, now it is because of sincere, heartfelt feelings. The girl doesn't know, because she remembers that their contract did not include a clause that she could be used for gossip. Jason argues that there was no clause against it either. Stella assures him that she could also ask a newspaper to write an article, so her husband is not the only one who can do this. The Viscount notes that there is not a single newspaper that his agency cannot control. The princess sharply pushes the aristocrat away. Evandor's gently touches the heroine's hand, which lingered on his chest, and explains that he did not want to offend her in any way. He is just trying to convey to the surprised girl that she should accept the gesture of love, because the Viscount really wants it. Stella can use Jason as much as she wants. The woman thinks fiercely that the man has done something that is not easily forgiven, and now he is waiting for her to understand. This is what a Viscount's apology really is. If the Empress had seen her daughter at that moment, she would have been very angry, because the princess was very rude to the prince, and he was her favorite offspring. Then the heroine decides to go alone, letting all the servants go. She realizes that this is not her home. However, she cannot go to the guest house. Stella thinks about where she could go and goes to the stables, where her faithful stallion is waiting for her. Suddenly, someone shouts that the princess cannot do this, and she panics and thinks about what to say in her defense. The Duke appears at the door, and Stella immediately feels better. The guest asks what she is doing here alone. The girl rejoices at how lucky she is that Clyde has come. The Duke notices something on his beloved's face and pulls her hair back. The princess's eyes are all red with tears, and Clyde thinks fiercely about who could have done this. Stella asks her protector to pretend that he hasn't seen anything, and the Duke swears that he will try. He abruptly pulls Her Majesty into his arms. The couple decides not to ask each other anything, although questions about the relationship between the princess and Jason Evandor's, as well as what she thinks of him, are on the tip of the man's tongue. The girl simply has no room to breathe from the strong embrace of her protector. Hearing this, the Duke abruptly flies away from Stella and blushes. Now the man is incredibly happy to see her laughing. Her Majesty tells her that she would like to go somewhere and asks if Clyde would like to join her. Taking one strand of the girl's hair, the man kisses it and assures her that he will follow her to the ends of the earth. They arrive at the inn, and Stella explains that she wishes it could always be this beautiful, because it was the first time she lived here normally. Aunt Mary told her about the inn. This place was passed down to her from her great-grandmother, and may have been passed down through the family for a long time, most likely, even more than 3 generations. The woman convinced the girl that she was now part of their family. The princess assures her that they can go now, and the Duke advises her to at least look at her family. Stella objects, because now she simply cannot show herself until she repays their kindness. As she left, she could not explain anything to them. She doesn't want the family to regret taking her in. The princess has to return them to their previous peaceful life, and this is the only way out of the situation. Clyde says that this is not polite to the family, and the girl asks what he means. Despite the fact that the princess had to leave, she has to meet with these people who passed on a secret family legacy to her. The Duke thinks that the girl also wants to help them. Suddenly, they hear screaming, and Stella sees Daisy being held down by hooligans. Meanwhile, Joseph thinks about how badly he acted, because his sister needed his help, and the boy only did harm. The prince tries to think of a way to comfort Stella. Her coronation ceremony is about to take place. He decides that he will go out with his sister to celebrate. The children are still making fun of Daisy, and will come up with all sorts of gossip about Ethel running away and taking all the family's money with her, which the child vehemently denies. Tears even come to her eyes. The girl says that her sister was taken away by the first princess and taken to another country. The boys start laughing even more at these fairy tales, because it is not harmful to dream. One of the attackers pokes the child in the forehead, and Stella just breaks down in anger. The hooligans are convinced that no one has taken Daisy's sister anywhere. She is at best working for some owner, if not enslaved at all. Stella is about to run to the children, but the Duke grabs her and shakes his head. The boys mock that the little girl's parents are doing very badly, so her lying mother decided to sell her daughter. The knight, who had managed to remove his disguise, approaches the surprised children. He gets down on one knee in front of Daisy. The Duke has a message from Princess Ethel to give to my lady. Her Majesty had to go to the kingdom urgently, but she did not leave her sister without anything. Although the princess is far away, she is very sad and thinks of her family every day. All the attackers retreat far back from the knight's fearsome gaze. Daisy's eyes shine with happiness, so the child asks if her sister is really the same princess as in fairy tales, wearing beautiful dresses and drinking tea elegantly. The man confirms that she is beautiful. The sister also gave the girl some money. After that, Daisy exclaims that her sister is a real aristocrat, and everyone who thinks otherwise is just a fool. The child asks the knight to tell Ethel that she misses her very much and loves her. The man knows that the princess is standing behind a tree and can hear everything, so he says that he will definitely tell her. Stella herself is already crying uncontrollably. The Duke also notes that if he sees a similar situation again, he will definitely teach everyone a lesson. The hooligans apologize and run away in fear, while Daisy enjoys the coolness of her protector. Later, the couple walks around the city, and Clyde asks the heroine if something happened. The girl explains that she just wanted to check something in the store. The newspaper tells about people who have seen the second princess. Stella asks the shopkeeper if she can see Her Majesty's face in more detail somewhere, because the photos show almost nothing. The man assures her that he can't find something that doesn't exist. The heroine wonders if her face is in more expensive newspapers, but the seller again denies it, and the girl breathes a sigh of relief. When the couple is about to leave the shop, the entrepreneur sees the visitor's smile and wants to stop her, but Clyde does not allow it. They leave in a carriage, and the princess tells him that it is time for her to return home. The Duke assures her that this day was worth it. Taking the girl by the hair, he says that Stella has started to look much happier. The heroine thanks him for today and for the trip to Daisy. It was the best decision they ever made. She suddenly pulls the Duke to her and kisses the surprised man on the cheek. He instantly blushes, and she smiles charmingly at Clyde. Meanwhile, the aunt and uncle notice that their daughter fell asleep very quickly today, which has become a rarity since Ethel left home. Daisy seems to have had a good day today. Mary had heard that some rascals had been picking on the child, but a gentleman helped her. He must have been out with a lady and decided to help Daisy. The parents notice the coin in their daughter's hand and think it looks very cute. For a little girl, it is a treasure that she never wants to leave alone. The aunt is grateful to the person who helped Daisy. It seems that the child has seen him somewhere before. This must be the knight who has been looking for Ethel all along. No one else could have traveled all that way to their inn except the Duke. The uncle wants to reassure his wife, as she is very worried about Ethel. The man is convinced that even if their daughter does not return, the fact that they love her and will love her for the rest of their lives will never change. The Viscount was resting in his office when Stella abruptly burst in. The assistant said that the woman could not come in so unexpectedly, but Jason ordered to let the guest in. The man goes to the window and opens it so that it is not so stuffy. The princess says that people don't know anything. Evandors asks what exactly his client is talking about. Her Majesty explains that no one has seen her face and does not know that she lived among the common people, and Karen did not even know about the foundation. The Viscount reminds her that nothing is published in this country without his consent. Stella says that she knows this much and that a man shouldn't talk every day. Jason asks what the girl wants to hear from him. The girl wonders how long the Viscount is going to hide this information. She will benefit if people find out. The man thinks that he made a mistake, and the heroine turned out to be very greedy. He starts to say that maybe the princess wants to lift the embargo. However, it is quite the opposite. She allows the aristocrat to take responsibility for the foundation. However, her past and identity must be hidden by Jason. Evandors guesses that the girl wants to hide from her old parents what is in the palace. That is, to cover Stella's name with Ethel's. If the foster parents enter the palace, they will be able to join the party until the evening. but then they will be immediately killed. Even if the news about the couple spreads across the country, they will only be attacked more. The girl notes that aristocrats can speak very beautifully. Jason blossoms before her eyes and says that he will do anything for her. In his mind, the man is convinced that the princess is indeed a femme fatale. Stella gets up and is about to leave. Finally, the heroine adds that she would not like the businessman to betray her again. The Viscount gets up and offers her his hand, but the girl does not accept the offer. Stella does not need an escort, as she is not a lady at all. Reaching her chambers, the heroine goes inside and breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she notices a box on the table and comes closer. From the side, she hears the voice of the prince, who says that the girl is late. Joseph was waiting for his sister to give the gift in person. He opens the music box with a special key, and the melody from it brings back memories for Stella. Many people wanted to communicate with Joseph, so the princess spent little time with her brother. She was very sad because the girl did not leave the Sun Lord's room until he came. The princess told her brother that she dreamed about her debut dance, which she danced with Joseph. It would be nice if this happened in reality, and the guy always said he would think about it. That night, he brought her a music box as a gift. Joseph explained that he could not find the one he had brought her 10 years earlier. Nevertheless, the guy remembered its melody and asked the master to fill this one with the same one. The prince says he wanted to give this box as a gift as soon as his sister entered the palace. The woman is silent, so Joseph concludes that she is no longer interested in such things. Putting on a mask of reconciliation, the brother bows his head to the girl. She knows perfectly well that this is Joseph's way of apologizing. The man says menacingly that he should not have said such terrible things to her that day. The Sun Lord was unable to control his emotions, which pushed his sister away from him. It is true that the mother wanted to know more about her daughter. Joseph swears that he did not mean to harm Stella. The girl turns around and announces that she understands her brother. The prince grabs her hand and asks if his sister will let him catch up with the past. Did she ever tell him that she wanted her brother to be her partner at the debut dance? With these words, the heroine recalls her past. Joseph swears that the best dress and shoes will be prepared for her, and the design of the clothes can be chosen from her sister's children's drawings. The princess says that such an offer touches her to the very core, but she has a person with whom she would like to go to her debut, and it is definitely not her brother. Joseph disappointedly lets go of the heroine's hands. Saying goodbye, Stella says that she wants to rest. The girl really can't believe that she wasn't carried away by the prince's words. Jason sits in his office and recalls a conversation with his father. Back then, the man made a scandal because a princess dared to reject his son's proposal. The boy got up from his seat and, approaching one of the parents, said that he dared to lose to Stella. He thought that his father was scolding us, but he only praised his son because the ability to admit one's mistake is very important for people with the status of the Evanders. Jason finally lost, so the Viscount should be grateful to this girl. The man realizes that the younger man is not thinking about the princess now. He pushes his son in the back to go quickly to Stella. The father tells him that when he was courting Lygia, he never showed up for work. Jason assures his father that he needs to work hard. Evander says that he will take care of the paperwork himself, but his son must fight for his woman. The maids have been watching Jason wait for someone for about half an hour, and they assume that it is Princess Karen who is late, although they know that the Viscount's time is very valuable. Suddenly, Stella enters the palace. Jason immediately jumps up and says that the princess is late. The girl advises him to thank her, because the man did not inform her about today's reception in advance. The Viscount thinks that the situation is no different from Her Majesty's last visit. As the aristocrat already knows, the heroine is not a lady at all. She simply doesn't have the brains to think about such high events. Jason, of course, is a different matter. The man notices that the girl speaks with a special accent that is not available to everyone. Only high-ranking nobles can speak it. The princess does not want to waste time, so she wants to hear the Viscount's proposal. Jason wants her to make him her dance partner and allow him to introduce himself. Meanwhile, after a shower, the Duke recalls the only kiss his beloved gave him on their last meeting. He wonders whether Stella will accept the necklace he gave her as a gift, and whether she will allow him to be her partner at the debut. Peter enters the room with a huge bruise under his eye. The servant notices that his master is in a good mood and asks what happened. It seems that the information he recently brought was quite useful. Gilworth has returned to service because he refused to cooperate with the imperial family and has settled down to his direct duties. Therefore, the Duke should not be angry because he also brought interesting news. Then Clyde dragged him out by the skin of his teeth. Peter shouted as he walked that his master had a competitor in the person of Viscount Jason Evandores. These words made the Duke stop, so the aide was able to continue. As far as he knows, the man often visits the imperial palace. After his arrival, the second princess was very depressed. Peter claims that this is true, and if the master takes him back, the servant will tell him such things every day. Clyde, after thinking for a second, silently gave Gilworth a bruise. The butler begs to be reinstated. The Duke asks why he needs the Emperor's dog, but Peter objects, because he has already lost his leash. It is true that Alexander ordered Gilworth to work for Clyde, but the Emperor is a fool, and so is the first princess. However, at last there was an influential person. The assistant's goal is not to be a vassal of the Emperor. He wants to achieve significance in this life, so he decided that it was better to choose the Duke. Clyde must believe in his ambition, not his loyalty. The aristocrat, smiling, says that the servant was wrong, because he definitely has no ambition. Of course, Peter has taken this into account as well, but he has no intention of persuading the Duke to ascend to the throne. The Duke is actively writing something on paper and passing it to Gilworth to read. It states that he enters Clyde's service for life. If a worker betrays his master, he will be beheaded. And if you say something unnecessary, your tongue. If the servant behaves too arrogantly, his hands will be cut off. Peter angrily shouts that this is some kind of slave contract. The Duke confirms and explains that he did not sign the same contract when he was 10 years old, and this is a very strong leash. If Gilworth disagrees, he can be free. Peter objects because the owner hasn't heard why he came to see him today. Clyde still needs to check how true this information is and whether the assistant is not fooling him again. It seems that the inn was recently attacked by unknown people. These words make the Duke react instantly. Luckily, nothing happened, but Peter heard that a few days before the incident, Jason Evandores had sent the Empress a letter. The master bangs his fist angrily on the table and the servants are frightened. He advises His Grace to transfer the commoners here, as many people already know about them. The debut should not be the most important thing on his mind right now. Clay orders a carriage to be prepared for him, because it is time to deal with Evandores. The maid informs Karen that Jason came to see Stella this morning. He and the Viscount were like true friends and worked well together. However, things are different now, and the Emperor wants to spend Evandores' donations, which he gave to the imperial family every month, and organize a grand coronation ceremony for the second princess. It seems that Alexander wants to spend all his savings on this. Also, everyone already knows about the debut of the second princess, so it becomes clear that the father of the princesses is not going to stop. But this does not change anything at all. The woman is tired, so she orders the Moon Francine to leave. Meanwhile, she continues to sort through the documents. Karen thinks that the older sister is only worried about how the imperial family can get more money, while the younger one is only worried about how to buy an expensive dress. In her head, the princess simply curses her sister to go bankrupt. Jean Basil considers himself a genius and shows Stella his dresses for every taste and size. There has never been a time when his clientele has been dissatisfied. The man's dresses are excellent, and even the nobility admires the talents of this designer. The princess says that they are certainly all very beautiful, but she wonders if any of them will be comfortable. The fashion designer realizes that he has a strange guest. The girl thinks that it will be difficult to move her arms and even breathe in such a dress. He has never heard such comments about his clothes before. Jean Basil kindly asks the princess to show him exactly what she would like. Stella is not an expert in such things, but she would like the most practical clothes possible. The girl suggests getting rid of some of the details of the dress, to which the fashion designer faints. The princess sees that there is no reaction from Jean and calls her husband. For the designer, Stella is a real sensation because he is not used to this. In the social circles of the empire, while a man is greeting another gentleman, a woman must remain silent. This is the culture of a lady's behavior. Stella had no reason to refuse the Viscount. He would have been a more useful partner than the Emperor's escort. However, the princess did not need Jason's help. However, the Viscount is convinced that there must be a specific reason. The servant informs him that the master has a guest, but Evandor's has no meeting scheduled for today. The fact is that the aristocrat has a visit from his lordship, Clyde Tyrhill. Jason is getting more and more curious by the minute. He extends his hand to the guest and asks what brought him here, and without warning. However, the Duke remains aloof. The man directly asks how Evandor's knows the princess's foster parents. The Viscount, still smiling, mentally calls the guest ignorant because he is unfamiliar with the banal etiquette of noblemen. If Clyde is so curious, they should get started. To begin with, Jason will tell him about his relationship with the princess. Stella is his client, even a very special client. All the rest of the information can be found in the newspaper, but the Viscount has pretended to forget one detail. The Duke does not know how to read. The man ignores the remark and repeats the question. The Viscount shrugs and says he can't tell him because it's personal information of the client. It's not the kind of news that should be shared with everyone. Clyde asks for permission to say one thing. First, he knows how to read, because he was taught 10 years ago by his favorite second princess. Jason notes to himself that the couple has known each other for a long time. Secondly, it seems that the entrepreneur himself does not maintain a work ethic towards clients. Otherwise, how did the Empress know about Stella's parents? These words make Evandor's tense up considerably. He says that the guest has gone too far, so the Viscount will ask him something. How an ordinary commoner Ethel was able to become a princess in one day, the Duke must not know. The answer is that the main goal was to protect her beloved family. Keitel, stunned, asks who she was hiding from. Jason rudely explains that, of course, from the imperial family, into which the Duke had so fondly placed the princess. Now Stella has everything: money, power, and the love of the people. However, she is in such an unstable position that she simply cannot cope without support. The Viscount wonders what kind of help the Duke can give the girl, and out of anger, Clyde breaks the table under his hands. The man notices this detail and advises his guest to think about his words. How can a man who is feared by all the nobles of the empire help? The Duke is like mold that spoils the environment with its presence. Peter sees his master returning home, and he does not look good. As soon as Clyde enters his chambers, he immediately breaks all the furniture to let out his anger. Suddenly, he hears the princess's voice and goes to open the door. A smiling Stella stands there and tells him that it's Monday, so she decided to come first and finally visit Clyde's house. The girl sits down to treat her new friend's cut hand and thinks that it must be painful. The man is saddened to see the heroine feel so sorry for him, and it seems as if she wants to take all this pain for herself. But in reality, she is unbearable to live. The princess asks how the Duke was injured, because the wounds are very deep and there are many different skids. The aristocrat thinks that this woman makes him feel alive again. She probably doesn't want to hear about why he broke his arm so badly. Instead, the Duke notes that his rescuer was very good at medical care. The girl recalls that Daisy was very careless, so there was not a day when the child did not come home with broken knees. Stella looks up and meets Clyde's eyes. The man touches the heroine's face with his bandaged hand and says tiredly that he would like to go somewhere with her. The thought pops into the girl's head that the Duke wants to be her partner in the debut. If the heroine doesn't mind, the carriage is waiting for her. Clyde brings his beloved to her home. There, her uncle is sweeping the yard, and Daisy asks him when the man will finally read her book. The child snatches the broom out of her father's hand and starts sweeping it herself. Stella thinks that the family is doing well without her. The Duke wonders if she is upset about this, but it is quite the opposite. She was afraid to check on them, but now she is happy to see such a happy picture. Turning to her escort, the princess smiles charmingly and thanks him. In the evening, they walk around the beautiful city, where the girl sees the same naive little children as both of them once were. The couple had many childhood memories in common because the princess taught Clyde to write, and his first word was Stella, her only friend and the one who got the heroine back to the imperial family. The girl wants to ask what kind of relationship they have now, because she disappeared 10 years ago. So why did the savior start looking for her only now? Suddenly, a small box appears in front of Stella's eyes, held by the Duke. The aristocrat asks what it is. The box contains beautiful earrings. The man explains that his companion was always looking at the window, so he went to buy them. He was told that it was the most valuable thing in the store, but it could not compare to the necklace the princess had recently received. If the Duke is talking about a gift from the Viscount, the girl has long since returned it because she does not want to receive anything from this businessman. Clyde assures her that that jewelry will suit her better than his present. Stella says that she doesn't really like jewelry at all. Seeing the disappointment on her husband's sweet face, the aristocrat notes that she really liked the earrings. When she lived as Ethel, she saw silver only in the form of cutlery. The princess asks him to help her put on the earrings, and once the jewelry is on her ears, asks if she looks good with them. Clyde assures her that Her Majesty is simply irresistible. At home, the man thanks the girl for spending the day with him. Stella jokes that it was a very busy day, but she is pleased with the gift. An awkward silence falls between the couple, and the Duke does not understand why the princess does not go to the palace. Clutching her dress, the heroine explains that everyone is interested in who will be her partner at the debut, and many people want to take this place, so why hasn't Clyde offered her his candidacy yet? The Duke replies dejectedly that it doesn't seem to be his place. Stella is shocked by this and wonders if her husband wants someone else to accompany her. The aristocrat apologizes and they part ways. Jason Evandores was right. Clyde only spoils everything when he is around the princess. His attempts to find his beloved ended up making her unhappy. All he can do now is watch and help her family from a distance. Strange feelings struggle inside the Duke. Pain tears him apart, and Clyde, wringing his hands, thinks that he is just a huge obstacle in Stella's life. Monday comes again, and the princess notices that the Duke has never come to see her since the incident. And because she was busy preparing for her debut, she was unable to visit her husband. Finally, a maid found the girl. Her Majesty explains that she had to look for materials and asks what happened. The maid informs her that they have selected the most talented children, as the mistress had asked. The woman orders them to the chambers, and she will be there soon. The maid notices that the princess could have asked the Empress something about the ball, but it seems that she decided to find out everything herself. Suddenly, the heroine's personal maid comes in and nervously announces that His Highness the Emperor has arrived at the banquet hall. The man runs around the room and asks why there are so many candlesticks and chandeliers. It's an unusual dinner. They have to make everything so magnificent that there are no complaints. The Emperor also demands a separate staircase because he does not want to walk with the nobles. He decides to discuss everything with Karen because it is an important day for her younger sister. They have a topic that the family needs to discuss, so all the servants are kicked out. The man continues to make plans, but his daughter says that the treasury is empty. The Emperor's glass falls out of his hand at this, and he orders his daughter to repeat her words. Alexander grabs her by the arms and asks if Karen gave all the money to that Evandores. The girl begs him to let her go, as her father is holding her very painfully. The Empress shouts for the man to stop, because she is his own daughter. The Emperor assures her that she is also a woman's daughter, and she should look at herself. Even though he made it clear to her that Michelle should stay out of anything, she disobeyed. Alexander knows full well that she sent mercenaries to Stella's foster parents. The woman swears that she had nothing to do with it. The quarrel is interrupted by the first princess, who asks what brought the family to the banquet hall. Alexander pushes the woman and Karen away and approaches his favorite daughter, holding her hands. The man is happy that she has taken care of the preparations, but the size of the banquet is a bit too small. Stella firmly says that she did not ask for anyone's help. The Emperor squeezes her hands a little harder, and the heroine feels a little pain. The man sees this and immediately releases his hands and apologizes. The girl approaches the budget and says that no one has even discussed it with her. The Emperor assures her that he did so solely out of a great concern for his daughter. It seems that this ceremony is only to raise the authority of the ruling family. Alexander explains that the authority of the princess of the empire is the authority of the family. Stella has heard that the treasury is almost empty, so she tears the list into two parts. The Emperor is furious at this action. The daughter explains to her father that he does not have enough money to approve a budget for such a huge amount, so she will make the debut herself. Karen runs after her sister and shouts that the princess simply does not have the right to decide on her own. The girl repeats the same words she just said to the emperor. The older princess assures her that Stella said it out of emotion. Karen orders her to listen carefully, because if her sister gets the attention of the people, she will regret her choice, and she should put her mother's name to the organizers of the ball. The heroine assures her that she will take care of everything herself. Karen asks if her sister is really going to tarnish the name of the imperial family. Stella cheerfully says that she is still thinking about decorating the entire banquet hall with gold. Having changed her mind, the older princess pats the younger one on the shoulder. After all, the girl doesn't know what it's like to be loved and doesn't understand how this will be the only hope for her parents, because she has never experienced such emotions. The heroine calmly asks if Karen herself could ever know about this. After all, this lowlife has never been her parents' only hope. Hearing Stella's words, the princess tries to hit her sister, but she grabs her hand. She had told Karen once before not to even think about using force. Even now, the older sister has come here after all she wanted to do something for her parents. It seems she doesn't know how it will be loved. That's why the heroine feels sorry for her. Karen is already crying big tears and shouts at Stella to shut up. Preparations for the banquet are underway, and the girl is sitting with Jean Basil, who is behaving strangely. The aristocrat asks him what is going on with her husband, and he explains that he feels some kind of sadness because he cannot be torn between his freedom and the rules. Stella thanks the fashion designer because she thinks they have finally found the perfect dress for her debut. The man, taking his guest's hands, says that this is the first compliment from such an incredible lady, and nothing could be better than that. However, the girl notes that no one will probably appreciate the outfit. As she said, the princess wants to show her style as a debutante, independent of all the rules of the social world. The heroine doesn't know if it will work out, against the expectations of Jean. It's time for the fashion designer to leave, so the girl breathes out a sigh of relief, because all the preparations are almost ready. The maid informs her that Viscount Jason Evanderos is requesting an audience. The heroine orders all the gifts from him to be sent somewhere else. However, the Viscount has moved out today without an escort. Stella asks the man if he has finally run out of money for gifts. As he pours tea, he denies it, and says that of course he did not come empty-handed. Jason says that the tea leaves were brought across many seas. It is a very rare commodity that is grown in small quantities and has an incredibly pleasant aroma. The heroine complains that it would have been better if he had come empty-handed. It seems to Jason that his colleague is too busy preparing for her debut ball to even have a cup of tea with him in peace. Without warning, the man unfolds a map of Sutherland in front of her, which is his gift. The Viscount asks her if she knows the location of all the mines. The girl points to a place, but Jason intercepts her hand and leads her through almost the entire map. Looking intently into Stella's eyes, he asserts that he has all these territories. The girl pulls her hand away and asks what the place is. The man confirms that the area depicted is more than 20 years old. Before it fell into the hands of the Evanderos, it was a real desert. Stella knows that it is now one of the main cities of Sutherland. There is a huge crater in the middle of it, through which huge quantities of diamonds fall. The people here live off the income from Jason's mines. The city lives only because of business. The heroine is surprised by the way the man presents himself. However, he is really good because he has shown great results in such a short period of time. Jason notices that this time his interlocutor looks really interested, and she hasn't even seen the mine yet, so the man would like her to go with him there after the debut. This arouses Stella's suspicions. The princess rejects the offer because she wants to decide who to go with and wants to be away for some business. Evanderos asks what the heroine has decided about her partner for the debut. The girl confirms that she made the perfect choice, so the upset Viscount decides to go home. He is sure that the princess will come running back to him. In the evening, the stars call out to Stella because her family has made a wish to the burning bodies, that their Ethel should always be happy, wherever she is. All of them wish the heroine only a good life. Therefore, at tomorrow's debut, she must shine like a star. The girl recalls the words of the imperial family about the rules and thinks that they were not written for her. After all, Stella doesn't even want to be called a star's favorite. When she was thrown out, the heroine became a free person who can do whatever she wants. The palace is no longer the princess's home. As a debutante, she is unlikely to succeed, so she will do everything in her own way to become the main star. Even if she doesn't shine, she will still become a major star. This is enough for her for now, because Stella doesn't want to regret anything, so she is going to be herself for the entire period of her stay in the palace. Peter runs to his master, who is actively practicing with a sword, and shouts that he is out of his mind because a debut happens only once in a lifetime and he does nothing. The Duke is also the princess's husband, who has attracted the attention of the entire empire. The man is fiercely interested in whether this is really a reason to be at the celebration. His presence will not help the princess. A monster should be standing next to her, with whom she can shine brighter than anyone else. Peter wants to object, but the owner tries to drive him away so that he doesn't interfere. The butler is offended by this, so he asks if the Duke is sure of Jason's good intentions, since it was he who gave the Empress information about Stella's family. The servant assures him that almost all the aristocrats who will attend the banquet tonight will definitely want to take advantage of the princess. Seeing that his master is unresponsive, Peter is about to leave, when the Duke suddenly throws down his sword. The butler knew that he could convince his master, so he prepared his clothes in advance. Meanwhile, in the palace, Princess Karen has already put on her dress and is listening to the courtiers praise her. A maid comes running to her and whispers something in her ear. Hearing the information, the princess asks why her sister didn't wear Jean Basile's dress, but the servant informs her that it is his clothes, and Karen realizes that Stella has been living on the street for too long. It must be hard for her to follow the rules of high society. The blonde, as the older sister, had to be more attentive to the princess because she is worried about the reaction of the nobility. The maids tell her that it's time for the hostess to go to the banquet hall. Karen assures them that she cannot be late for Stella's debut. The maid thinks that the blonde might be jealous of her younger sister, who is getting a lot of attention now, but Princess Karen is worried about her like a real angel. God has finally heard the prayers of the mean mistress. The emperor asks his wife how their daughter could have decorated the hall with ordinary flowers, because it was a disgrace to them. Joseph asks Karen who their sister's partner will be at the debut, but she does not know. Alexander bursts out screaming because he suspects that his daughter might have invited that beastly Duke as her partner. The mother thought that it was her brother who would be Stella's partner, as she had wanted since childhood. Before the boy can say anything, the heroine enters. All the guests are shocked to see the princess. The girl proudly raises her glass and says that tonight was planned by her personally. The audience discusses the fact that the aristocrat came without a partner and is making a speech by herself. Some ladies think her dress is simply unique. Stella hopes that everyone can enjoy the celebration today and glorifies the Bellwitz Empire. As expected, no one approaches the princess later. Probably no one can start a conversation because nobles do not introduce themselves to each other without an escort. The brother wishes his sister would stop fooling around and find a partner quickly. Karen explains to the guests that Stella hasn't lived in the palace for a long time, so she hasn't had time to learn all the court etiquette. The emperor jumps up from his seat and gets angry because the girl wants to sully the good name of the imperial family. The emperor leaves, and Karen still continues to pretend to be a loving sister who cannot have a small child. Everyone present feels sorry for her and says that only a princess like her can spread the elegance of the ruling family. Karen thinks that her sister wanted to do everything herself, and now she is just at the end of her rope. Suddenly, the guests notice that someone is approaching Stella. The girl turns around and sees Angelica Reese bowing in greeting. Before that, the heroine could not even think that after the Duke refused to be her partner, she would not even come to tonight's debut. In fact, Stella felt that she was a very dear person to him. Besides, Clyde has done a lot for the girl, but it seems that he doesn't want to see her anymore. After her guest introduced herself, they decided to sit down to talk. Angelica apologized for being rude because she dared to speak to Her Majesty first. She knows that it is not customary to do so, but she really wanted to meet. The heroine knows that this is Jean's muse, a descendant of the Rise family title. Stella has heard that she doesn't like mass gatherings because of all the idiots who want to socialize because of her father's wealth. The princess orders Angelica to hold her head up because she is the bravest of all the people present at the celebration. The woman rejoices because this is exactly how she imagines Stella, and she is sad to hear how the other guests behave. Reese admits that she was curious to see the dress, which the fashion designer considers to be the masterpiece of her life, and it suits Her Majesty very well. The heroine asks if the girl didn't find it strange, as it is a rather unusual style. Angelica explains that there is nothing strange about the unusual. The princess explains that the courtiers have a different opinion, since she risked her honor by breaking the rules, as everyone here actively repeats and imitates. The guest says that these rules were also created by someone, but be that as it may, today everyone's eyes are on only one person, and that is Stella. Perhaps with such a princess, they will soon see changes in the social world for women. In the corridor, Angelica meets with other court ladies who discuss the fact that the woman approached Her Majesty without even introducing her partner, which is why so many people were looking at them. By the way, Angelica hasn't attended such parties for a long time, so she can turn to the women for help. Clutching her dress, Reese assures us that she did nothing wrong. Despite the fact that it was customary, the girl definitely did not violate anything. Besides, the princess was quite pleased that the guest came to her on her own, and this is the most important thing. The ladies discuss that before the count's death, the girl had been very calm and modest, but she walks on quietly. Everyone present begins to think that perhaps they should be the first to approach and speak to the princess, because they want to see this beautiful dress up close. The dress looks comfortable, and you can't take your eyes off it, so it is definitely John's design. Suddenly, someone approaches the princess again, and this time it is Viscount Evandors, who is happy to meet the heroine. The girl thought that the man would not come because of his business, but for him, there can be nothing more important than the debut of his beloved. The audience discusses that the couple looks great together. Stella wishes Jason a good time and leaves. However, the Viscount does not leave her alone, but offers her a glass of some drink from the famous country of Laurel. The heroine whispers that she's had enough gossip for one day, but the man interrupts her and informs her that the Duke will not be attending the debut tonight. The woman wonders what Evandors knows about Clyde to make such a statement. Jason claims that he too has some friendly ties with him, just like the princess. Taking the girl's hand, the man says that the Duke knows he has no right to touch her the way he does. Stella angrily asks what the Viscount means. The princess asks him to let her go, because she does not want to waste her precious time on this. Evandors apologizes for having to turn her away because he doesn't want the heroine to disappoint the audience, who are looking forward to their dance. Stella tells the Viscount not to regret his decision later, because he was the first to start this performance. The princess, to the shocked looks of Jason and others, introduces him as her partner for the evening, and clarifies that they have an exclusively business relationship. Before that, everyone was sure that the couple had a romantic relationship. Jason Evandores restricted information about Stella and her foundation, and went so far as to put an embargo on all newspapers. The man did it just in time, because now all attention is focused on the girl, but she is not going to fall under the influence of the Viscount. Stella announces that they should now announce the news and orders her husband to smile so as not to spoil this wonderful atmosphere. They all know the story of the Princess of the Stars who disappeared 10 years ago as soon as the imperial family was in danger. All this time, the heavens brought the heroine gold, and the man who helped found the Stella Le Delanche Foundation is Evandros. Putting her hand on her husband's shoulder, the girl notes that he was the first to support her decision to help the aristocrats, who had lost all their savings. All the guests begin to admire the princess, who is infinitely generous at heart. Stella thinks that the imperial family will never be able to reveal the whole truth that the girl was pretending to be a maid, and in the end, she was thrown out because the aristocrat could become a disgrace to the family. It is normal that the strong business relationship between the princess and the Viscount was perceived as a love affair, but now they will dance exclusively as friends. By the way, Stella has heard that an unmarried woman cannot talk to her husband. She wonders what Jason thinks of this rule. The Viscount smiles and says that the princess will never cease to amaze him and invites my lady to dance. The active part of the banquet has begun, and everyone is dancing around the hall. Evandor's, whirling in a waltz, says that this prank was unnecessary. He wanted to make the news about the Foundation sensational, but not that sensational. To be honest, the man was angry at first, but then he was just amazed. The heroine asks why, and the Viscount explains that this is how she was able to clear her name. The girl deliberately steps on the guest's foot and says that she is tired, so she can't control her movements to sit down as soon as possible. By hiding her past, Stella managed to win the trust of the nobility, and at the same time managed to erase the existence of her foster parents. In addition, the heroine used the Viscount to save her own situation due to the lack of a partner, and this is truly a miracle. Jason offers to help with the game, and the princess agrees because she thinks he's very good at it. The man convinces her that he can do many things well, and Stella uses dancing as an example. After her waltz with Evandor's ends, every man in the room wants to ask the girl out again, which annoys the heroine. The Viscount decides to save the day and approaches Her Majesty, taking the girl by the shoulders, and offers to introduce the nobles. With just one look, the princess asks her companion what he is up to. The man simply offers to accept his kindness if she doesn't want to dance all day. This is where the fun begins, and the woman silently agrees. The last person to arrive is Hector Salvas, a newspaper editor who is very pleased to meet such a distinguished person. The man invites the princess to join them in a game of billiards to further cement their strong friendship. Stella doesn't know what to do, because she has spent too much time in heaven and doesn't know how to play properly, so she doesn't want to be a burden to the gentleman. Having said that, she turns around and walks toward the stairs when Jason catches up with her. Jason recalls the woman's words that they are partners and colleagues should help each other. Having revealed all the cards, the man still showed the princess the right way. If she leaves now, she will be in his debt. The girl doesn't say anything to this and looks at the piano behind the Viscount. Stella offers to play a special composition and sits down at the instrument. The audience notices how easily the princess plays the melody. However, this song is intended for a duet performance with her older brother. The heroine's mind recalls how she taught Clyde to play. The girl notices the looks of the guests and thinks she has made a mistake. Suddenly, Jason sits down next to her and starts playing so that the princess doesn't remember anyone else. The couple is photographed for the newspapers. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turn to the new visitor. The Duke came to the debut and actively began to ask where the princess was. The servant nervously reported that she was in the hall. Clyde came to the banquet because he thought it would make him a real aristocrat. However, no matter how hard he tried, the bloodstains could not be washed away. The Duke comes closer to the crowd and finally sees his beloved. He could somehow justify what had happened before, but the picture he saw finally convinced Clyde that Jason was the best match for Stella. Clenching his fists, the man continues to watch. Finally, the princess finishes playing and sees the knight. Evandor's informs her that the audience wants an encore, so he wants to fulfill this wish. However, the heroine abruptly storms out and says that the show is over. The journalist asks what's going on because he wanted to do an exclusive interview. The Viscount doesn't answer and silently follows the princess with his eyes. The girl thinks she has imagined it, but it is impossible. The audience discusses how the Duke dared to come here, being a murderer of his countrymen. One of the people present suggests that Clyde does not know such a thing. They fall silent when Stella walks by. Her heels rub her feet, so she takes off her shoes and runs in search of her lover. She finds the Duke before he leaves and quickly asks where he is going so early. The wound on her feet is still gaping. Returning to the stone-faced princess, the man congratulates the girl on her debut. Stella asks why the Duke decided to leave them and if he saw her play the piano. Clyde assures her that her playing is incredible. However, the knight did not want to stay so that people would be less distracted, because he would have been a great distraction to the crowd if he had continued to stand among the aristocrats. Putting her hand to her lover's cheek, the heroine says it's nonsense. She was playing only for Clyde and thought only of him and was sad. The princess grabs the Duke's hand and leads him to the hall because she doesn't care about the opinions of others. All that matters is that Stella wants to spend this ball together. Looking at the stars, the heroine says that they shine so brightly to bless her. Ethel feels better when she looks at them. The Duke asks if her feet hurt. The woman assures him that everything is fine. Stella tells him that she came out alone today because the only person she wanted as a partner refused. The princess also opened up to everyone and explained that she has no relationship with Jason Evandors. The Viscount plunged into this game himself, so the princess doesn't want Clyde to have any doubts. The man did not even dare to allow such thoughts. Stella notices that the music from the banquet hall is coming all the way here. The princess offers to dance, but the Duke shyly says that he does not know how, so Ethel can teach him. The girl realizes that she can't feel her legs as she explains the basics of the waltz. Clyde bends down in front of her and apologizes for his rudeness. Stella asks how she will dance barefoot, and the boy asks her to stand on his feet. The princess fulfills the request, and the couple dances awkwardly. All this time, the Viscount was watching them with irritation. According to Thornhill, the condition of the heroine's legs may worsen, so he should bring medicine. As he walks through the castle corridors, he meets Jason. The Viscount says meanly that he did not expect Clyde to return, so he overestimated his conscience. Clyde calmly passes by and says that he is not interested in the unsolicited opinions of others. Evandors knows this is true. Jason says that Stella came here because he threatened her on behalf of the first princess. Before that, the woman didn't even think about coming back. The princess became a completely different person for the sake of her family. After hearing this, Clyde beats Evandors with all his might, while other guests run to them. The ladies of the court run to the princess and tell her about the terrible events in the hall. The aristocrats have already lifted the wounded man. The Duke reminds them that a person who has committed such a low act cannot ask a man what he can do for Stella. The audience immediately blushes and begins to look for the hidden meaning. The Viscount assures them that jealousy is a terrible force. Evandors, wiping his lip, wonders if this behavior is due to his dance with the princess. Apparently, it was not enough for the Duke to disrupt Her Majesty's performance. Clyde orders the acting to stop. Jason notes that he is ready to miss one shot, but he will not take it anymore. The aristocrat comes closer and whispers something in the knight's ear. Thornhill lifts his opponent by the collar and yells at him to shut his filthy mouth. The princess enters and orders him to stop. The girl says that Evandors should treat his wound and leave for a moment. They will discuss the Duke's behavior after Jason has been treated. With that, the heroine declares the banquet over and asks the guests to inform the guests about the Viscount's injury after the banquet. The guards have to escort the guests out and keep a close eye on security. Stella takes Clyde's promise that he will wait for her in the living room and leaves. In the room, the Viscount notices that the princess has sent all the servants away. The man assumes that she wants to treat her wounds herself, as the Duke has left many of them. The woman says that she has already played along with him, so stop making a comedy. Ethel asks why he did it. Jason says that it was not intentional. The princess does not believe this, because she is convinced that the Duke is not capable of bloodshed for no reason. Evandors thinks that she really likes Clyde if she treats his wounds this way. Approaching Stella, the Viscount says with a pitiful look that he is in great pain. The girl takes his hand away and angrily says that a man must know his place. Jason reminds her that the princess called him her friend. The heroine still needs the Viscount, so they have many days together ahead. The girl explains that Evandors' behavior is simply disgusting. Perhaps it's because Jason has just fallen passionately in love with the princess. However, this idea seems to Stella to be more ridiculous than a newspaper article. At these words, the Viscount freezes in place. The maid apologizes and says that it is a bit dangerous for the mistress to go to Thornhill alone. The girl objects because she wants to go alone. The Duke asks Stella not to come any closer and to pronounce his verdict from the spot, because he is in fact a monster who ruined her debut and attacked the aristocrat. The princess notes that this is exactly why she came, because she wants to hear the reason for such actions. The Duke explains that the man said hurtful things to him that he cannot say in front of a lady. Stella orders him to raise his head and look at her. The girl announces that Thornhill is her sister Daisy's beloved and handsome knight, an incredibly kind man who has built the estate she has dreamed of for her childhood friend. Picturesque landscapes, a huge garden with beautiful plants, a grand piano that protects valuable memories, and that's not all. Clyde disobeyed the Emperor's order and nobly carried the princess away because she was not anyone's property. For these reasons, Her Majesty assures us that Thornhill is definitely not a monster. She touches the Duke's face and asks if he is all right. Back in her chambers, she thinks that she endured the pain in her legs just to be with Clyde a little longer. During her life, the princess has been abandoned too many times, but Stella doesn't want the Duke to do the same. Sometimes she imagines a situation in which Clyde does not serve her father, is not a protector of the sky, does not participate in the revolution, but is simply there. This cannot be part of reality. A man would probably laugh. For him, the heroine is just a childhood friend with whom he has many memories. Jason is right. With his help, the woman protected her family. However, their relationship can collapse at any moment because there is nothing to hold it together. Stella still hasn't gotten hold of any dirt. The question then remains what to do with the Viscount. The heroine finds the letter and thinks that if she stays here for 6 months, the palace will lower the requirements for the princess. Then the girl will finally find freedom and be able to leave this place. That's the deal with the Emperor. In the end, it's just stupid, so Stella tears up the letter. It's stupid to try to protect your loved ones by relying on the favor and trust of another person. Now more than ever, the girl needs strength, a power that even Jason Evandors cannot handle. Stella will become a princess, supported by the whole nation. Peter sits in the carriage with his master and shouts at him. They say that everyone was shocked, and rumors of the beating spread throughout the empire. Clyde says that he is no stranger to this, because the monster behaved naturally, and it will only get worse. The Duke is capable of very dirty deeds for the sake of the princess, as long as his beloved always stays by his side and gives him smiles. For this, he will bring the whole world to her feet. Jean-Basile comes to the heroine and tells her that he misses her very much, even though they saw each other yesterday. The fashion designer explains that time without a woman is long and painful. There are rumors that the princess made an incredible debut and turned the entire aristocratic world of the empire upside down. Stella asks what people are saying, and Jean informs her that everyone remembers her dress. Even the arrogant editors of the newspaper sent a request to publish his design work. All the ladies have wanted a dress like this for a long time. The heroine is happy, but it is a bit unexpected. She didn't think she would make such a splash. Jean is grateful for the opportunity to be part of the fashion revolution. Suddenly, he notices that the woman is wearing shoes without heels. Stella tells him that she specifically asked for this because this manipulation makes the shoes comfortable and does not cause discomfort. Basil says that if the image was only comfortable, he would not be interested in it. However, the heroine was able to combine comfort and elegance of aristocrats. Jean makes the princess an offer to become the face of his store. She will be able to receive all limited seasonal dresses for free. Jean is even ready to create an individual look if the girl wishes. Stella wonders if the fashion designer will be able to bring his brand to the top of the market if she agrees. Basil assures her that he will work harder than he can. The princess knows that Elbuon is the only brand under Evandor's leadership that has not become an absolute leader in its field. This topic is probably like a disease. If Jean Basil can take a confident first place, the heroine, being the face of the brand, will receive the support of the aristocracy. This is the perfect first step against Viscount Evandors. Karen is sitting at a tea party and says that her sister has decided to take up the fashion industry, so she is happy. One of the guests wonders if Her Majesty hasn't noticed the chemistry between Stella and Jason. Now, Karen understands why she was invited to this event. The girl announces that her husband does accompany his sister often and comes to the palace to see her, despite the fact that he has a lot of personal business. The rumors of this relationship will help to restrain Stella. At least half of the girls in high society are enamored of Evandors. They all want his heart. But women react differently. The ladies are delighted with this couple. It would be nice to see them together more often. A young lady wonders if this is the first such evening that the imperial family has organized since His Majesty's coronation. Karen thinks that there will be more such evenings because her sister brought jewels from heaven. The tea party hostess notes that the princess has brought gold, but the imperial treasury is still empty. She is interrupted by the princess. She wonders if the lady really thinks that Stella decided to deceive everyone at the banquet. Karen did not think Helen was so simple-minded. She invited a lady from high society and discusses the silly rumors. Helen apologizes for her frivolity, but the princess is about to leave. Even if her father went bankrupt, she should not forget about her imperial status. Karen hates people like that. She has said everything in the heat of the moment and hopes that it will not reach Stella's ears. There is no reason to worry, because Ethel cannot know everything that is happening. Suddenly, Karen sees her sister. She is sitting in her room writing a letter. No matter how great her power to protect her from the imperial family looks, Jason can destroy everything she has at any moment. Connections with mercenaries, money, power. He has it all. A powerless princess will not be able to destroy a man who has no weaknesses. Even Karen, who has been with him for 10 years, knows nothing. However, there are no people without weaknesses. Evandor's just hides them well. The princess arrived at the Viscount's house having sent a letter in advance, which surprised him. Jason would be grateful if work matters were also resolved by correspondence. Then the girl says she could apologize in writing. These words incredibly surprise the Viscount. Stella continues that she came to apologize for the day she left him alone with his injuries. Jason says that he will not influence the heroine's hired killers. The princess notes that no one will check the contract. The woman was worried about Evandor's and does not know how to prove her veracity. The Viscount asks Stella to marry him, but she thinks it's a joke. The girl wonders if he is really in love with her. Jason denies it, and they both laugh at the situation because no one was serious. The princess says that she has brought a very expensive gift that he cannot afford. The Viscount opens the box and sees a pen in front of him. Stella orders him to take it and write that she has canceled the coronation and that it will be resumed. No matter how much time passes, the princess will not leave this place, so he pretends that they are close. Evandor's must remember what he said to the heroine after selling information about her family to the Empress. Stella simply repeats his words and asks him to take the gift back. Jason agrees and they shake hands. This became their peace treaty, beneficial for both parties. The coronation ceremony, which is held only for the emperor. The reason why the princess was allowed to hold it is clear. Everyone is watching the princess. How she bends her knee before the emperor and accepts the crown from his hands. The ceremony had political significance, and it became Ethel's farewell to life. The girl will no longer hide and will rise so high that no one will even think of addressing the princess without the highest respect. The family rides on horseback, and Joseph behaves as if it were his coronation. Of course, wherever he went, he was always the main character. The prince asks his sister to wave because it is her day. The crowd bursts into applause and welcomes the main star of the empire. Among the people is the heroine's former family. Stella turns away in fright and tries to calm her emotions. Joseph asks if everything is okay and notes that his sister is very worried. The prince says that this is normal. Not everyone has the ability to present themselves in society. The maids discuss the fact that Stella, even after a difficult ceremony, goes to her sick sister and brings her medicine. The woman says she was worried when Karen fainted at the coronation. The only pity is that there is no medicine for the simulation. The sister flies up from the bed and shouts that she did not deceive her father. The second princess knocks a cup out of the first princess's fart and shouts that she won't dare deceive the people if she disappears in 6 months. Stella asks if she would hold a coronation if she wanted to disappear. The heroine explains that she burned the contract. Karen orders her to stop lying because she wanted to return to the commoners. The princess coldly says that she will take the highest position in the empire. Mary tries to open the chest, but her husband stops her. She shouts that her daughter saw them, but pretended not to know. For the father, it is enough that Ethel is alive and well. But the mother checked the mail every day and waited for news. If her daughter knew how much they missed her, if she considered them her family, she would not do this. The man is convinced that his daughter simply did not want them to suffer. Mary wants to disappear from the eyes of the incredible princess so as not to bother her anymore. And this is the only gift a woman can give. Mary wants to see Ethel at least one last time. The couple hears screaming and commotion and goes out to see. One worker reports that he has caught a suspicious girl wandering around the neighborhood, so he has caught her. Some kids were throwing garbage around, and the worker decided to check it out when he saw the intruder. The man says that the stranger hasn't said anything so far. Mary asks him to wait and comes closer. When she takes off her cloak, she sees her daughter Ethel underneath and starts to cry. Hearing the heroine's name, the worker realizes that this is the same princess who hired him. The man falls to his knees and tearfully apologizes. Stella orders the worker to get up and continue in the same spirit, that is, to protect her family and this place. The girl looks at her parents and smiles happily. The family goes into the room and Ethel tells the family the whole truth: who she was, why she was left alone, and why she had to return. She apologizes for coming so late and understands if they don't want to see her. Mary assures her that they will do anything for her daughter and hugs her. She thinks that Ethel was very lonely in that cold palace. The princess begins to cry and her mother decides to prepare a meal. Her mother says that her daughter must be unaccustomed to such dishes, but she insists that she missed home cooking. Mary invites Stella to come over any time with her husband. The aunt thinks that when things get more serious, they should get to know each other. The heroine comes to Daisy and wants to say hello, but her mother says that if she does, the child will not let her sister go for a very long time. Meanwhile, the Duke is walking with Peter in the square and sees a little boy asking for money because his sister hasn't eaten anything for a week. Clyde gives him some coins and orders him to buy the girl some medicine and bread. The child thanks him overwhelmingly and runs away. Gilworth reminds the gentleman that the Thornhill family does not do charity work and their finances do not allow it. The man says that the butler cannot follow him because he is talking nonsense. Passers-by enter a local greenhouse, and the thought crosses Peter's mind that Clyde wants to give the princess flowers, but now it could damage his reputation. The Duke notes that he is not risking anything. The knight asks the shopkeeper to give him all the flowers in the store, although the servant convinces him that this will put the heroine in a dubious position. The Viscount sits at his desk and fills out the paperwork with the pen Stella gave him. Suddenly, he falls asleep and feels someone touching his forehead. The man thinks that Ethel has even gotten in here and opens his eyes. It turns out to be the hand of an assistant who was checking the owner's temperature. Jason begins to aggressively ask why he was woken up only now, and the man explains that he looked tired. Evandor's, looking at his watch, thinks that he has just wasted time and needs to see a doctor. The assistant notes that these drugs have no side effects and that it is just overwork. The servant announces that there were no visitors and leaves. Many people are now interested in the Stella phenomenon. At the debut evening, the audience had a rather frank reaction, and the main goal of the heroine was to win the trust of aristocrats. The first clasp on the princess's success shirt was her debut and coronation, and more will follow. The servant reports that Jason Evandor's gave a gift that no one can buy for any money. El Buon is a branded boutique that competes with Jean Basile. The girl doesn't understand why such generosity is necessary. Meanwhile, Karen comes to her father, who is having his portrait painted, to talk. The second princess is annoyed by her father's behavior. All he does all the time is throw banquets and paint new pictures, even though her sister will not pay for such events out of her own pocket. When the artist leaves, the emperor asks what happened. The daughter tells him that the night after the coronation, Stella came to her room and seemed to declare war. She said she was going to take the highest position in the empire. The girl does not understand how this is possible. Now, their empire is illuminated by only one son, and it is her father. The man interrupts his daughter and explains that she is not the only one with ears. Last time, Karen tried to spread gossip about Stella, and now she wants to make her look like a traitor. The princess argues that her father simply misunderstood. The emperor declares that he is not a fool and will not believe his daughter's tales. Joseph enters the room and reminds her that for some unknown reason, her sister held the coronation. As he knows, behind Stella is the leader of the revolutionary movement known as Duke Clyde Thornhill. Moreover, the princess is in a partnership with Jason Evandor's. After her debut and coronation, everyone became interested in her. The emperor should think about how his sister is going to get all the power. The man laughs nervously and says that the children were blinded by envy of their younger sister, and now they are trying to drag him into it. The son remarks that this problem cannot be ignored because his father seems to be trying to cover the sky with his hand. The emperor has given Joseph all the duties of state, but he is only engaged in feasting and having fun. The man hits the prince on the cheek with all his might, so that he flies to the floor and shouts that no one will dare to raise his voice to him. Karen is horrified and asks her father to stop and take pity on her brother. Joseph walks down the hall and is stopped by the first princess. She asks if the boy is okay and sees his battered face. She asks him to see a doctor, or at least let her treat his wounds. Joseph pulls out his arm and announces with a cold look that he is fine. The sister is probably very scared, so she should go to her room and rest. Karen doesn't know what's wrong with her brother, because he has never looked at her like that. In her head, the princess wonders why everyone hated her so suddenly. The prince comes to Stella and asks her to leave, but the maid informs her that her mistress has temporarily left the palace. The heroine comes to Jason and asks what he sent her. The man explains that it is a gift, and the Viscount is not in the mood for jokes. The princess holds out the package and orders him to take it because she will not accept it. The aristocrat asks why the heroine refused. Perhaps the woman was afraid of the loud headlines in the newspaper, or the fact that they would be together in the texts. Stella justifies herself by saying that she is not afraid of anything when it comes to business. The only problem is that you need to take the same amount as you give, and this is a rule in business, and any gifts are unnecessary. Her husband says that after her collaboration with Jean Basile, things got worse. His fashion agency started losing clients. The princess wonders if he blames her for his failure. The Viscount simply wants to say that the Evandors are not concerned about second place. That's why he got rid of the store. This also helped to save the name, and the princess, in turn, was able to get one of the best fashion houses for free. The girl, after some thought, accepts the offer and asks if Jason doesn't care about the fate of the store. If so, she will sell it to Jean Basile. Evandors thinks that this is a foolish decision. If he were her, he would try to make as much money as possible using a name that sounds far away. The reason why the princess does this is because the Viscount was not trying to get rid of the fashion house or save the name. It was just a terrible display of candor. Therefore, he can keep this store for himself. Jason is left standing upset and defeated, and the heroine goes to the carriage. After each meeting with him, she is ready to go crazy with fatigue, so she needs to rest after arriving. Suddenly, she remembers something and asks the coachman what day of the week it is. The servant is embarrassed to say that it is Monday, and the princess smiles happily. Stella says that they need to go somewhere. The Duke is training on the battlefield with a sword and sees his beloved in front of him. Nervous, he almost drops his weapon and quickly hides it behind his back so that the woman doesn't get hurt. She had heard that Clyde trains non-stop. For this reason, Her Majesty asks for only 1 day. The Duke thinks that he should refuse, because when he returned home after his debut, he made one important decision. If Stella ever extends her hand to him, he will have to refuse for her happiness. The heroine's tender palms should be touched by someone who deserves it, not a monster like the Duke. The man is already apologizing, but the girl approaches and asks why he can't. Clyde immediately blushes and explains that he needs time to clean up after his workout. As the couple walks around the city, the knight notices that just one look from Stella made him change his mind. In front of these enchanting eyes, any decision is powerless. Some guy approaches the princess. Thornhill wrings his hands, and the young man explains that he is just a traitor. The heroine apologizes to him and explains that her partner is very wary of strangers, so she should understand him. The salesman forgives her and tells her that the mask festival will start after sunset, so they still have enough time to buy a beautiful accessory. The Duke looks at the masks for a long time and can't decide. The girl explains that when you can't make up your mind, there is only one answer. Stella wants to take the 2 most expensive masks and winks at Clyde. The man puts on the accessory, and the princess can hardly contain her laughter. The Duke thought that such things did not suit him at all. The heroine tries on the mask and asks how she looks, and the Duke advises her to put on a full face mask, because the companion is so beautiful that she attracts a lot of attention. Stella asks to remember that there is no princess or knight here now. Suddenly, she loses sight of the man, and he slips out of the crowd. There are too many people here, so they should go to the other side. The princess takes the knight's hand and tells him that he must protect her without letting go of her palm. Together, the couple walks to the square, where they are dancing actively, and one of the girls invites them to join in. Stella asks if the Duke wants to try, but he assures her that he can't do it, and the woman explains that dancing doesn't require any special skills. You just need to watch once and remember everything. The heroine is paired with a mysterious man, which makes Clyde's teeth clench. When the dance is over, he pushes her partner away and stands next to her, announcing that he has come not to dance but to protect her. When the performance is over, the couple walks to the inn. But first, the woman has to go somewhere. She wants to buy a bouquet of flowers in a shop, but they have already sold everything. However, Stella does not want to leave empty-handed. The Duke is convinced that her parents will be happy anyway. The shopkeeper informs them that all the flowers are now at the Adventurer's Pier, an inn where they give out flowers to guests. The couple heads to the place, and Stella remarks that it is the first time she has ever seen this place so beautiful. She would like to say hello to the family, so they head to the inn. Mary asks where Daisy is now, and the man replies that she has gone to a festival with her friends. Suddenly, the mother sees her eldest daughter and grabs her by the hand and leads her into the house. The woman doubts that a princess can walk around so freely. The heroine assures her that no one will recognize her, and she did not even think that their house could look so beautiful. In fact, the owner of the stand in the yard has no idea where the flowers came from. Before the festival, they started getting a lot of plants delivered to them. Mary thought that it was Stella's father, but as it turned out, it was not like that. The first courier said that the sender was a young man with scarred hands. It is probably impossible to find a person with such characteristics. The woman turns around and asks who the young man is who came with her daughter. The girl replies that he is the one she was so interested in. Mary asks to wait because she has to bring her husband. The father thanks her for all the flowers, and the Duke doesn't understand how he knew. He wants to introduce himself officially, but they won't let him take off his mask because it's too crowded. The couple would like to finish their work as soon as possible and invite the couple inside, but there are too many visitors today because of the unusual interior design. Mary suggests going upstairs through the dark entrance. Clyde finds himself in the heroine's room, where nothing has changed since then. When she was Ethel, she used to watch the stars after a hard day. It was a small joy in her everyday life. The man asks if she wants to return to those days. The Princess of the Stars objects, because no matter what happens, she has already chosen her path. It takes a lot of strength to protect your loved ones. Stella comes closer to the knight, who is in tears, and hugs him tightly, asking him why he sent those flowers. Clyde stops the hug to look into the eyes of his interlocutor. He explains that he wanted to give his beloved flowers like a normal guy. Stella, hearing this, comes closer and kisses the knight hard. Sitting on the bed, Jason reads the letter, which is too simply written for the imperial family. The Viscount has no idea where the heroine could have gone at such a late hour and calls for an assistant. Unfortunately, he was not able to find out the identity of everyone, as all citizens were wearing masks because of the festival. However, one lady, who looked very much like a princess, stayed overnight at the inn. They say there was a tall brunette next to her. These words make Evandor's clench his fists and realize that he has been given a great headline for a new newspaper. When Clyde's hands went around the heroine's waist, she immediately wondered if the couple had closed the door. It was hard not to feel their heartbeat and the warmth of their bodies. It seemed as if they had become one. In the morning, while the princess is still sleeping, the Duke thinks he is holding the greatest jewel in the world, but he must not give in to temptation. The man wants to stay with her until his beloved wakes up. He wants to hear her noble lips whisper his vicious name. However, if someone sees them leaving the inn together, it will not end well. Remembering Peter's words, Clyde begins to dress. Before he leaves, he silently apologizes to his beloved and hopes that she won't be too upset when she wakes up. Later, the girl notices that the Duke has already left and has managed to put the room in order. When the princess was dressed, her mother came into the room and called her to breakfast. Daisy ran in and threw herself at her sister in tears. Mary tells her that the knight left early in the morning because he did not want to affect Stella's reputation. The girl leaves the inn, and the mercenary hands her a letter saying that the Emperor wants to know where his daughter was today, so the heroine should be careful with him. The princess comes to her father and says that he must have missed her a lot because she was only gone from the palace for one night, and already there was such a fuss. Stella swears that she will explain everything as soon as she tidies up. The man is silent, and the woman asks to call Joseph and Karen to the room because they also need to know everything. The heroine leaves the reception room and realizes that the Viscount's letter has a clear message. The Emperor began to suspect something. The father undoubtedly shows that he trusts her with his whole appearance, but this is not the case. At first, it might have seemed that she was on her way to meet Jason, But later, the carriage took the princess to the Hill estate. And this is not an imperial palace at all. Unexpectedly, the princess, who had decided to hold a coronation, went to the leader of the revolutionary movement, covering it up with a meeting with an investor. The emperor probably couldn't sleep a wink that night, because the uprising took his title away from him and returned it to him. The heroine changes her clothes, takes the envelope with her, and heads back to the living room, where she is already waiting. Stella thanks them for waiting, but she thinks that her sister already knows everything because she is acting too confident in her father's presence. The woman sits down and begins to tell them that she has decided to cancel the contract and complete the coronation. Her absence yesterday could not go unnoticed either. Stella knows that her father was told about her visit to the Hill estate. The girl's goal was to get out of the palace. First, she wants to explain why she decided to stay. Karen interrupts her sister and says that she is convinced that she was with the Duke at the festival. The Emperor asks why she decided to become Stella's lawyer so quickly, since yesterday she was just an executioner. The father says that Karen told him that her daughter came to her on the day of the coronation and announced that she would take the highest position in the empire. So the man asks what exactly the princess meant. Stella explains that she needs no small amount of power to protect her adopted family. Her father wonders if she really believes that he will listen to such nonsense. The princess asks for permission to show him something. This is the contract that Karen once forced Stella to sign by threatening the heroine's foster family. According to it, she was supposed to play the role of a lost sister. In case of refusal, her family would be finished. After her debut, the heroine finally realized all the power that the title gives her. The woman thought she could protect her family if she stayed at the palace and became stronger, so she decided to become a member of the imperial dynasty. Stella admits that she only wishes happiness to the people who saved her. Karen screams that these are all false accusations, and that the fool really just wanted to replace her father and take his power. Ethel assures her that if the emperor will guarantee the safety of her adopted family, she will do everything in favor of the state. Karen continues that Jason Evandors, the leader of the revolutionary movement, is behind her sister. This reason could bring trouble to her father. Stella concludes by saying that a person who has something to protect would not be so frivolous as to plot against the ruler. The emperor's hands shake, and he throws Karen aside with all his might. The servants are immediately ordered to lock her up on the roof without food or water for 7 days, and anyone who dares to speak to the prisoner will be immediately executed. Moreover, his daughter will have to bow her head in sincere apology to her sister in front of witnesses. Karen says that her father would be better off just destroying her. Stella admits that this is the worst possible punishment. The heroine declares that she doesn't need an apology without a drop of sincerity. Only the safety of her family and the strength necessary to protect her loved ones will be enough. The father asks if she was just visiting her former family. The girl admits that, in fact, on the day of the coronation she saw them in the crowd, but she had to pretend that she didn't know them. This did not give Stella peace of mind, because the sadness for her family was stronger. The emperor says that he understands his daughter, and she calmly leaves the hall. Joseph runs after his sister and swears that he knew nothing about Karen's shameful act. The girl wonders if this will change anything. The heroine knows that in a different scenario, she would have been on the roof, not her sister. Stella says that Joseph always waited for the storm to end and then started collecting fish from the shore, just like now. The brother is frightened and says that he just wanted to apologize to his sister. The girl simply walks by and says that she doesn't need apologies that lack a drop of sincerity, but only concern for her own well-being. Stella sits in the bathtub and thinks that the situation has become much calmer, but no one knows when the next time they will want to destroy her. She needs to pull herself together and finally figure out what's going on. On the night with Clyde, she felt as if they had become one not only in body, but also in soul. The princess is well aware that the Duke was not there only because he was worried about her. She understands this only with her head, but in her heart, she would like her husband to be the first person she sees when she wakes up. With these thoughts, Stella dives underwater. Peter meets the Duke at the estate and tells him that he needs to be warned about nighttime raids, because all the servants were very worried about him. Clyde is convinced that there is no need to warn about every move. The assistant warns him that a guest is waiting for him in the hall. Jason sits and calmly drinks his tea when the Duke comes into the room menacingly. The Viscount says that society loves to talk about conspiracy theories. They become very loud if you add some famous faces. Suddenly, the princess expresses a desire to be crowned, and the leader of the revolution decides to walk together on the street during the festival and spend the night together. The Duke grabs Jason by the scruff of the neck and shouts at him for threatening the princess. The Viscount realizes that his rival is not going to deny anything. Clyde swears that he will destroy Evandor's if he writes about it in the newspaper. The Viscount advises him to jump for joy because only he knows about it. All the media of the Empire are under his control, and so is Stella's honor. Jason orders the Duke to stay away from the girl. This is his client's business, and the Viscount is much more useful to the princess than a knight who cannot defend himself. All the revolutionaries who dreamed of warm, carefree days are now in the south and dying of cold. And the one who led them into this gloom has knelt before the Emperor in the hope of some chance with the princess. No fool would follow such a leader, and against an army with a full set of new equipment. Clyde assumes that the enemy is right, and that he will immediately end the heroine's life if she so desires. It's up to her to choose, and it's unlikely that a woman will choose the side of a man who rules his subjects solely for money. Now only Jason should think about who the princess really needs. Under the Viscount's angry gaze, he leaves, and Peter comes to the master. The Duke asks where the bouquet he brought is now. Thornhill orders it to be beautifully packed and sent to Stella. Gilworth is confused by this order, as the owner was going to be quiet for a while, and sending flowers to the palace is very risky. Clyde reminds his subject that hired slaves are usually severely punished for asking too many questions, and repeats the terms of the contract they signed. Peter quickly shuts up and goes to run an errand. The Duke realizes that Jason always knows everything, but it is unlikely that this news will be published in the newspaper if it takes too long. As far as the man understands, the Viscount is most annoyed by the fact that he agrees with Clyde's words. A servant comes to his lady and tells her that he has a gift from the Duke. Stella looks at the flowers and remembers that they are the same ones she liked at the entrance to the inn. The note says that Clyde will always keep her safe. Karen was locked up on the roof of the palace because Stella refused her apology, and the people were told that the princess had been captured because of her speech against the Emperor. The aristocrats tried to complain, but it was no use. The father asks if his daughter wants to accept her sister's apology now, because everyone is trying to justify her. The heroine sadly assures him that Karen does not want to apologize herself, and she does not need sincere words. The princess agrees to all the accusations, and if the honor of the imperial family depends on it, it is better to take this truth to the grave with her. In fact, the girl only wants her father to become a great ruler of the land. To publicize her sister's terrible deed, the heroine would have to reveal the identity of her foster parents, and she would not take such a frivolous step. It would be much better to have an impact on Karen. Her father has long since established the title, and because of Stella, the entire imperial family is disgraced, and this can tarnish the Emperor's reputation. Perhaps she should meet with her sister, because she has already repented. The princess wants to resolve this conflict peacefully in private. The ruler assures her that her daughter can do as she sees fit. In the dungeon, Karen hears Stella's voice, who has come with a basket of food and water. The girl gives her sister some water, but she breaks the bottle because she thinks that the younger sister wants to poison her. The heroine assures her that if she wanted her to die, she would not have come. She takes out a new bottle and drinks a little from her throat. Karen is not convinced, because the princess can quickly drink the anti-poison, so the woman simply turns away from the bed to the wall. Stella assures her that she was worried and came here despite her father's ban. It's a pity Karen can't trust her, so the Lady of the Stars will come back tomorrow. The vicar gives his client the entire list of those who receive money from the fund. If his partner allows him to take over the management, he will help. Stella asks how it is that the youngest user receives the largest amount. Jason tells her that a lot of this money is wasted on gambling. The heroine simply doesn't say anything. 2 days later, she comes to her sister again, but she orders her to get out of her sight. Stella forces her to drink water when Karen falls to the floor from lack of fluids. The woman crawls to the basket, but the princess takes it away. The heroine wonders if her sister knows about a person named Angelica Lise. She turns 18 this year. a beautiful and very mysterious heiress of a noble title, whom Stella first met at her own debut. Her father, Gustav Lisa, suddenly died of ill health, and strange rumors began to circulate in noble circles that the Count was sent to the other side by his older brother Auguste, because Gustav had taken his place as heir. Because of this, Auguste was left without money at all, and decided to kill his younger brother out of envy. However, all these guesses were never proved, because any person with some power is able to ensure his safety by making arrangements with other aristocrats. Now the elder has become the legal guardian of his niece, and behaves as if he had been the owner of all the wealth from the very beginning. Karen wonders why Angelica decided to talk to her sister that night. Perhaps she wanted to find a husband in such a strange way, because only an adult and married lady has the right to inherit. Stella recalls that by law, an unmarried woman cannot receive a title. For Angelica, marriage is the only way to regain the inheritance that has fallen into the hands of a guardian. However, this may not be the case. Karen wonders when she will finally get out of this prison because it is dirty and cold. Stella gets up and announces that she will be able to leave in 2 days. Using Jean, the princess gave Angelique a message about the meeting. She surprisingly easily agreed, and the designer soon sent the heroine a letter. The woman thinks that the man wants to ask for something before meeting Angelique. The fashion designer jumps in front of the princess and announces that the new collection could not escape her attention. He is interested in the heroine's opinion on the topic of beauty in a relaxed atmosphere. The designs were developed under Stella's strict beauty standards. The heroine informs him that yesterday Angelique, disguised as Jean, sent her a letter. The aristocrat said that they would not be able to meet. Basil is very surprised by this news. The girl says that the letter was written in a very strange way, as if Angelique's hands were shaking. She said she had forgotten what she wanted to talk about. The princess doesn't know what influenced Lisa's decision, but her desire to meet has only grown stronger. For this reason, the woman wants to ask the fashion designer for help. Before that, Jean asks permission to tell you something. Everyone knows that a princess is the mistress of the stars. Old fairy tales often mention that people who are troubled by thoughts are often visited by the stars. The inhabitants join their hands in a lock and pray to them. Stella's presence alone makes people believe. As the aristocrats know, the woman came down from heaven. Angelica generally considers Her Majesty to be a star who came to answer her desperate prayers. However, this does not mean that the above is true. Stella realizes that Jean doesn't believe it. The man claims that beliefs are different nowadays, but if you look closely, it becomes clear that there are no gods in reality. Different beliefs are very common in the Empire, and the princess is very skillful at using them. However, if her desire to help Angelica is only political, the fashion designer is forced to refuse the request. Jean does not want to be involved in her political games, because it will quickly destroy his gentle muse. The man falls to his knees and says that he is ready to pay for his words with his life. For 10 years, Angelica has been fighting with her uncle for her inheritance. Now, when she is just a little bit away from coming of age, she needs to be especially careful, because even a small spark can turn into a fire and destroy Angelica. Basil apologizes for his rudeness. However, the princess should have paid attention to the last letter. Stella tells the fashion designer to get up, because she only came here to talk. She admits that her intentions are not too honest, and that she is still too weak politically. The heroine needs the support and love of the people more than ever. Lady Lisa's help is not only of a state nature, but it does not negate the fact that now the woman needs support more than anyone. The princess comes closer and sits down in front of Jean. He must have noticed that there are situations that are very difficult to handle alone. If the fashion designer is really worried about Angelique, he should help them meet. Then Her Majesty will provide protection for the woman. The girl rides in a carriage and recalls Basil's words that the knight Auguste is so insignificant that he could not even inherit his father's title. The only thing he has is a beautiful pedigree, and he bought his fame as a knight somewhere. The only people who pose a danger are the people behind Auguste. Despite the fact that 3 families of aristocrats were destroyed, Angelique's uncle managed to survive like a slug. He is probably communicating with his assistants. Undoubtedly, they are talking about the immense wealth of their niece, so these dirty hygienists are just waiting for Angelica to leave the title. With these thoughts in mind, the princess arrives at Lady Lisa's. As soon as Stella enters the room, the woman begins to cry and apologizes for such a humiliating sight. The princess asks for permission to hug Angelica. She is still so young, but she is already trying to behave as restrained as possible. The heroine thanks Lady Lise for attending her debut because this decision was very difficult for the young lady. Angelica claims that she wanted to attend such a banquet in person because Her Majesty expressed bold ideas. Although at the time, the princess was sure that everything would go wrong. Stella says that it was very difficult for the lady to deal with this alone, so now she will help. These words shock Angelica and the young maiden objects. The girl nervously backs away, and the princess asks her to calm down and first share the reason for this behavior. The aristocrat says that she herself has tried to resist more than once. However, before her uncle's pressure, all her efforts burst like soap bubbles, and all those who tried to help her in any way ended up in dangerous situations. Even Jean almost said goodbye to his job as a designer. Over the past 8 years, Angelica has realized something. Everyone with whom she was associated was headed for a bad path. Therefore, Her Majesty must remain the star that shines on the empire. The princess takes the woman's hands. The woman assures her that everything will be fine, and she will prove that she will help Angelica and that this will not affect her personal life. Later, the heroine comes to the newspaper, where she is met by a frightened editor. Stella announces that she has one request. Hector has to lend her the front page of the newspaper for tomorrow morning. The editor assures her that he will turn whatever the princess wants into a sensation. The woman thanks him, but the article will not be for her. The man thinks it's some kind of advertisement and respects Her Majesty for being very careful, since she has already prepared all the papers. Hector picks up the envelope and is petrified. In the morning, the maid brings her mistress all the local newspapers of the empire, and the princess begins to look at them carefully. The headlines tell of a love that has overcome the barriers of status. Stella orders the carriage to be prepared. The heroine arrives at the Viscount's house, and he immediately asks her what she was thinking. This news was not agreed with him, and then it becomes unclear why the princess held the coronation. Was she not going to reach the top? After all, it was Stella who wanted to protect her foster family. Jason respected her intentions and even covered for her when she wanted to walk the city's night streets unguarded. But now she acted rashly. The princess wonders why he is so angry. Perhaps Evandor's is on Auguste's side. The Viscount shouts that she cannot think him so lowly. The man explains that many aristocrats have benefited from Mr. Lys. Since the inheritance will go to Auguste, Stella should not make him her enemy. The heroine notes that Jason seems to be talking about himself. The Viscount continues that you should help the weak when you have nothing to lose. Judging from the perspective of profit and loss, the difference between them is too great in this situation. If you remove one person, everyone else will benefit from it. Stella is satisfied with the experienced businessman's answer. Jason says that his choice is logical, and the heroine acted unreasonably. The will of the majority will exceed the princess's personal morality. If she ignores this, she will not move an inch from her status. The girl is amused by the way the windows are trying to keep her from getting the front page of their newspaper. Stella doesn't need the power of hypocrites, and later on she will only help the strong, and this is her final decision. Even when the heroine is standing in the doorway, Evandor's notes that she does not want the woman to get hurt. The princess says that she knows this very well as the fact that one of her allies will not help someone like her, which upsets the Viscount. The other newspapers had exactly the same situation. Their editors were no different from Hector. At first, they welcomed the princess with joy, but later, as soon as Angelique was mentioned, they shook their heads. The coachman apologizes and explains that this was the last edition in the empire, so they should go back to the palace. The girl objects, saying she just wants to take a walk. This was to be expected. Even being a princess didn't help. All newspapers are too scared to take on such responsibility. No matter how accurate and concrete Angelica's evidence is, no one can help her case. Suddenly, screams are heard and an interesting scene unfolds. A young man steps into the path of another man and asks for some time, but the latter does not believe him. The stranger grabs the other man by the arms and says that he will definitely not be able to pay if he takes the typewriter. The man argues that his competitor has no readers. It turns out that the editor is a woman who would be better off finding a wealthy husband who can pay. The stranger falls to the floor and sadly gets up and walks away. The princess quickly approaches the girl and says that she wants to buy the newspaper from her. The editor says that due to personal circumstances, she has not yet published a fresh newspaper. If the young lady wants, she can bring the previous issue. Of course, no one will take any money for it. Stella is surprised by the stranger's behavior because she is in desperate need of money. The heroine notes that the paper is too rough and the seal is a bit uneven, but the article is definitely worthy of the level of the first newspaper of the empire. The new guest seems familiar to the editor, as if she had seen her somewhere before. In fact, the princess admits that she heard the newspaper woman talking to the man and asks how much she owes him for the typewriter. The stranger does not understand why the visitor is interested in this. The girl notices the modest elegance of the woman's simple outfit, but with perfect accents. The young lady visiting the publication in the capital resembles the mistress of the stars. The editor quickly gets down on one knee and greets the star of the empire. As the heroine thought, the new acquaintance is able to quickly assess the situation and gather information with her eyes. She comes closer and orders her to stand up. If the editor promises to publish the article Stella needs, she will personally become an investor in her publishing house. The woman introduces herself as Alexandra Bythewood while they sit at the table. The princess says that she is looking for a newspaper that could publish the article at her request. However, her new friend's publishing house was not on the ruler's list, and she wonders why. Alexandra says that she is not up to the mark because, like any aristocrat, she has to study the disciplines and think about marriage. But this has always been outside the scope of public affairs. The father kept saying that his daughter would come back as soon as she felt the hardship of life outside the house. He hardly thought that her stubbornness would last for 5 years. Alexandra notes that she is still far from perfect. To be honest, she's barely scraping the surface. But if the princess is happy with such a worthless newspaper, she'll be honored to help. Stella agrees, because she likes the target audience chosen by the other woman. The common people are the foundation of an empire, so there must be someone who speaks for the majority. Bythewood should not think about money, but simply make sure that 99% of the empire's citizens read her newspaper. Her Majesty will take care of the rest. The girl extends her hand to the dreamy Alexandra and says that she hopes for support. The editor assures her that she will achieve the desired result above all else. Hector rushes to his master and informs him that the naive princess has fallen into the hands of a mean publisher. Stella has invested an immense amount of money in the newspaper. He is familiar with this situation because people have no time to read about aristocrats. The latter, in turn, will not read a newspaper about commoners. Hector announces that the publishing house is run by a woman and that this show must stop as soon as possible. Jason orders him to leave the situation to let the heroine play. When her methods fail, the princess finally listens to Evandor's words. In the meantime, he doesn't care how much Her Majesty loses. The man cannot understand what is going on in his beloved's head. It's funny, because she doesn't let him get sad. After a while, Alexandra comes to the princess and apologizes because the newspaper failed. Stella says it's too early to despair, because this is just the beginning of a long journey. Bythewood can write some loud headline to attract readers, and then, when the number of readers increases, republish the article. The heroine orders not to change anything and to repeat the same thing every day. The woman wants to protest at first, because no publishing house publishes the same article so many times, but she quickly shuts up and assures her that she will get back to work right away. Stella sits there holding the newspaper. No one focused on the princess's failure. Even though they refused her offer, it doesn't mean that they can look down on Her Majesty. For the princess, everything is too obvious and banal. The heroine comes to Hector and wants the man to ridicule her in an article. She even came up with a great headline: "A luxurious debutante, the main person at the coronation ceremony, a secret princess and her dark passion." The woman reads only worthless newspapers that commoners admire. The man should have already realized what kind of newspaper we are talking about, but he should not say its name. All newspapers will react the same way. They have no right to defame the name of a member of the imperial family. Hector objects because aristocrats should avoid such lowly pursuits, and his paper has risen so high only because of high society gossip. In this case, Stella is convinced that she is giving the publisher a gold mine. Hector doesn't understand what he has to do because his master ordered him to write about whatever Her Majesty wants. However, this article is even more absurd than the previous one. After its publication, the newspaper was actively bought. People read that the princess, who communicates with the heavens, had finally begun to take an interest in earthly news. The publishing house published the most shocking news of all time. By doing so, they destroyed the belief that writing about the imperial family was strictly forbidden. As soon as rumors spread that the princess was reading Alexandra's newspapers, they became the center of attention. One copy of an issue was sold for as much money as you could buy a horse. Even arrogant aristocrats began to read the newspaper to find out the gossip that interested Her Majesty. It was too late for people to realize that their curiosity had brought to light a scandal that everyone was trying to hide. The article in Alexandra's newspaper has already become the most discussed topic for all social strata. Jason is walking down the street and hears people talking about the Knight Auguste. He recalls how he recently ordered Hector to disclose the accounts that the man spent on gambling, because they are not the kind of newspaper that will write to someone's dictation. Now it became clear to the vicar that Stella wanted him to push Auguste into the abyss himself. This thought even makes him laugh, and he recognizes the genius of his beloved. Meanwhile, Angelique's uncle comes running to her. The knight throws the newspaper on the table and picks up his niece. Auguste shouts that they were supposed to settle the inheritance between themselves and not defame the families. He asks who started publishing the newspaper, and suspicions fall on Jean. A servant comes to the master and tells him some news, and the knight announces that he has urgent business and they will continue this conversation later. The girl picks up the newspaper and starts reading it. She is happy that the princess has fulfilled her promise, and even the largest publishing house has written about her uncle's crimes. Her Majesty must have brought Angelique good luck after so many years of suffering and disbelief. Auguste comes to the emperor, and he says that the man is spoken of as a loyal subject of the empire. The aristocrat confirms this, and says that Stella has started reading newspapers with vile accusations. It says that an unmarried aristocrat has the right to inheritance and rule in the family, and by transferring this situation to the imperial family, we can say that she considers herself worthy of the throne. The emperor throws a newspaper at the guest's head and shouts that even he knows about all of Auguste's atrocities, and he dared to show up in person. The emperor orders the infidel to be quickly taken out of the hall, so the guards come running. On the way out, the knight shouts that he has 2 trillion gold pieces in his bank account. If the emperor saves him, half of the amount will go to the imperial family. The emperor stops the guards and wants to take an oath from the man. The second princess enters the room and says that she thought the knight was promising his father half of his inheritance. This is simply impossible, because Angelica is the heir. The lord is outraged that he has been lied to. Auguste explains that the likelihood that his niece will marry before she comes of age is very small. Therefore, he, as her guardian, must lead the family, as they have already discussed. There were a lot of strange rumors about their family, but no one brought it out in the open. As strange as it may seem, the knight is convinced that Stella is behind the article in the newspaper. He would like to ask her personally why she decided to bring their quiet, peaceful life into the public eye. The emperor orders his daughter to answer, and she announces that the history of the Lisa family has always been a hot topic. However, no one dared to talk about it openly. The princess only used it to develop the independent press, to curb Evandor's influence in the media. Of course, at first she tried to negotiate with more famous publishers, but they were all afraid of Jason. Therefore, Her Majesty had to make an agreement with the yellow newspaper, and the rest is well known. The emperor is delighted to think that someone has finally decided to put that bully Evandor's in his place. The princess convinces him that no one would have done this for her father if it hadn't been for her. The lord takes his daughter's hand and says that he trusts her sincerely. The emperor orders Auguste to be executed. As the knight is being led away, he screams and begs for help. In the courtyard, the beaten aristocrat asks to be rescued for a large reward. The men do not listen, because no one dares to touch their princess. Stella goes out into the courtyard and asks them not to hurt the knight. The woman explains that she has received permission from the emperor to drive the criminal out of the palace. He was deprived of his inheritance, so Auguste despaired. The guards beg for permission to kill the villain right now because he has offended the princess. The girl believes that such a person should be treated with pity and only pray for salvation. The guards think that she is a princess for a reason, because she treats the criminal with such kindness. It's a good thing the stars chose Stella. Leaning closer to Auguste, the heroine notes that death is too light a punishment, so he will continue to live in this hell. In the name of the emperor, the princess hired assassins to get rid of the knight's allies. Newspapers actively spread the news that all the nobles began to get rid of traces of Auguste's presence in their lives. After ascending to the throne, the emperor was very pleased with the support of the people, so he put the scoundrel on trial. Women standing and talking in the garden. After the first donation of the inheritance to the princess's foundation, Stella, as a guardian, will begin to sponsor Angelica. Lady Lise does not know how to thank her savior. Taking the young lady's hand, the heroine notes that she has been holding on all this time and has been a ray of light and hope for her. Angelica offers to take a walk together when it's all over, because she knows incredibly beautiful places in the forest. Now you can see the magical flowering there. After the trial of Auguste ended, he fled somewhere, and his whereabouts remained unknown. I wonder what the man who lost everything is doing. Daisy is standing in the garden and choosing flowers. The child decides to keep the prettiest ones and give the rest to her older sister. Suddenly, a suspicious man appears behind her. He asks if the girl can help. He needs to drag things into the trailer. His back hurts too much. It's close, so it won't take long. Daisy says that she was told not to go with strangers. Auguste pretends to bend over in pain, and the child assures him that he will help, but he should finish with the rings. She wants to give them to someone. The man is outraged to be called a grandfather. Daisy turns around and wonders if she should make a ring for her grandfather too, but he is already disappearing. The mercenaries who worked at the inn reported to the boss that the stranger wanted to kidnap Princess Stella's sister. Fortunately, they intercepted him before the knight could do anything. Auguste begs them not to kill him and swears that he will disappear from the area forever. The aristocrat moves closer and grabs someone by the boot, promising a reward. It turns out to be Jason Evandors, who orders them to find out who gave information about Stella's family. After that, they can cut off the prisoner's hands. Auguste recognizes the Viscount's voice and says that they haven't seen each other recently. Jason must be having a lot of problems with the princess, so the knight could help. He knows the weaknesses of upstarts like her. The Viscount stops and announces that he has changed his mind. He has to tear Auguste's tongue out. Jason is standing in his chamber in front of the window and tells his assistant that once you get a person on the road, they start doing unexpected things. The servant asks if the master will inform the princess about who attacked the family. The man denies and smiles because he does not reveal all his cards at once. He thinks that he will personally send a reply on behalf of his beloved to Joseph. The prince is sitting with his history teacher, who tells him that today they are continuing to study the same topic as last time. The aristocrat opens the textbook and immediately closes it. The boy says that he doesn't want to study history today because he is interested in economics. I want to know the reasons why one of the important districts is suffering from drought and whether there were any problems with drinking water this year. The teacher says that this is a great idea and that he will bring other textbooks. Joseph exhales nervously and wonders where Auguste has gone. There was a note in the book saying that someone knows the truth about the crime, but it is unknown from whom. The princess walks around the city because she cannot trust Alexandra's reports and needs to check the information herself. Public interest can rise and fall quickly. All the newspapers have already changed their front pages. And the desire to buy the newspaper of the princess, who did not change the front page, has noticeably decreased. As the girl told the emperor, she needed to do something to compete with the newspaper owned by Evandors. Suddenly, a passerby addresses the heroine and calls her Stella. The woman chaotically thinks about whether to hide in the crowd, while the man apologizes for confusing her with a princess. Ethel explains that she is honored because she is a fan of the princess. A passerby notes that he was able to see the princess at the coronation and still remembers that day. Now all women are trying to copy the mistress of the stars, but this is the first time he has seen such a similar specimen. The man apologizes once again because it is unlikely that Her Majesty would walk along such streets. Returning to the princess's place, the heroine lights up the stars in the sky to make a statement. There is no place in the sky without a single star, so she will always be looking at the people. However, no matter how hard she tries, it's all in vain. People keep thinking that the mistress will not wander the streets of the common people. Then Stella had the thought that it would be even safer to walk the streets without a disguise. So she took off her outerwear when someone abruptly grabbed her arm. The heroine remembered Clyde's words about not being afraid, but to intercept the palm of the hand and hit the attacker with her free hand in the solar plexus. The man above her gave a soft ouch, and she recognized the Duke. She immediately began to ask how he was doing and if it hurt too much. The knight assured her that everything was fine and that he had not been teaching his beloved self-defense in vain because she had reacted quickly. The aristocrat is outraged that a woman is walking the streets alone and without a bodyguard. Stella assures him that the best guard is already at her side. The man asks her to put on a hood, but the princess objects because it is quite hot. Clyde says that someone might recognize her. The heroine wonders if the knight has any money on him and looks at the shop with the glasses. They go inside and the girl buys the accessory. Meanwhile, the Duke drives other people away with his eyes. Stella laughs and assures him that no one cares about them, so he shouldn't make such a scary expression. The princess tells them that a little further on there is a big tree where they can rest under its shade. Children are sitting under the oak, actively reading comics. The heroine takes Clyde by the hand and brings him closer. The boys are actively studying the pictures of the Princess of the Stars, and the girl notes that this is how they learn information. Stella wonders if the children know where the person who drew the comic is. Gilbert brings his aunt to Uncle Frederick and immediately asks when the next issue will be published. The man notices a new guest. The girl takes off her glasses and says that she knows absolutely everything about the princess, so the artist must draw another story that everyone will know about. The man is surprised that the guest says such strange things. Stella says that the artist can send her away, but she will regret it. The redhead sends Gilbert to read another book until the next part of the comic comes out. The child runs away, and the heroine continues that there is one serious problem with the artist's work. Princess Stella in the comic is perfect. She doesn't make a single mistake. The man denies that this makes children feel happy. The guest is convinced that children should grow up being inspired by stories full of joy and hope, but in reality, they soon face many problems and failures in their beginnings and businesses. Comparing themselves to the perfect princess, children will be considered failures, and this cannot be allowed. The artist realizes that on the one hand, the stranger is right, but he draws the comic book solely for fun. Only publishing houses like Evandor's can openly reveal the dark sides of a princess. And the man is an ordinary commoner, and if he offends Her Majesty in any way, he will remain poor and unhappy. The girl offers to ask the princess for permission. The artist thinks that she is too naive, because this is simply impossible. It's very interesting. The man is too old for adventures and has to apologize for wasting his time. The heroine continues that he can get permission, but is he ready to change some parts of the comic? The artist agrees to do anything, as long as Her Majesty sees it with one eye. The guest takes off her glasses and stands up. As the main character of her husband's comics, she asks him to make sure that through them, children learn not to give up and are able to bravely go forward no matter what. The artist is surprised to hear this. Stella offers to make an official collaboration, during which the man can paint whatever he wants and not worry about money, because he will receive a lot. While she talks to the artist, Clyde entertains the children. Suddenly, the knight notices that all the children run to the heroine asking why this uncle is so strong. The girl wonders why they started calling her sister instead of auntie. One of the children explains that the uncle agreed to play with them if they called their new friend that way. Clyde blushes at this frankness, and Stella starts laughing. Later, the couple walks through the streets of the city. The Duke notices that the conversation with the artist went well, and the woman confirms that they have come to an agreement. It was all thanks to Clyde, because he distracted the children. Theron Hill noticed that his beloved was popular among children. For them, she was not just a princess who could hear the stars, but a goddess who had come down from heaven to save the empire. Stella denies that the only thing that has changed since she was Ethel is her status. She still has a thirst to protect her loved ones and her priceless friendship with Clyde. At these words, the man freezes in place and grinds his teeth. The Duke does not hold back and kisses his beloved right on the street, throwing off his glasses. Pulling away from the heroine, Clyde apologizes, but she doesn't let him go and just hugs him by the neck. The girl notes that he could have just said that he missed her. The boy snuggles closer and repeats her words. Alexandra's newspaper was published under the inscription of "Delivering Justice." She took the initiative and reported on all of the Duke's atrocities, which earned her public recognition. But this is a temporary effect. To consolidate this success, she needs another loud sensation. The heroine explains to Alexandra that they can no longer sell newspapers based on Angelica's false life. It is time to make a new challenge to society. Unlike Evander's newspaper, whose target audience is aristocrats, the princess's publication will take a completely different path. They will create a newspaper for and about ordinary citizens. Alexandra assumes that her partner wants to target a wider mass of people, and she confirms. As soon as the number of readers of their newspaper grows, so will their influence. Beltwood doubts that people will be interested. The princess asks if the interviewee knows anything about the comic. Alexandra tells her that it is quite popular among ordinary people and children like it. The woman guesses that Stella wants to publish it. The princess explains that their main weapon will be curiosity. She suggests keeping the traditional format of the newspaper for the front page and then gradually introducing new items. A clear distinction will help readers navigate. There should be a crossword puzzle for beginners on the back pages, because it will attract attention, and the more confusing it is, the better. All the answers will be placed inside the newspaper so that you will definitely have to unfold it. Perhaps you should also leave one page for advertising and fill the rest with poems or novels by ordinary writers. To do this, we need to find people who can do the work quickly. Alexandra starts to cry, and this surprises the princess. The woman explains that she is very happy because the newspaper is finally becoming what she dreamed of. Even a person who did not believe in the myths about Stella wants to believe that she came down from heaven. The emperor is brought today's newspaper, which was created by his daughter. The man notes the cheap paper and empty words that even a child could write. This publication is completely inconsistent with the intellectual development of aristocrats. There are also comics with Stella as the heroine. The emperor is outraged that he played a key role in August's capture, and so little is said about him. The emperor orders the servant to convey his wishes regarding the painting. The assistant apologizes because the princess protects the freedom of the artist's creation and does not accept any suggestions for changing the plot. The man explodes in anger because a newspaper like this cannot argue with Evander's. He notices a crossword puzzle behind him, and the next day the servants run around trying to find out the answers. The Evanders have one assistant, Philippe John. After 30 years of observing the brilliant family, something can be distinguished. Their main secret is that they see capable individuals and try to make them their people by any means necessary. Today, as usual, the young owner is concentrating on his work, not showing emotion. However, Philippe feels that some innocent feeling envelops him. The man notes that it has not been 100 years since the great inventor of the typewriter left this world. He is the only such genius in their lifetime. The people of the empire can be said to be blessed. 2 suns cannot shine in the sky, but Jason can extinguish the one that is about to rise. The Viscount wonders why an assistant has been sent to him now with simple contracts. The man explains that he will get nothing from destroying a woman who has the whole world and heaven at her feet. Philippe notes that his master is worried, and he has made an appointment with Her Majesty, who should be expecting a guest by now. Jason jumps up and shouts that Ian could have told him earlier and that his father should stop controlling his son. He knows how to take what he wants, not refuse like a lowlife. A servant brings Evander's flowers and informs him that Philip has prepared them as a visiting gift for Her Majesty. The man orders him to get rid of the bouquet and take a bouquet of roses of the Demora variety with him. Sitting in the carriage, the Viscount thinks that if someone sees him, they will think that he is going to propose. Jason wonders how the princess will react to such a move. At the palace, he is already invited to enter the chamber. Stella is sitting at her desk, sorting through documents. The man comes closer, and instead of sitting down, says that the girl is not getting flowers today. This is a gift as a greeting and a token of her publishing house's success. There is a legend that white roses were once touched by the goddess of the sea, after which their center turned blue. This flower is the national symbol of the kingdom of Cagliaros. They are known for being very sensitive and fading quickly. Just one such rose costs more than several thousand white roses. The princess probably realizes that Jason is the only person in the empire who can give her a whole bouquet of such flowers. Stella thanks him and notes that they don't match the color of her vase, so she simply puts the flowers aside. The Viscount notices that the vase contains plants that have long since wilted and suspects that they are from the Duke. The man asks what the girl is reading so hard, and she explains that these are poems sent by readers and offers to read a few. As soon as the princess read the first lines, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. The aristocrat notes that there are no normal words or correct phrases, so it cannot be called a work of art. Stella snatches the letter out of his hands and says that the poem was created to calm the readers. Jason realizes that aristocrats are not part of this circle. Her Majesty asks if he would like to join it. If there is time, the Viscount can visit Decaman, then he will be able to understand the essence of the poem. Evandor's does not know how the woman was able to identify the exact place where the events take place, but she notes that she herself lived there for 10 years. Jason is surprised to note that he did not think of making a newspaper for ordinary people. It wasn't because he was stupider than Stella, it was just that they were very different from the start. This princess will reach heights that the Viscount could never have achieved. The man announces that he came here because of the sex. The princess thinks that the guest wants to apologize, but he assures her that he would have done exactly the same thing even if he could turn back time. Nevertheless, his offer to hand over the fashion house to the heroine's hands is still valid. Stella's response has not changed. The Viscount notes that she could easily have lifted him to his feet, just as she did with the newspaper. Her Majesty says that she has a lot to do, so the guest should leave now. Jason says that the designer of his fashion agency has a huge crush on the princess and will be thrilled to meet her. The man thinks he's using a trick, because only beginners try to get their interlocutor emotional. The woman calmly replies that she agrees to visit the fashion designer. In the corridor, the couple meets Joseph, and Jason brazenly puts his hand on his companion's shoulder, which makes the prince immediately run away, and the heroine rejects his palm. As the man rides in the carriage, he wonders why the princess changed her mind so suddenly. The girl asks what needs to be fixed in her newspaper to make it sell better. The Viscount advises her to pay attention to the positive aspects. Stella has just started doing this, so she needs to develop market competitiveness. She has quickly chosen her target audience and must satisfy 100% of them. The man is surprised to see that Her Majesty has started listening and even taking notes. The girl says that it would be nice if the newspaper brought in some money and benefits. Evandor's asks why the heroine has chosen such a difficult path. Money is meant to be used in such situations. Stella says that this was a viable solution if she were doing PR on her own. However, she wanted to have a way to support her through the media. In the long run, relying on funds is meaningless. She had heard that sales of the article in Cherdama were not as good as last month, and Jason was probably thinking of closing there. The man, having calmed his emotions, calmly replies that there is no need to keep something that does not bring profit. The princess informs him that she wants to open her own agency in the city, so the Viscount must reduce the exchange to half the price. Evandor's thinks that she is bargaining with him, but the woman assures him that it is just a negotiation. It is a pity to close the doors of such a symbolic city. Although Alexandra's newspaper is still in its infancy, it will have prospects in the future. In other words, the man says that he has to suffer losses. The interlocutors look into each other's eyes and look away nervously. The princess continues that Jason's newspaper uses paper that no one can afford. The Viscount is amused by this remark, and a thought occurs to him, so he makes a suggestion. Stella believes that her father will have to forgive her for this nonsense, no matter what arguments the Emperor makes. The couple arrives at the modeling house, where Jason is actively greeted by servants. He thinks that this is how it should be, but the princess pushes Evandor's and orders him to go faster. She is the only one who can behave like that. Jason didn't think the woman he was talking to was interested in the fashion house because she was trying so hard to refuse to be driven. It was the first time he had seen Michelle smile so genuinely today. Stella has a talent for charming people. On the way out, the heroine thanks the fashion designer for her detailed explanations, and the latter, in turn, still can't believe that she was able to personally show Her Majesty's collection. Michelle assures her that she will remember her new friend's advice and improve her work. In the carriage, Jason asks what Stella is thinking. She replies that it is good that she came here. They pass a jewelry store and the heroine asks to stop. She asks the shopkeeper if he has any brooches for men, and the man quickly brings the best under Evandor's angry gaze. All the accessories are handmade by Sephora craftsmen. One of the brooches contains a beautiful diamond that was brought directly from the fossil. Stella, after thinking about it, asks for the middle one and simultaneously points to it with her finger. The princess is sitting at the dining room table when Joseph is invited into the room. He sits down on the opposite side and says that he heard his sister traveled with Evandor's to Durlian, but perhaps it was a secret. The heroine puts her fork back and explains that it was an unofficial visit. That's why the meeting was not published in the newspaper. For aristocrats who love rumors, this is a hot topic of discussion. Everyone is already saying that she is dating Jason, and this gossip could have reached her brother. Joseph asks what kind of relationship they have because he saw a bouquet of blue and white roses in the living room. Stella tells him that her husband gave them to congratulate her on the success of his newspaper, and during the meeting they visited a fashion house. The prince asks if the Viscount said anything special during the meeting. Jason has already betrayed his sister once and passed on information about the Empress's foster family, and he doesn't want her to trust such a person. The heroine realizes that there is something that the girl should not hear. These words even break the bread in her brother's hands. Stella knows that her guess is right, because Joseph is so nervous that he is even going to eat the cookies he has always hated. The prince assures her that the princess just misunderstood him. The girl asks him not to worry because now she is busy with personal matters. Her Majesty bears the imperial family name and lives under the roof of the palace, but she will not allow her brother to do anything unnecessary. Joseph is convinced that there has been enough talk for today, but Stella continues and reminds him that his sister died from an attack by rebels on the same day, and the woman in front of him simply took her place. Evandor's fashion house was one of his masterpieces, through which the aristocrat expanded his connections and personal capital. Now, all the attention of the Empire is focused on Jean Basile's new collection, and this has become a change that he did not see coming. Firstly, there is a limit to the abilities of the talented people hired in relation to their family and status. In fact, the chief designer's work was not bad, but it was too far from Jean's masterpieces. Secondly, no matter how great the influence of a Viscount is, it is very difficult to control the demand for goods abroad. When Basile presented his first collection, aristocrats did not enter his store on purpose. A princess of another country was the first to notice his talent, and from that day on, the collections began to attract attention. Third, consumers began to make smarter decisions. Thanks to this, the first rays of hope for the Empire's economy appeared. Perhaps something will happen if you start developing trade with other countries and offer them competitive goods, while giving consumers full choice with a refund if necessary. The aristocrats of the Empire will pay extra to buy a pearl with a guarantee rather than the exact same one without insurance. But commoners are different. They know how to compare products and find the best option. Not a single aristocrat or member of the imperial family paid attention to this. A group of men is sitting in a gambling house owned by Evandor's and sees the owner of the establishment shining from head to toe. It's all because of a brooch on his collar. One of the men tells the others that his relative works in a jewelry house and that Princess Stella personally visited him and bought a man's brooch. The men make the logical assumption that this is the accessory that the girl gave to the Viscount. They are amused by this situation because the couple actively assured that they were only partners and nothing more. The heroine sits in front of the box and reads the letter. After the festival, Clyde began to send her flowers often, always with a note, although his handwriting is far from perfect. She would really like to see him now. The princess tells the maids that she is going to the duchy, and the women are surprised that it is not to Evandor's. The heroine orders them to tell her that she will be gone all day and thinks that the maids have also heard the rumors, because they are not the last people in the palace. The servants are already greeting the new guest, while she asks where the Duke of Thornhill is now. Peter informs her that the master is currently resolving territorial issues in the north. His return is scheduled for today, but there is no exact time. The guy apologizes for his rudeness, but assures her that they should meet another day. Stella smiles at him charmingly and asks Peter for permission to return when it is too late. Gilworth says, embarrassed, that they would be happy to have a guest. The assistant is over the moon that the star of the Empire has called him by name. The maid shakes her head heavily and wants to escort the heroine to her room. The woman notices something and says she will stay here. She comes closer to the piano and sits down at it. On the day of her debut, the princess wanted to play this melody for the Duke and to have him by her side all the time. The Duke finally arrives at his estate and is met by a maid who informs him that Her Majesty has arrived and has been waiting for his master for about 6 hours. The man starts to leave, but the maid stops him. She suggests that Clyde take a walk in the garden because he can still smell the blood and wants to add something else, but the Duke is already getting up. The woman notes that he hasn't even asked where the guest is, as if he already knows everything. Stella is sitting at the piano and sees her lover. She gets up and throws her arms around his neck while the man begs for time to wash. The princess assures him that she can smell the scent of flowers. The girl wants to continue, but the Duke kisses her quickly and still struggles to find some time to wash. Stella takes pity on him and agrees to wait for him. The Duke lies in the baths and thinks that the princess has lied to him. In fact, he was going to her so fast that he didn't even have a proper walk in the garden, and the flower scent doesn't last for a few minutes. He is sure that his beloved said this only to avoid hurting his feelings. Recently, Peter put a perfume on his master's table that aristocrats use, but the man did not pay attention to it and threw the servant out. Clyde calls the maid and orders her to take the perfume away from Gilworth. Someone opens the door and he thinks it's the maid, but Stella appears before his eyes. Now she understands the reason why the Duke was in a hurry to go to the baths. She reminds him that she had already spoken about the floral scent. The man assures her that he is not that stupid and is used to seeing blood every day. However, he would not want the princess to have to endure the characteristic odor. Stella assures him that she was not lying about her feelings. Perhaps it was just her imagination. Having said that, the woman goes down to the man in the baths and asks him to hug her so that their smells will be forever mixed. The same company is in the playhouse and discusses the princess's behavior because she ignores all acceptable norms. One of the guest's sisters wants to become the editor of the newspaper Stella publishes, which is simply unheard of. Recently, the aristocrats' farmers started to rebel because they realized how unfair this world is when they read an article in her newspaper. However, they can do nothing unless Viscount Evandores gets involved. Jason declares that a game without a prize is too boring, so he sets the condition that the losing party fulfills the winner's wishes. He puts his name up for the prize and asks who wants to challenge him. The same man from the company goes to play billiards with Jason and loses, even though he was honored to play. Now comes the climactic moment to see what each other's desires are. Unfolding the piece of paper, the guest doubts that he will be able to fulfill Evandor's wish, but his face quickly changes. Jason asks what's so interesting about it, and the man assures him that it's better not to say. The Viscount says that he feels uncomfortable in front of the audience, but he is glad that his companion liked the wish. The piece of paper said that you shouldn't open your mouth if life is still precious. The Empress sits with her son and tells him that despite the fact that the violent wind of chaos has passed and their family is together, she feels a certain loneliness. The once kind Stella has become a completely different person. The mistress pretends to cry, and she thinks fiercely about what her foster parents cooked and how they cared for her daughter to make her this way. Joseph is convinced that his sister missed her family, so she returned. The Empress knows that her daughter wants to accumulate power and strength as a princess and pursue one specific goal. The woman knows that she is known to her son. Joseph says that now his sister considers the family to be foster parents. The Empress is horrified to think that some commoner is a better mother than she is. The prince knew how much this information would upset his mother, so he kept silent for a long time. A ruler should not compare herself to them. The Empress should know that Stella has always been close to the people, so she should give her time to get used to the palace. The woman says that Joseph calmed her down a bit. She will give her daughter all the motherly love she once took away. Before it's too late, the mother will fix her relationship with her daughter and return her to where she belongs. The woman takes the surprised boy by the shoulders and reminds him that he is the only crown prince of the Bellwitz Empire. The princess wakes up in the arms of the Duke and smiles happily. She almost forgot about one small detail and quickly jumped out of bed. As soon as Stella picked up the box, strong arms embraced her from behind. The man asks her what she is looking for and immediately gives her a gift with a brooch in it. The heroine says that from the first time they met, Clyde's eyes seemed to her like rubies. Seeing no violent reaction, Her Majesty asks if Thornhill likes her. The Duke assures her that he does, and he picks up his beloved and assures her that they need to go back to bed for a while. The girl thinks that Clyde was surprised yesterday because she came so suddenly. The man says that he rather felt guilty for keeping Stella waiting. The princess insists that she enjoyed sitting at the piano. She asks why the knight had to go north, and he tells her that wild boars were spotted near Mount Oren, and there were more of them than expected, so someone had to deal with the problem. He knows how to deal with them because he used to hunt them when he was very young. Stella realizes that he is talking about the time when he was a slave. The princess recalls that she has also seen wild boars several times. She was so scared that she couldn't even move. Fortunately, the animal did not see her and left. Clyde has been very brave since childhood, so the princess is convinced that the residents feel very safe under his protection. Last time, when she woke up in the inn, she was surprised when her beloved left. Stella knows that he had his reasons, but she is still angry. The Duke is forbidden to do this again. The princess assures him that if it happens again, she will never kiss him. These words make Clyde seem to freeze in place, and then he falls to the ground and begins to beg for forgiveness, accompanied by the girl's shy cries. A stranger comes to the inn and asks to speak to Mary alone, but she assures her that she needs to prepare breakfast and that she should wait a little longer. The visitor orders her to simply send all the guests away. This surprises the hostess, and she is handed an envelope containing enough money to rent the entire house. Mary assures her that their guests' comfort is more important to them than any money. The owners are not going to turn away those who came here earlier just to offer a large sum of money. The woman turns around and walks away. The stranger takes off her cloak and says that she is Ethel's real mother. Mary stops and asks her to wait a moment to show the Empress inside. The whole family greets Her Majesty and wants to move to a quieter place. The women go to the room that once belonged to Stella. The Empress invites Mary to sit next to her and not to be embarrassed. If she doesn't mind, the Empress would like to see the things her daughter used to have. The mistress brings the first toy they gave Ethel. The mistress notes that this doll looks like her because Stella missed her mother's hugs so much. As soon as she thinks about how much she had to suffer in such a place, she feels heavy at heart. Mary feels sorry for her because the child really had a hard time because of their financial situation. In any case, the Empress thanks them for looking after her daughter, and she wants to pay for the family's valuable work. The Empress has a beach house in Sutherland. It is old, but if you clean it well, it will be incredibly cozy, and she will allow you to use this place as an inn to earn money. Mary is grateful that her daughter was able to find her way home, but this is too generous a gift. The mistress asks her not to blush and accept the gift because they will not find a better nanny than the innkeeper. However, there is one problem. Due to the fact that the princess lived among commoners for a long time, her mind remained so, and this prevents her from establishing relationships with other aristocrats. Mary claims that she did not even know about this. The Empress of the painting wipes her tears and says that she would like to hug the heroine like a mother, but time cannot be turned back, and it is worth starting all over again. She begs Mary to help Stella fulfill her duty as a princess. In the evening, the heroine is summoned to Her Majesty and, entering the room, sits down next to her mother and asks her to end the conversation as soon as possible. She has had enough of calling her mother the person who abandoned her. The woman tells us that once a princess of a small kingdom fell in love with a knight and dreamed of marrying him before she came of age. However, her lover died in front of the princess, and that's how she ended up in Bellwitz as a slave. Her husband was heartless and incompetent. For the sake of survival, the Empress without power had to hold on to her children as tightly as possible. It was easy to direct all her anger toward her daughter, who had not revealed her own strength. The mother sincerely hated Stella and thought that if she got rid of her, she would do better. Now she thinks about that day every night and cannot sleep without special means. The Empress sincerely wishes to turn back the clock. The woman turns the table over and injures the princess's hand. The girl jumps up and orders her not to touch her, and her mother should stop using substances. The mistress sits and cries, because she has done everything, and her daughter just got up and left. The servants are discussing how the Duke has changed a lot, and they need to serve him dried fruit until his financial situation changes. Peter thinks that he is the only one who has seen the change, and that everyone is being flippant. The maid asks if the assistant is so bored with life that he is interested in everything. Gilworth stands next to Clyde and notes that he looks very good in powder. He wonders if it's a gift from the princess, and the silence is confirmation. The Duke orders him to calm down and asks why Peter thinks it's a gift, and the servant explains that his master is not usually interested in such things. It is a classic Evander's design that Clyde would never have chosen. Peter says that he recently saw Stella in the company of Jason. After that day, he did not take off the diamond brooch. Everyone wonders if it's a gift from the princess, because no one knows what kind of relationship they really have. Gilworth turns to face his master and notices that he is smiling happily. The assistant thinks that the Duke has simply gone mad. Clyde now knows that Stella thinks of him when she is around him all the time. Alexandra is riding in a carriage and notes that she has been very busy these days, although this is exactly what she wanted. The publishing house has already got a new office. It's all thanks to Her Majesty the Princess. We need to go and check everything again. Tomorrow she has to go to the printing house and prepare a new article. Suddenly, the carriage stops abruptly, and Alexandra sees the publishing house on fire and her coachman shot by an arrow. Her husband died in her arms. The director cries and closes her eyes to her ward. She notices a piece of white cloth on the weapon. In the morning, Alexandra tells the princess everything and informs her that when she went inside the house, all the workers were dead. The woman is really sorry for what happened and cannot calm down. The arrow that was shot at the stable boy had a piece of their newspaper on it. Stella realizes that Alexandra is alive only because a kind of message was sent through her. If she doesn't stop, the next target of the attackers will be the inn. The fact that there were no newspapers for ordinary people before does not mean that no one thought of it. They just got rid of everyone in the same way. Many people are not satisfied with the heroine's actions, but it is not known who would dare to do such a thing. Her Majesty stands up and hugs her director, because she has been suffering and dealing with the events all night, and the princess should read everything else. Alexandra asks what her mistress plans to do, but she assures her that the actions of the attackers are much more important now. The publisher should rest, because at this rate they will make the situation even worse. Joseph sits in his room, shaking with fear that his sister might find out. Alain enters the room and asks what his master has in mind. The prince must have seen everything in the newspapers himself. The investigation reveals that the fire was set by a man who came from a lowly family and began to blame others for his difficulties in life. Alain continues that the perpetrator has confessed to everything and has already been executed. Joseph shouts that he asked for a scare, not to commit such a pogrom. Alain believes that a few poor people's lives are a very easy warning. The prince says that whoever they are, these people are also part of his people. The assistant assures him that if things continue like this, soon everyone will become Princess Stella's people. However, the master doesn't have to worry, because Alan will deal with all the problems. The servant swears that he will always be faithful to his master. Joseph recalls the moment when Alain told him in class that he should stop thinking about the night Auguste. If the boy confesses everything now, it won't be a problem. The prince asks if he can trust his assistant. Alain calmly informs him that he cannot trust him, but simply believe him, just as the owner has done until now. Joseph begins to cry and admits that he believes the servant. The aristocrats are sitting at a large table discussing whether Evandors will come at least today, when the door opens and Jason enters the room and apologizes for the wait. The men say that they have just arrived. In this case, the Viscount decides to get right down to business. One of the men wanted to talk about the newspaper in which the princess is investing. He couldn't believe that the owner was going to continue to just watch this situation. The people have stopped sitting in silence, and it is growing into a bigger problem, and this will not be good for them. The Viscount says that Her Majesty will be incredibly grateful that her ever-busy aristocrats are making plans behind her back. Jason does not understand why this should interest him so much, and who would have thought that he would be summoned to such a faraway place just to cry on his shoulder. Evanders asks the frightened men how they are going to pay for the time. The Viscount is irritated to think that he has just wasted minutes of his life on these fools. Today, the princess is walking beside him, and he asks why he was summoned, because this is definitely not just a friendly walk. The girl is silent in response, and this makes Jason think. He suddenly stops her and asks her to go back, because then the hunting ground begins, and who knows what animal might jump out of the bushes. Stella explains that this is exactly why they came here. She wants to organize a tournament for the whole forest that will last for a week. At night, everyone will be wearing masks, and this spectacle is perfect for lovers who want to enjoy a mysterious meeting. Jason knows that after the heyday of the imperial family, the power of the imperial family began to decline, and the tournaments were the first to disappear from society. This was expected, as they required a considerable amount of money to organize. Moreover, most aristocrats tried to destroy their enemies under the pretext of a tournament. The last event held was called a manhunt. It spread not very good gossip among the people. Jason reminds us that after the events related to Auguste, the situation in high society is very tense. Organizing a hunt at such a time is not the best idea, because it will result in an even greater resonance. The princess doesn't even know, because while they sleep, the stars continue to watch and hope that the peaceful night continues on. The Viscount is surprised by the words, and Stella continues that no one will dare to disturb the peace of the stars. Now, Jason realizes that the woman is proposing a tournament with safety, and only she is able to organize it. The man asks what prize the princess wants to offer for the victory. With a sly smile, the heroine says that it will be a wish. The aristocrats are actively discussing an article in the newspaper about a tournament coming up, and they haven't heard of such a thing for a long time, which makes everyone's eyes water. No one has ever seen a wish as a prize. They wonder if the princess will fulfill it if the winner turns out to be a commoner. But she has put her honor on the line and sworn an oath, so this is an incredible opportunity. Stella is not the kind of person to break her promises. Everyone's attention was focused on one thing: what the winner would wish for. The father asks Jason to explain why all the funding goes to a tournament that involves not only aristocrats. The princess personally summoned her son to her, so he gave his consent. The Viscount says that, in addition to aristocrats, only representatives of the bourgeoisie also take part in the tournament. All the attention of society is focused on the event, and the common people are happy to have a chance to participate, which is great, despite the high costs. Jason is considered to have made a pretty smart decision. The father looks at his son carefully, gets up from his seat, and comes closer. The man asks what wish he should make. The Viscount says that the princess's position is currently having a good effect on their family, but it won't last long, especially if she marries the Duke of Thornhill. Therefore, it is necessary to give her the Evanders surname as soon as possible before the value of the family name drops. The eldest believes that Jason is right, and they can share one wish for two. The son assures him that his father will hear him soon. Everyone is actively preparing for the tournament, and Angelica, sitting next to Her Majesty, says that this day will go down in history. By allowing the common people to participate, the princess has increased the scope of the event and her influence. In today's newspaper, a poem was published wishing her good luck on the hunt, so the heroine is very grateful to the author. Angelica wonders how her friend could decide to do such a thing. Whatever the suggestions of society, the reason is very simple. Stella still remembers the eyes with which people looked at Clyde. By her actions, she wanted to show everyone that he was not a person to be offended or avoided. The heroine needed a place where the Duke would not feel like a stranger, so she created it herself. Suddenly, the rivals present freeze and see a confident, strong rider riding a majestic black horse. The guest is immediately attacked by the young ladies who had never noticed his wild and unremarkable beauty. Angelica notices that Thornhill is looking for a princess, and she needs to hurry before someone else pulls out a handkerchief. As soon as the girl rises, the trumpets sound, and everyone turns their eyes to Evanders, who has arrived with elite mercenaries. It becomes obvious who will be the winner of the tournament. The Viscount notes that the weather is perfect for the event. Jason gets down on one knee in front of the heroine, and everyone is surprised by this act, because he has never done this before. The man says that he has come for a handkerchief, and the girl notices the head of the Marquis Claude's family watching them. Stella knows that they have deliberately waited for the moment, because to refuse in front of so many people would be a humiliation of their family name. This would later affect their partnership. The Duke of Thornhill appears behind the girl. He has also come for Her Majesty's handkerchief, but Jason intercepts the woman's hand and kisses her. Many ladies from noble families dream of giving him this thing. The victory will be the Viscount's, and the princess can have no doubt about it. The Viscount says that he will make a wish in advance, and it will be Stella's handkerchief. The heroine agrees and says that she will watch her partner's luck. She hands him a piece of cloth, and Jason thanks her thoughtfully. Evandors wonders if the girl learned to embroider when she was in a foster home, because aristocrats don't close the seams like that, but he likes the novelty of it. The man serves dessert to the woman. The princess has heard that when organizing such events, it is necessary to obtain an oath of allegiance from each participant. Jason notes that in some cases, this is skipped. Stella says that he himself advised to keep all the formalities, to make the aristocrats feel comfortable here. The heroine rises from her seat and says that she will be there soon. Evandors follows her because, according to tradition, a lady should be with the knight to whom she has given her handkerchief. Peter finds his master cleaning his sword and asks where he put his handkerchief. The Duke replies that he simply does not have it. The servant is surprised because on such rare occasions it was worth taking a handkerchief. The attention of so many ladies has a positive effect on his image. Gilworth argues that no one goes hunting without this accessory. The princess arrives and Clyde calmly and majestically greets her. Before taking the oath, the Viscount draws Her Majesty's attention to the fact that Thornhill, having been refused, turned around and left without respect, and that this should be punished. Stella agrees, but the Duke is in a high position. For this reason, she will hear the apology in person. Peter immediately leaves, and Jason says that he came here as a partner and must be there. Clyde should apologize to Her Majesty, not the Viscount. Evandors is annoyed that he was called by his title and notes that the tournament is different from ordinary hunts and that a lot of effort and money has been invested in it. Thornhill is convinced that the situation is between him and Stella. If Jason is standing here, Clyde's apology will not be sincere. Perhaps the man wants Her Majesty to receive a false explanation. The Viscount grits his teeth and agrees to wait outside. As soon as he comes out, Stella says that there is no need to apologize because Clyde has always treated her with respect. The Duke gets down on one knee and swears to the Star of the Empire to fight with endless devotion, putting his heart and sword on the line. The girl, touching the man, assures him that he will become a great force in the Empire. The princess asks the knight to be careful because he could be killed in the tournament. She doesn't want to restrict her lover, but he should restrain his anger. The heroine asks him to swear that the Duke will be fine, and the man sadly confirms that he will do his best. Stella leaves with Jason and does not understand what her lover is thinking. They meet the Marquis, who welcomes the Star of the Empire. The princess knows that Claude is a busy man, so she thanks him for his presence. The man tells her that the organization is at the highest level, and Stella gladly agrees. Claude sees that the heroine and her partner are taking the oath. Jason explains that the princess is tired because she had to go around many tents. The father realized the hint and let them both rest, thanking them for meeting. When the couple enters the tent, Stella immediately asks what is wrong with Evandors. The Viscount shouts that she is so worried about the Duke of Thornhill, and he doesn't care about him. The girl thought that Jason participated in tournaments to win. The aristocrat says that there are no risks for Her Majesty because she provoked him with her shawl and took away his wish. Evandors wants a kiss that he can bless in battle in exchange for this deception. The princess quietly takes the handkerchief out of Jason's pocket and kisses the fabric to the shocked look of her husband. Thus, she gives the desired kiss and is about to go to greet the people, while the Viscount looks at the handkerchief shyly. Stella, meanwhile, has already blessed the commoner who was with her young son Robin. The child was up all night waiting to meet the Star of the Empire. The boy asks if the woman is the same princess as in the comic book. The heroine confirms and tells him that Angelica and editor Alexandra have also arrived with her. Stella says that Robin is very brave for coming to watch the tournament. The child argues that his sister is strong and brave. His father quickly stops him. The heroine is horrified to realize that she has missed the most important thing, because women were not even allowed to participate. The princess asks if Robin wanted to come with his sister, and he confirms. Stella allows them to bring other relatives next time. Everyone present is shocked by their words. The child throws himself at the woman, and she hugs Robin tightly. Alain is sitting in his room when a girl named Adria comes to him. The man reminds her that he ordered her to give his handkerchief to the prince, but she was late. The character apologizes because she was dizzy. When she arrived, Joseph had already received the blessing. Alain wonders if the woman takes care of her health at all. Adria reminds him that he brought her a dress a size smaller. It seems that the prince still relies on his uncle. The girl asks him to find her a new simple dress as soon as possible, because her plans have changed. Alexandra tells Her Majesty that work on the script is slowly progressing. Stella asks to add good works to the Foundation's funding. The editor thinks they can't find an actor to play the lead role. There are a lot of applicants, but it's hard to find qualified ones. Stella knows that it's hard to act without skill, and that the appearance must be right. Angelica suddenly notices an unconscious man. People come to the tent, and the stranger thanks them for saving him. The victim sadly says that he was hungry and was waiting for the distribution, and now everything seems like a magical dream. The stranger deeply respects Her Majesty. Touching her hand, Stella assures her that she is glad to meet her and wants to serve food, so she invites the girl to share this evening with them. The princess notes that despite her thin appearance, the victim is beautiful. The new acquaintances walk around the tournament square, and the heroine asks the beauty's name. She introduces herself as Andy Roberts. Alexandra recalls that there were participants with a similar name on the list. It is noticeable that the stranger is nervous. The princess asks how it happened. Frightened, Andy falls to the floor and apologizes for lying, saying that she was leaving the Marquis Chatello's house. Roberts is her mother's maiden name. Out of a desire to honor her memory, the stranger deceived everyone. Stella knows that the Chatello family is responsible for Joseph's education. To think that in a family that seemed to be living well, there is a starving person. She recalls Jean's words that by law the eldest son honors all property. Children who have not received anything are just trying to survive. In other words, they become useless. The heroine believes that her friend would be a great actress. Andy thanks for the attention and respect for her. The princess enters the main tent and sees that the meal has begun without the permission of the hostess. She comes closer to her brother, who is sitting with his teacher. The prince says that he wanted to help because his sister looked busy. He is not to be thanked, because Joseph owes the girl a lot and is happy to repay her. Stella says that she wanted to start the meal later. The prince assures her that they cannot keep the guests waiting. The sister has little experience in organizing such events, so it is understandable. The heroine must make sure that next time Joseph does not have to help. Alain notes that this is very noble of the host. The princess realizes that her brother wants to show that he is superior to her by all means. Stella thanks him for the advice and swears that she will pay off the debt during the tournament. With the current state of the imperial treasury, Joseph can't even think about holding one. Alain says that today's banquet is wonderful, so it's worth organizing a festival. The prince agrees. He remembers that his sister is a noble auctioneer, and if he wants to help, he will be happy to. Stella knows that her brother is counting on financial help, and that her sister will be a noble lamb with money. However, if the princess refuses, she will look stingy. Moreover, it is definitely not a good idea to discuss the host of the day. The heroine is evil, but not good enough to fight Joseph, who has been in high society for a long time. Andy enters the tent and sees her uncle. She falls to her knees and shouts that she has something to tell him. If she misses this chance, she will never have the courage. Her uncle Alain used to beat the beauty. The Marquis flies over and angrily asks how his niece can say such nonsense in front of honored guests. The princess interrupts him and orders Andy to continue because she wants to listen to her new friend. The beauty continues that her uncle has been watching her all this time and using her as a knight on the chessboard. Andy had to smile and laugh in public, no matter how hard it was. Angelique understands her immediately. Before the tournament, Alain starved his niece. She was almost dying waiting for a free trip to the festival because of her circumstances. The Marquis objects because the girl has been obsessed with her appearance since she was a little girl. Sometimes Andy would deliberately induce nausea to get rid of food. Today, Alain offered her something to eat, but her niece refused. The victim says that it was on purpose and she had to talk to commoners to look good. The man grabs Andy by the arm and orders her to stop. Her Majesty stops the Marquis. The beauty continues that her uncle told the prince to give permission for today's meal because it is an important part of the festival. Alain said that the princess must spend a large sum on the event, but Joseph must receive the glory. The Marquis stands in for his niece and awkwardly apologizes because she has lost her mind from starvation. The man brought his relative here to have fun, but he shouldn't have done so. Stella asks if the girl lied, and Alain confirms. He has medical evidence that Andy may be delusional. The Marquis thinks he shouldn't reveal all the painful details of his niece's life. Joseph says that these are just words, and the assistant had his reasons for everything. Evandor's enters and announces that this is not the way to go. Her Majesty, who always hears the voice of even the lowest strata of society, will not turn a blind eye to the confession of a young lady who has risked everything for this moment. Such actions cannot be tolerated at an imperial tournament. Joseph is shocked that Jason dared to speak out. Meanwhile, the Viscount asks for permission to reveal all the details. The prince gets up from his seat and orders him not to make a big deal out of it. It all happened because of Lady Chitello's illness. Stella has been preparing so hard for the festival that she must not spoil it. Joseph is sorry that his sister was dragged into the misunderstanding. He should not hold a grudge against Alain. He doesn't know the details, but the assistant did his best for him. He was trying to strengthen his position as the heir to the throne. The heroine wonders if he really thinks she threatens his position. Stella knows that if her brother confirms, he will admit his weakness in front of the whole audience. Joseph denies it and says that he loves his sister very much. The princess asks the frightened Andy to come closer. The heroine brought her here, so she will provide her with lunch and other preparations. The prince assures her that he has prepared all the food for the guests and taken care of the rest. Stella is left with only the commoners. There are more dishes left, as he thought maybe his sister had made a mistake with the number of guests. The heroine looks around and sees that even after the meal there is still a lot of food left, so there was much more to begin with. The princess realizes that they have used the treats for the commoners. Joseph doesn't understand how the aristocrats and the commoners can have the same food. Stella continues that if her brother had seen the lists, he would have known that these treats were for the common people. The girl asks if the prince disrespects the people that much. The heroine continues that the commoners are their future. Joseph reminds her that if his sister doesn't figure it out, they will remain hungry. Stella offers to split the cost between the two of them while they prepare a new portion. The prince is her precious brother, so he must gladly agree. Joseph angrily grits his teeth and confirms, and then the princess leads Andy to eat. Evandor's notices that the other man's hands are shaking. Joseph turns away and explains that it is quite cold in the forest. Jason asks him to take care of the heir to the throne, as this is an empire-wide matter. Smiling, the Viscount looks after his beloved. Angelica throws her coat over Andy to keep him warm. She asks where the rest of her family is now. Andy explains that she didn't want her father to worry, so she didn't tell him anything. Lady Lise assures him that the sooner he knows, the better he will feel. He should tell her before his uncle does anything unnecessary. In her head, Andy asks her to stop asking questions, because she will soon get confused herself. The princess enters the tent with the editor and asks if her new friend is not cold in the room. The girl says that everything is fine and that Angelica has borrowed a cloak. Stella tells everyone to leave because she wants to talk to Andy alone. An investigation into the Chatello family will soon begin, and Her Majesty's newspaper will write about it. You should know that cases like Auguste's are going to be investigated. Everything will happen right after the festival. Andy realizes that this will also complicate her life and suddenly falls to her knees. She is very grateful to Her Majesty, but she does not want the family to be discussed much because of this incident. It will only make things worse. Even though Andy hates his father, family ties do not allow him to finally stand up to him. The girl cries and apologizes for her words. The princess wipes away her tears and swears that she will not do anything without permission. However, if Andy needs help, she can turn to the heroine at any time. The woman is happy to see how well she used her tears. Stella abruptly orders Andrea Chitello to stop acting. The girl does not understand where she went wrong, and the heroine throws a beautiful dress in front of her. A person who makes her niece starve would never buy such a thing. Andy takes the dress, and her hands tremble. The princess has heard that it was created so seriously that the designer was reprimanded several times. Meaningless lies will not solve anything. It will only pull you down to the depths. Andrea shakes her head at this. Andy was told that if a lie is not revealed, it can become the truth. Then it is not a sin at all. Still, she sincerely wanted to get rid of it. Stella knows that Alain Chatello used her niece. However, this does not justify her, because Her Majesty was helping herself first and foremost. The princess is sorry that there was no adult around Andrea who could have set the girl on the right path. Everything obtained by lying will be confiscated. Andy has to start working and earning honest money. Her Majesty gives her friend a ticket to a new troupe that needs an actress. Andrea thanks her sincerely and says that she has been waiting for this opportunity all her life. Peter yells at another servant because they were not informed of the change in mealtimes. Gilworth orders him to bring him a list of the attendees so that he can see for himself. The Duke comes out and asks what happened. Peter tells him that they were not invited to dinner, but the servant assures him that they can eat right away. The assistant comes into the living room with the master and says that the prince has served the aristocrats. Gilworth thinks that they were deliberately made a fool of. Clyde thinks that Stella has worked hard to organize the festival, so he doesn't want to make a fuss. Thornhill orders the servant to shut up. The Duke abruptly jumps up because he hears someone discussing Her Majesty and runs out into the courtyard. Behind a tree, the man notices a part of a dress and, going behind it, sees the second princess of the empire, Karen, smiling kindly. The girl did not think they would meet here, although she wanted to. She had heard that her sister had given the handkerchief not to His Grace, but to Jason Evandores. The Duke doesn't care, but this is not just a tradition, but a real farewell to the night. Karen hands the handkerchief to her husband and asks him to understand her correctly. The passion for Clyde faded the day Thornhill came to see his sister. This tournament is very different from ordinary banquets. The eyes of the people are on the Duke no matter what he does. Clyde should think carefully if he doesn't want Evandores to take Stella away. If the man becomes Karen's partner, he will make the princess jealous. Thornhill pulls his hand away and says that Her Majesty is not someone who can be won by mere desire, and Clyde is not trying to win her heart. The man turns away, and Karen is annoyed that he is only proud of his sister. Evandores asks why Stella thinks he has been so diligent in his search for information about this girl. As soon as she addresses Her Majesty in tears, she is ready to forgive all sins and give a second chance. The princess says that Andy is still young. She had no one to support her. Even if it is too late now, Her Majesty wants to become such a person. Jason thinks that this is too naive, because you can't just fix a personality. When the whole world was ignoring Lady Angelica, the Viscount took the initiative and brought this case to the attention of society by writing an article ridiculing Stella. Even if the heroine's actions led to losses, the man always gave good advice. Then the princess looked at Jason from a different angle. Perhaps she thought that Evandores would change for the better, but there is no point in changing someone who does not want to. Stella thanks her husband for making this clear. The Viscount freezes in shock on the spot when he hears shouts from the courtyard that Her Majesty is now very busy with the opening ceremony. Jason grabs the princess by the arm, but she orders him to let go, and Evandores obeys. Behind the tent stands the Duke, whom the guards are actively trying to stop because he has requested an unscheduled audience. Stella releases the guest and goes to talk to him. Clyde has heard that an incident occurred during the meal when a young girl was rescued. The heroine is surprised at how quickly the rumors spread. Thornhill likes that his beloved always treats everyone equally well. The princess thanks him, and the Duke wants to say something else, and the couple moves to the tent. Fortunately, everyone has left, but Clyde can still smell the man's perfume. Recently, a man accidentally found this bracelet in one of the pawn shops in the north. The pawn shop owner said that it was a legacy of the imperial family. If Stella's assumptions are correct, this is no ordinary bracelet. Her great-grandfather Alexander the Great used to wear it on his arm and create an incredible illusion that announced the start of the tournament. Every year, before the tournament, the most powerful illusionists were busy creating a new illusion and imbuing it into this bracelet. They spent days and nights thinking about what magic to put into the stone. The heroine notes that this is a very appropriate gift before the tournament. Thornhill did not know that this thing was magical. Stella puts on the bracelet and wants to show the last illusion, but the stone turns sharply black and scares her. She calms down and realizes that it is not a magic stone, because someone has removed the magic stone and put an ordinary ruby in its place. The princess has heard that the bracelet changes shape depending on the owner, and now it didn't work. The Duke swears he will find the real stone. Sometimes they are found in the bodies of animals, and perhaps Thornhill will be able to catch a few at the tournament. The girl assures him that this is not necessary, but Clyde gets down on one knee. He explains that he has no desire to win, but wants to find what belongs to his beloved. For Stella, the Duke's safety comes first, so her husband shouldn't overexert himself. Clyde will stop hunting and return as soon as he finds the stone. The heroine forbids this order as well, because any deviation from the goal of the tournament is dangerous. The princess realizes that this is the only way to stop him. Perhaps his love is not the same as a man's for a woman. He is a knight loyal to the imperial family. Nature, full of magic, is considered the most sacred and noble in the empire. People associated with it used magic as an attacking force. They had a greater advantage over those who used weapons. When commoners holding ordinary, primitive swords fired uncertainly and missed, skilled knights with magic did not stand a chance. But one day, this underrated weapon changed history. It was a revolution that overthrew the imperial family. Although the army was led by Clyde Thornhill, those who ended the war were ordinary people from the lowest levels. After the revolution, guns became a symbol of freedom among the people. For the aristocrats, it was only fear. At the opening ceremony of the tournament, Stella solemnly announces the signal. Everyone is scared because she opened it with a gunshot. Jason is surprised that the heroine started an event that she organized to gain favor with the upper classes by opening fire with the weapon they fear the most. This is the worst move of all. The heroine always chooses the thorny path. Joseph asks his sister if her actions were so necessary. The prince knows that the time for preparations was too short to realize everything that could meet expectations. However, his sister's actions are meaningless. Stella believes that this weapon is not a piece of metal or a relic of the past that should be forgotten. It is a part of history that needs to be remembered and respected. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, they must protect history with fear in their hearts. The girl did not try to hurt anyone's feelings in hopes that people will be able to understand this gesture correctly. Alan assures us that this is an insult, because many aristocrats were killed by commoners holding a similar pile in their hands. They did not come here to reopen wounds that had healed. Joseph interrupts the Lord and apologizes. If his sister is right, then we should respect the choice of those who want to forget everything. Jason wonders how Stella should get out of this situation. With this shot, the princess wants to declare that from now on, the empire will no longer hear the sound of guns. A kind word can save lives, and good communication between people can help them build a prosperous state. The stars listen to people. James thinks that the moon and the sun are busy with their setting and rising. Only Princess Stella is able to do something small but important that others cannot: to listen. She will not ignore the cries of the wounded, but will listen to them and try to help. The heroine believes that only by facing the problems of the empire head-on can the country be made better. The princess will make the empire a place where everyone will look up to her. It will become a place for the prosperity of all the people. The girl takes advantage of the aristocrats' opposition to win their admiration and trust. The Duke comes forward and, stabbing his sword into the ground, says that as long as Her Majesty watches over the empire with her starry-eyed heart, there will be only peace on this land. Stella comes closer and he kisses her shoes. The leader of the revolutionary movement, who was a symbol of fear for the aristocrats, showed his absolute devotion to the princess. The emperor jumps up in delight. Jason realizes that the heroine is not a strategist, but a ruler. The tournament is a celebration that demonstrates the strength of each family. When the knights return after the first day of hunting, the organizer chooses the best one. After the first day and the results are announced, the other participants begin to assess the situation and their position and plan their next decisions. This is one of the most exciting moments. Stella asks if anything happened in the mountains. Alain says that he hasn't been informed of anything. Looking at the lists, she is surprised to see that Clyde easily defeated Jason and his mercenaries. Everyone must have guessed this, even though no one had seen the man in action. When Stella was rewarding the Duke, there was a strong aroma of blood coming from him, but she knew that her husband had returned without a scratch, as he had promised. Later, the princess sees Viscount Evandor's. The heroine proclaims that Jason did his best on the first day. He should go to his tent and rest. Evanders thinks that the princess has decided to find interest on the side, but she is silent. The aristocrat makes an excuse that he is just joking and knows that Stella will respect the etiquette of her beloved partner. The heroine sends him to her chambers when he understands everything and touches his shoulder. Unexpectedly, there is blood on her palm. As Jason said, he gave it his all. The princess, washing the wound, asks her husband to go to the doctor, but he assures her that he was not wounded to see a healer. Evandor's assures her that he will definitely win tomorrow, but the girl asks her not to overexert herself. If the heroine is really worried about him, the Viscount will think about it. Stella notes that she is speaking frankly. No organizer is happy with victims. Jason smiles, takes the tiara out of the box and puts it on the princess's head. This jewel was brought from the territory of Iroshamiro. It is a unique thing, taken from distant lands. Even with huge finances, it is not easy to get it. The heroine assures that she cannot accept such a gift. The Viscount says that this is his response to her giving him her shawl. Everyone will be interested in what they did to please each other. Evandor's likes the way Stella looks in the tiara. When Her Majesty is alone, she takes off the jewelry and thinks about Jason's partnership promise. Suddenly, a cat rubs against her leg, and the princess wants to understand what it is doing here. The animal actively leads the heroine. On the other side of the tent, Clyde is standing outside. He says that he wanted to ask something, but when asked what it is, he just stands there and remains silent, ashamed. The Duke confesses that he missed Stella and that it was not enough for him to meet her for a few minutes. The heroine breaks into a smile and says that she wanted to go for a walk, so the knight can accompany Her Majesty. The man is happy to hear this. He takes his beloved by the hand, and the couple walks happily, discussing the latest events. On the second day of the tournament, Clyde is holding a talisman. As soon as he approaches an animal with a magic stone in it, the color of the crystal changes to red. A minute earlier, the knight thought it was so. An arrow came out of the bushes and almost hit Therinhill, but he turned away in time. This shot was made by Joseph, who immediately ran to Clyde to ask if he was okay. The Duke confirms that everything is fine. The prince says that he wanted to shoot a bird sitting in a tree, but missed. The boy is glad that Therinhill was not hurt. If something like this happened at an event organized by Stella, it would be a dirty stain on her name forever. Everything has to go as smoothly as possible. Clyde realizes that in a similar situation, Joseph would have to apologize, but there is not a drop of guilt in this unemotional voice. The prince asks Alan to be more careful, and he quickly responds. The men ride off, and Clyde realizes that he was targeted on purpose. He continues to ride his horse and sees an old man running away from a wild boar. Therinhill instantly draws his sword and kills the animal, but only a bundle remains in its place. He does not understand what has happened and feels an arrow hit him in the shoulder. The Duke is surrounded by silence, as if someone is using magical objects to muffle all sounds. Clyde remembers how Joseph touched him. This irritates Therinhill, but there is no point in reporting the prince. It will only spoil the atmosphere of the event and attract unwanted suspicions that Her Majesty wanted to offend Joseph. First, you need to concentrate on the stone. Stella doesn't understand how it could happen that Clyde had an advantage from the very first day and was considered the tournament's favorite, but his results have noticeably deteriorated. Now the Duke is not even close to Evandor's. She asked her lover not to overexert himself, but Therinhill's treasure is too small, even with the fact that he is busy searching for the magic stone. In the morning, there was nothing strange about Clyde's appearance. Going outside, Stella asks the stars for a peaceful night until the sunset. The stars confirm that no one has ever tried to break the silence of the night, but they can't tell you about the day because it's not the stars' business. On the last day of the tournament, the princess talks to Evandor's. Everyone has high hopes for him, and the Viscount hopes that the heroine does too. The man asks if Stella is going to wear his gift, but she just wishes Jason good luck. Evandor's kisses the heroine's hand, because he wants to take a drop of luck, at least that way. The woman approaches the Duke and removes a ribbon from his tail to tie it around Clyde's hand. It's not a handkerchief, of course, but it should bring some good luck. Thornhill must not get hurt and return unharmed to keep his promise. The Duke smiles and thanks. The princess is sure that something is happening in this forest and wants to find out. Clyde sees a bear running after a child and convinces himself that it is all an illusion. However, he can't help himself and rushes to defend himself. Arrows immediately fly at him, and Thornhill deflects them all when Stella runs to meet him. The Duke orders Her Majesty to stay back and quickly steps in to protect her, which causes him to be shot in the shoulder. The woman instantly takes out the amulet and asks who dared to attempt to kill the tournament participant. The magic immediately indicates the place of the thief's ambush, and the heroine goes to check it out, but she is stopped by a frightened Clyde because the attacker throws a mysterious object. Everything around is covered in smoke, but Stella recognizes the attacker as Joseph. Thornhill intercepts the princess and explains that everything will be over in half a day, and she has tried too hard to organize this tournament. The Duke doesn't want such a trifle to spoil everyone's celebration. It's enough that Her Majesty is fine, and there's nothing else to worry about. As a knight, Clyde must do everything to protect Stella. The princess assures him that this is no small matter because he is an important person to the girl. Her Majesty stands on a podium and asks permission to thank all the participants of the tournament who have been fighting for 7 days to win. The winner will be announced after the animal carcasses are counted. However, Stella wants to report illegal actions. What happened at the tournament, whose rules are sacred, cannot be ignored. The servant gives the mistress the crossbow that was used to try to harm Thornhill while he was hunting far from the main group. As a result of investigation and analysis of the weapon, it was found that this crossbow is identical to the one owned by Crown Prince Joseph. The brother wonders if he has a chance for acquittal. He steps forward and begins his speech. The prince says that he opened access to the armory for participants from the common people who could not prepare themselves. The crossbow was visible from there. However, Joseph also has questions for the princess. The organizer has never interfered in a tournament before. Then Stella says that it remains to find the person who let the button go at the scene. The prince is petrified and says that his sister is about to make a scandal of unprecedented proportions. Her Majesty points out that the point of the tournament is to hunt animals, and her dear brother is more likely to hunt people. Joseph objects, and then the princess says that her husband considers Thornhill no better than cattle. The sister orders Joseph to apologize to Clyde here and now, but he refuses. The girl realizes that he is counting on the support of the nobility. The heroine is very sorry that her brother values his own honor so low. She will make Joseph pay for what he has done. When Stella is about to award Jason as the main character of the tournament, one of the inkwells begins to glow red. The Viscount announces that it is a magic stone. No one knows who will be the winner now, but Jason is convinced of his victory. The girl confirms that her husband did his best, but the real hero is Duke Clyde Thornhill. The Duke opens a chest with a bracelet, and Stella asks if it is necessary to use it, because the knight risked his life for it. Clyde confirms that the item belongs to Her Majesty first and foremost. Thornhill wants to announce the winner's wish, but the bracelet releases magic, and the aristocrats think that the princess has already prepared everything. Stella asks to repeat her request. Clyde speaks in her ear, and the girl blushes.